Ellie winning game one. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the Open 7, and we're going to be having an amazing day today. There has been a lot of players who've had a lot of matches over the past few days, and we are having a new set of casters here. Welcome to the set. We have here the Factor over at top right, over at the lower left, it's Kinto, and over at the lower right, our neophyte, our newbie, and also he's also welcome to the parallel community. And also, I'm actually disappointed that he's not Scipius right now. Carpenter, welcome to the stream. Yeah, man, guys, how are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Oh,
all good,
yeah,
all good. Yeah,
all good.
great to be back again. Yeah, like for the open, which looks stacked as always. I feel like these opens almost just an open in name, but not in nature. Because you look at the opponents, you look at the players now, you're like, wow, this was just like a world final. So again, I think we're gonna have like an insane day of parallel action, and it's cool. It's cool. We got
Yeah.
Carpenter here as well. You know, like a new face,
Yeah.
new voice. Should be really cool.
Yeah, we're gonna be building stuff with Carpenter today. Especially, he's gonna be our new caster for this tournament in the Open. And guys, we've seen some of the top players over at the Open, and you've seen the socials as well. Which ones are gonna be coming into the top 16? But let's have a recap of which ones are gonna be included in today's stream. So we're gonna be giving this to Kinto to give us a short rundown of the top 16.
Yes, so we have here dual notes as the first seed, but there was also Zaratustraa 6-0. You have O'Heal, PURP, Meat Value, Sora. These are all great players. Never Lucky coming back to the scene. Glad to see that. Bolvens, Jarla, imcute, Pandapple, Sekinox. What is this? This is like the World Championship basically in an Open. And then BlizzconJan, Jobsat, Exywin, and Locklove. These are all insane players. Definitely, they are all looking for those points mainly to classify for Worlds for the big money. So yeah, really happy to see it in an Open.
Glad to see you actually mentioned that this looks like a top 16 in Worlds, and it does really look like it, guys. And I'm seeing over at the top 16 or the 16 seed, Lucky LOFE, always like. You can always see him on streams, like one of the viewers, right? Like I think you can agree right there. The Factor, he's like, he's commenting like lurking, just commenting about the plays, and just now getting into the Open top 16. That's a good arc right there, and he's currently developing, and they're gonna be fighting for some more points and some prizes as well. Let's look at to what these guys are fighting for the Open 7. And let's give this to Carpenter let's give this to Carpenter to give us a short breakdown of what they're going to be fighting for as we are waiting for that to be shown. And here we go. Let's Carpenter, can you give us a short breakdown to the prize pool and the points that they're going to be getting from this tournament?
Yes, one second, I'm trying to get that pulled up. This is, how do I get that pulled up again?
Here we go. It's already right here on the screen here over the stream. And as you can see, Carpenter, I think, do you see it already?
I do not see it.
Okay. While we're waiting for Carpenter to get that sorted out, we have for the first place 1K USD with 5 points. Second place will have 70 USD with 4 points. Third to fourth place 375 with 3 points. 5th to 8th with 2 points, and 9th to 16th with 1 point. And knowing these guys, they are not just going to be fighting for just the money. Of course, there's a lot of points at stake, and it's actually, if you look at the Prime League leaderboard, they're really close to each other, and that's why they keep on coming back. And let's ask first, of course, with Carpenter's experience on parallel TCG, right? Like I've seen you play some Sippy right there, man. Like and you've seen it over at the tournaments. Like, how is your experience so far with parallel TCG?
Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like you said, we played yesterday, and Sippy for the first time was not uh, the greatest outcome. Clicked it the wrong way, but generally, and I'm forcing myself to get really good at Sippy now. But I've been playing a lot of Defactor's Stealth Shop, which I
Mhm,
really am enjoying. The one turn kills,
mhm,
and as a huge like burn aggro player from
mhm,
like in all like Magic back in the day,
mhm.
been playing a lot of Lemmy. I know I kind of asked you
Ooh,
yesterday, like I seen you
let
playing
me.
Kathy, and so I
Yeah.
was like, why Kathy over Lemmy? But yeah, it's I like playing both Kathy and Lemmy.
Yeah, Lemmy's actually good, right? Kento, you have seen a lot of Lemmy's over its tournament, but what do you think are going to be the top brackets that we're going to be, or top decks that we're going to be seeing over at the Open Seven?
Well, I think that definitely we're gonna see Lemmy and CPUs dominating the tournament. In this
Mm-hmm,
case,
mm-hmm,
these have been historically, I think, the like Markolian and Cathari have been historically the most used decks, I believe. So yeah, I'm just gonna place my safe bet on these two.
Lemmy and of course Sippy is gonna be played. No, I haven't seen. I mean, I've seen some Shoshana burn over at the leaderboard, over at some streams, but not yet. It's mostly just Gafar and Nehemiah. But the factor is Shroud dead.
Oh, I think a lot of people already know my opinions of this, but I wouldn't say that it's dead, but it's definitely down. I would
Mm-hmm,
be really happy if we see somebody, one of the players, because we've got so many great players here today. I'd be really surprised if we don't see some kind of a shroud, would it be like Neve or some kind of interesting kind of New Dawn deck, maybe a brand. Someone's trying to do like an aggro stealth brand. Brands kind of struggle a little bit on the ladder, but I remember in the PTS that there was a lot of excitement about how you could possibly do like a stealth brand,
mm-hmm,
but we haven't quite seen it really. So
mm-hmm,
I wouldn't say it's dead, but it's definitely not being. It's seen better days. It's seen
mm-hmm,
better days. Put it that way. So yeah, I'm hoping that when the next patch comes, maybe Shroud can get a little bit of love. And I know that the
mm-hmm,
chat's gonna roast me now because they're gonna be like, no, 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 like no, don't give any more power to Shroud. But honestly, Shroud's not super powerful at the moment. But it'd be
yeah.
interesting to see if somebody can extract some power out of it that uh, so it can be a little bit of a hindrance to the likes of say Sippy,
Mm-hmm,
to Lemmy,
mm-hmm,
and maybe even just to kind of like Algencore, because we know that Algencore was probably one of the decks in Deception that got like the most amount of power. I'd say it really benefited the most,
mm-hmm,
and so like Shroud has been struggling a little bit against Algencore just because of their
mm-hmm.
tempo and their tokens, especially for Juggernaut Workshop. So yeah, it's not dead, but it's on a 10 count at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, it's not yet dead. Or rather,
No.
it's
Yeah.
struggling. But
Yeah.
if you wanna sacrifice some MMR, or just like if you really love Shroud, just like I do, that I just keep on playing it, man, and just like it's just back
Yeah.
and forth. It's like it's at best 50%. That's it. You're not going forward. You're not moving backwards. At best, it's
Yeah.
50%. So
Yeah.
that's how I look at it. But looking at let's start from a kind of a new player perspective right here, coming from Carpenter. Like looking at the decks over at Ladder, what are the decks that you mostly face, and what are the decks that you are dreading about?
So for the longest time, I was having an issue with um, like the Jafar decks because I
Mm-hmm,
had the wrong strategy.
mm-hmm,
Um, and actually, Defactor and Badgie were watching one of my streams and kind of helped with it, giving me some um, tips on how to face different decks,
mm-hmm.
um, especially like to when to stay aggro, when to kind of do control.
Yeah.
Um, and I definitely now when Jafar hits the mat or hits the field, I
Mm-hmm,
go right at him, just put everything for him to get him off. Knowing when to use Lemmy, but
mm-hmm.
that's pretty easy matchup now.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's Sippy. which is why I've like forced myself, and it's a harder deck to play. So force myself just to keep playing that deck. But
Yeah.
um, like the Cathar decks are usually the easiest. I feel like for
Hmm.
my matchup, Lemmy's just faster than them.
Oh yeah.
Like 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, like I see where you're getting at, like there, man. Like if you don't have like a way to like clear the board as Lemmy, like the usual tools that they have is like a Raven, maybe a bombardment, maybe have some enough energy with Leviathan to let's remove all those key pieces. Like if they don't have it, then it's kind of a lost case right there. But still, it's a good matchup right there. Thank you for that input right there, Carpenter. And I'm looking at the different players right here, and from the previous experience of Minor Seven, we've had a lot of Nehemiah, Gafar, a lot of Lemmys right here. Let me ask Kinto right now. One more last question: is there a silver bullet in the meta right now?
Why always save the most difficult question for me?
You have a master
I mean,
already, right? Go
like,
go.
what can I say? I always say that Markolian usually tends to be the silver bullet because of
Mhm,
the fact that it's the only parallel that actually has this easy way to deal lethal damage. So for me, it's always going to be Markolian in that
mhm,
sense.
mhm,
Any of the archetype that is being played at the moment, if it's Lemmy, if it's Kathy,
mhm.
they are always the strongest because of this specific factor. So yeah.
Yes, and we have here from Coach Quinto himself. If you're questioning what to play, maybe Marcolia is the one for you. So, and of course we have our first matchup that we are gonna be having here. We're gonna be saying goodbye, of course, for our caster right here, Quinto. As we go into the first matchup, let's look at the brackets again, and here we go. We have over at our brackets right here. And as you can look over at the lower part, the fourth one, it's going to be PURP versus BlizzconJan. Now that's an amazing matchup right there. A seasoned top 16 player. BlizzconJan wasn't able to go there to the top 16 because he was too young back then. But now he is back up here at the league, getting some points, racking up some wins, and racking up some top placements. And with that, we will have our casters back here for this match, the Factor and Carpenter. And here we go. We are going to be having the first match here, PURP versus BlizzCon. John, can you tell us a little bit more about these players, the Factor?
Yeah, well, I think if you've been watching Parallel for a long time, then these will be names that will be very familiar to you. If you have not been watching Parallel, if you're maybe new to the scene, then
Mhm.
Perp is basically a master innovator.
Yeah.
So if there's ever like a shift in the meta, then Perp's usually like one of the key components to that. He's one of the guys that's really driving change in the game. So he's often coming up with decks which most people just don't see and don't think of, and they're so fun, they're so clever.
Hmm.
He's a really smart player, and he's very like methodical in how he plays as well. He's calm, cool, cool player. When we watch him, he's always playing standing. In fact, I asked him when I saw
Hmm.
him in Worlds. I said to him like, "Pert man, like you always look like a DJ to me because you're playing, but you're standing up. It looks like
Yeah.
you're ready to do like a set." And he goes, I can't sit down. He goes, I have to be standing because if I'm like sitting down, I just get like a little bit too relaxed. I need to be like standing, so I'm always on my toes, kind of thing. And I was like, okay,
Yeah.
it makes sense. So like that's the way that he is. He's just like always on his toes, always thinking about the next edge. And then like for
Yeah.
BlizzconJan is like genuinely considered like the young whiz kid. So
Yeah.
he's the one of the youngest competitors that we've got in the scene.
Hmm.
But don't let that fool you because this guy has a ton of experience already, despite his age.
Yeah.
He's like not a stranger to the competitive scene at all in parallel. He's won so much already here in
Hmm.
parallel. He's often, if he's not winning these tournaments, he's often getting into top four. So like the fact that he's going up against Perp and Perp's going up against BlizzCon, what a
Hmm.
treat for everybody because this is a master duel right here. It's going to be a big one. Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be a treat indeed. And with that, let's look at the deck first of PURP. And as we are going into the deck review right now, the first one, I think you're gonna be knowing this, Carpenter. This is what we call a universal workshop. Can you give us a short breakdown of this deck?
Yeah. So this is a lot different than the like Juggernaut deck I've been playing, but right away, especially with the meta we see now, a bunch of relics. So you see the Saboteurs, basically all the good meta or all the top meta decks right now are playing a copy of Wong and Serene, and so just a bunch of universal cards. The My Mancer as well, which is a staple for the meta right now. If you're not bringing one to the table, you're in for a rough treat. And then Paid Off, which is can really turn the game around instantly in a lot of matches.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
this is yeah. Yeah. Go
I was just going to say, yeah, like this is actually interesting because, I was just saying how like PURP often comes up with something slightly different. We haven't really seen at previous tournaments like universal decks like this that include, say, 3 bounty hunter networks and then
Oh wow.
like 3 ravens. Of course, like we've seen the bounty hunter network raven combo I've seen that actually in some Algoncore decks, and I've also seen that in some, like, say, Shoshana decks. But to see it in Universal is kind of interesting because he's also included the PS8, so he could use the PS8s to kill the
Yes.
Ravens with the Bounty Hunter network, and then that gives him more card draw. And then, of course, we've got Reckless Abandon in here as well.
Yeah.
And Reckless Abandon, I think, is an interesting one because that can give him a little bit of a clear,
Yeah.
potentially. But it is a bit of a wild clear.
Yeah.
So I'll be very intrigued to see how that works in this deck. But like, it's so cool because you've even got things like Cartel Arms Dealer. It's like, this is what I like about PURP. He's always trying to do something different. Like he very rarely sticks to like the same meta that we see so often. He wants to do something different. He wants to stand out. And so like even Cartel Arms Dealer can be a real problem later on if he's got a unit on the board, because you can just use that Cartel Arms Dealer to just getting those caches, and then just giving those weapons caches, and then basically just giving buffs. So really cool to see this. Actually should be a fun deck.
Yeah, it's
for
gonna be
Universal.
fun. Gonna be fun
Yeah.
indeed. Like no hacker though, so like I would have wanted to see like random costs right there, but I think it's it has a downside without the draw right there. And yeah, Universal Workshop for PURP. Let's look at this next deck right now, and it is gonna be a ATO deck. Bro, I play this deck, bro. I play this deck and I love it. But the factor, can you give us a short breakdown about ATO?
Yeah, well, we're seeing a bit of a theme here, aren't we, with PURP? He's obviously like really fixated on Bounty Hunter Network, Raven, PSA. So we see that combo, that trio again in this deck, along with the Hydralisk Chamber. So we've seen a lot of the Hydralisk Chamber, of course, in Sippy, but it works perfectly well, of course, in Asia as well. Just being able to like kill something, basically get some more energy, so you can play more things on the board. This is cool. I like this actually. We've got Alicia in here, which was one of the Battle Pass cards. It's the wrong graphic actually. It's got Raven as the graphic on the Alicia there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's the wrong graphic there, but that is 3 copies of Alicia, which is a cool card because she can kind of transform into several different things. So it's very situational, but that I think works really well in this type of deck. And yeah, Outnumbered we saw, didn't we? Outnumbered in the tournament that Zaratustraa was playing in, that he really put Outnumbered to good use. And I have played against an ASHO deck on the ladder that ran Outnumbered, and this was a real pain to deal with.
Yeah.
I mean, initially when I saw it being played against me, I thought, it's going to be too expensive in this type of deck. No, it actually works really, really well. So yeah, this is if you don't kill ASHO, and this is the same thing that always applies no matter what cards are in the deck. If you don't kill ASHO before she can get her monster off, then you're dead, right? With this deck, they've actually got a couple of ways to kill you without ASHO, because there's a Leviathan in here as well, so 3. You've got hammers in here, so it's actually kind of a bit monstrous already without the monster.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, like yeah, I like it that it has like a potential to kill you or finish you off with before even like summoning the eye torrent right there. Yeah, and
Mm,
I wish someday somehow I get to see the eye torrent first, like how much damage it deals before it hits the
yeah.
face, right? Because like that's kind of a dopamine hit. Maybe down the line we're gonna be seeing that to see how much you accrued over time with that
Mm,
OTK. And yeah,
yeah.
very interesting deck from Perp. And another one. Let's look at this next deck right now. And oh, I think of course this is automatically Carpenter's favorite deck. Can you give us a short rundown about this, Carpenter?
absolutely, yes. This is definitely my cup of tea. I really like. First thing I noticed is the logistics mastery. A lot of the top decks right now kind of went away from that. The I play the same with the logistics mastery more, so looking more burn heavy. Which also this is gonna have. Um, with the Lemmy deck, you're able to go more control if you need to in certain matchups. With the likes of the sis- the Scimitar Captain, the Rite of Redemption. I like seeing the Dispatch, running 2 copies of Dispatch. That goes well with Lemieux's Reign. Also running 1 copy of Murel Unveiled. And then, of course, you've got 1 copy of Wong. Also, the Lord Harp. Really like seeing that in there as well. And then, other than that, looks pretty standard. But yeah, this is definitely. Oh, the paid off. I have not seen a version with paid off in a Lemmy deck, so um, that's pretty cool to see. I'm excited to see how that goes.
Yeah, like I'm kind of wondering of course which cards they're targeting with paid off, right? Like it's
Exactly.
kind of interesting, but it maybe it's kind of a specific target. Maybe trying to get if you're gonna be fighting like a universal something like an Ingrid or a Freitas, but I don't know, man. Like it's up to Perp because he is the perpetrator of this deck. And let's look at this opponent right now, BlizzconJan with his first deck. Here we go. And we might as well call Perp the perpetrator. But yeah,
The
BlizzconJan. John.
perpetrator.
Yeah, right.
Oh no.
The factor.
He's at it
And you-
again, guys. He's already started early today.
bro, like
Love
I'm
it.
just warming up right now, man. let's let's have you break this down, man. It's a Cathy deck. We don't see this much, but yeah, you're gonna be breaking this down, the factor.
Yeah, this looks like a Cathy unit deck here, if I'm not mistaken. There's a little bit of burn in here because, of course, you can't have Cathy without a bit of burn. So we've got
Mhm.
3 crack shots, we've got 3 orbital strikes in here. There's your burn, just to try and finish the game off if your units don't do the job. Rite of Redemption is one of the most powerful removals, I think, now. A 1 cost that can basically remove a non-paragon from the board if it's damaged. This is fantastic. We're seeing this in so many decks. So it's just another great way to remove. And in a Cathy deck, it's really cheap, right? I mean, Cathy is all about just trying to get things on the board. In this deck, it is. And so if you have some kind of removal that's a 1 cost, it still allows you to kind of keep control of the board and most likely have loads more energy to still play like your units, and your units are already low cost. So we have like 2 Bloodhounds. So the
Mhm.
Bloodhounds are still knocking about. BlizzCon's got them in here. You can call them in with the Crimson Fleet Machinists.
Mhm.
He's also got Red Sand Scout. So we know that the Red Sand Scout combo with the Rummaging Researcher is so potent.
Mhm.
If you get the Red Sand Scout down and it sticks, by the time you get the Rummaging Researcher down, you get a ton of good card draw. And
Mhm.
of course, it sticks even better because with the Crimson Fleet Machinist, it can usually buff the Sand Scout in terms of its health. So
Mhm.
this is very much just like get units on the board, try and
Mhm.
overwhelm your opponent. There's no bombardment in here, so like what you can see
Yes.
is that BlizzconJan is not interested in trying to like remove wide boards. He's trying to be the wide board and
Yes.
then force them to remove his board. And if they can do that, that's no problem because he's got so many units in this deck at 23 low cost. He can just keep flooding the board again. If that still doesn't work, as I say, he's got fleet support mastery. And he's got some burn. We also have to keep in mind that Cendrillon can act as a little bit of a burn as well. She does
Yeah.
burn you, but sometimes all you need to do is like 3-4 damage. and a Syndrillan with, say, a Mastery or even a Fleet support can, of course, hit your opponent and give you the win. So just a really aggressive deck that has one goal in mind: win as quick as you can by flooding the board and potentially using some burn to get you over the line.
Yeah, that's just a strategy tested by time already. Like we've seen it time and time again, especially with the fleet support doubling those spells or rather those effects. And you can see Rite
Yep.
of Redemption having like a priority right here instead of maybe Catherine's Rallying Cry to like thin out your deck to find out more of those cards. So I think this is a good evolution. I wonder how it's gonna work. He's already in the top 16, and let's look at his next deck right now. And here we go. Oh man, I'm kind of thinking that Carpenter hasn't seen much of this Neve deck. Can you give us a short rundown of how this go? And okay, as we are waiting for
I'm
Carpenter,
muted.
there you go. There he's
My bad.
muted. There you go. Here we
Yeah.
go. You know, have you
I-
faced a much many of these Neve decks in the ladder, Carpenter? And yeah, of course, give us a short breakdown.
Yeah, no, you're correct. I have not seen a lot of the Neve deck outside of other broadcasts, but yeah, not on the ladder much at all. Uh, but being a Shroud deck, we are seeing like the one copy of No Snitching, which kind of sticks out right away, and then only one copy of Take It or Leave It. Then, so the Baron Squire, whenever that card pops up, I instantly try to get rid of it because it can cause issues quick. Black Market Sentry as well. But again, I'm not super familiar. Oh, we also have like the Saboteur, the Wong, the Serene. There's
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not super familiar with this
Yeah.
deck.
Yeah.
Trying to kind of
Let me let me help you right here, man. Like I know, like of course, this is a kind of a deck that you don't usually see, the Neve. And what's interesting about this is there's like it's a bit heavy in terms of the effects right now. And you can see there's a lot of effects with 23 effects as compared to units. And it's interesting that there's only one black market sentry. As usual, there's usually two or three with some of the other decks that we have seen. But still, there is Neve's Dominion that we have just to clear out the board. And even though you have a Neve's Dominion, it's a 2/2, two with bombardment as well. So he's not only relying on Neve's Dominion. He can only rely. He can also rely on bombardment. And as you can see, draw is the potential here with Brand's expertise, with treacherous scheming as well. Getting to remove some of the important cards that can come from your opponent's hand. And I'm a lover of dark dealings, man, as opposed to unseen allies. So dark dealings, I don't know. I don't know how he's gonna use this, but personally, I want to use this for things that I need. For example, treasure scheming, erasure, or if I'm way ahead, if I don't want my opponent to like just come back, maybe just maybe I can get back a Neve. All right, because you can bring back a Neve from dark dealings. And Triumph of the Lost, two copies, which is not usual. Usually, you just see one copy of it, and that's done because it's not as utilized today in this these meta. But yeah, two copies of this. I think this is a kind of a, how do you say this? An old deck with a few deception tweaks, especially with the presence of bombardment and black market sentry right there, and zealous recruitationer just to pop up the ramp right there. So here we have BlizzconJan with another one. This is the Scipius, the Factor. Can you give us a short breakdown?
Yeah, I'll run through this really, really quickly. We have seen this deck. I think most people have seen this deck on ladder. They've certainly gone against it if they've not been playing it. And we've also seen this in tournaments as well. This is the OTK deck where you're really just kind of ramping in energy super quick using a Hydralisk Chamber, using things like Raven. So once Raven dies, she then gives you the energy. So that's quite a nice combo that works really well. And then we've got, of course, the Leviathan, one of the most crazy powerful cards from Deception. This is the core of this deck where you're going to be getting a lot of that energy ramp, that card draw. you're going to be able to control the board as well. So if the Leviathan sticks, you can then use its ability by paying 3 energy to essentially destroy anything by discarding cards in your hand. It's just such a powerful card. So this deck is just all about ramping in energy. You don't mind if you overflow with the card draw, because everything that you draw extra just goes into your waste, and you can just bring it back with things like Triumph Europa. And yeah, the main thing here is to try and actually use Maritus as the OTK, and then being able to copy some abilities and stats from things like, you know, Wannabe Warlord and like the Hammers, just to kind of give you that nice, powerful end game. So yeah, really strong. Been a bit of a bane on the ladder, but yeah, we were expecting to see this, so he's brought it.
Yeah. So the Sippy is now being represented in the tournament already, but let's look at the bans before we start the match. And PURP versus BlizzconJan. Here we go. PURPs. Oh, wait. Wow. Okay. So PURPs Lemieux has been banned, and BlizzconJan Sippy has been banned as well. You know, from the perspective of a TCG player, what do you think about this, Carpenter?
Yeah, so I was kind of expecting one of the Lemieux decks to be banned. I'm kind of surprised that PURP's version was banned, but and then also assumed that BlizzCon Sippy would be banned as well. It's pretty tough to deal with, especially in the right hands.
How about you, Defactor? Like, what do you think about these bans from these players?
Yeah, I think it makes sense, because if you bring Shroud to a tournament, then one of your biggest threats to your Shroud deck is Marco. Like Marco, whether it be Kathy, ADHQ, Lemmy, they're sometimes so quick. And even though he has brought Neve, BlizzconJan, so he can deal with it with things like Dominion and Bombardment, they can still outpace you on the board early, and then you're putting yourself in an unnecessary position where you're hoping that you can get to your Neve quicker, so that you get your Neve board out to then deal with it. And sometimes they can just beat you like before then. So I think from BlizzconJan it makes sense. His decks are actually good against like the other ones. So like PURP's Sippy, and then PURP's Universal. I think his decks are good there. And then for like PURP, it makes sense to ban the Sippy, because his decks are not going to do as good against the Sippy, but they have a better chance against BlizzconJan's other ones. So both bans make total sense. Like the players have really thought about it. They thought, what's the weaknesses of my decks? What's the big threats? And they basically have taken them out. Yeah, smart.
Yeah. This is gonna be exciting, guys, because this is gonna be the first match that we're gonna be streaming and showcasing here over at the top 16 of the Open 7. And man, I want to see some ATO action, bro. Like ATO and Neve, bro. Like ATO with the iTorrent. I'm not sure if they're gonna reach to that point where the iTorrent will be played, but you know, there are some blockers right there. Mice Mancer, for one, right? If it does happen, Mice Mancer, you will not be able to play ATO, as well as Neve, right? So like, dude, like those, I'm advocating actually right now, like some of the players, like just put in like more Mice Mancers right there too. Actually, just two, like it's good enough, right? It's like Mice Mancer is the saboteur of our of this meta right now. Like before, saboteur used to be more and more, right? And I want to see this first match, and as we are looking at the brackets, and again, Carpenter, like any thoughts, right, on what you see in this kind of meta, like in parallel, right? How does it compare to any TCGs you have played before?
Yep. So the thing I've noticed now is it's kind of a super like aggro and combo heavy meta. So that's why, like you said, the Mice Mancers are huge to kind of stop those combos, stop the musters. Really reminds me of kind of like the back in like, I can't remember the exact year, but it was Ether Revolt and Magic the Gathering. It was super either combo heavy or vehicle heavy. So you're seeing a lot of that, and I really like the aggro in the meta right now.
Yeah, I mean that's a TCG dream already, with a lot of aggros in the meta. And ATO is gonna be played right here. in the tournament. This is gonna be epic, guys. Perp versus BlizzconJan, first match of the Open 7. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Excelsior. What a treat we've got here. As Excelsior said, Acio, and especially Perp's Acio looks so interesting. BlizzCon Jan with the very aggressive, very fast-paced unit Kathy. This is going to be good because, I mean, against Acio, funny enough, Carpenter, I remember when you were kind of relatively new to the scene, I jumped on one of your streams. You were playing against Acio, weren't you? And do you remember I was like, okay, the thing you need to try and do against Acio is just try and beat it as quickly as you can. It's like a race to the face. And so for BlizzCon Jan, this is probably quite a good deck for him to face. He just needs to get as many units down, but not a good start. If you're Kathy, you do not have a turn one. That's not a good start at all, is it, Carpenter?
No, not at all. And also, like the one thing I've noticed is generally you have quite a bit of disadvantage going second playing, Kathy. You need that. Like it definitely helps to have that extra card draw, going second. So going first kind of hurt him to begin with a little bit, or kind of, slowed him down a bit. And then also not having a turn one really hurts. And really not
Yeah.
even a turn two.
No, you're right. I mean, having all three costs, we went through the deck and he's got a lot. Oh god, okay. So he's actually got a turn two now with logistics mastery, which isn't too bad. But yeah, ideally, I think BlizzCon Jam would have loved to have seen like his Crimson Fleet Machinists or maybe like his Red Sand Scouts. Basically, just a one cost to get things going. As it happens, Perp has actually got pretty good hand here. He was able to get the striker down already, and he has already here the Bounty Hunter Network. He's got Raven, so he's got quite a lot of the ways here to start getting the draw happening and to try and control the game. So good start for Perp, but not so much for Yan. But it's improving. He does get a Red Sand Scout, opts to play the Miriel here, which goes into stealth, and he's looking at the Miasmancy he's just picked up as well. What are we thinking here for the next plays for Perp and BlizzCon, Carpenter?
Yeah, I think that Mice Mancer is gonna definitely come into play. That might be a pretty big game changer, as well as having the Saboteur. So things are starting to kind of look up. Having that logistics mastery, um, that'd have been nice to have. That one drop quite like on turn one with the turn two logistics mastery. Kind of got that in a goofier order. But and then I would definitely say that things are definitely looking good for Perp. If they do, if BlizzCon Jan does start getting, like that Wong down here in the next couple turns, they have the Raven, two Ravens to kind of combat that with the relic as well.
Yeah. I love that turn actually from BlizzCon Jan there. So really nice play. He was able to play the Sabo just to do with one of the Bounty Hunter networks, and he was able to play the Trigger Happy Trooper as the second unit just to get its stats to a 3/3. So now he's got Mastery on the board. He's got 3 units, including the Miriel, which he did attack with, took it out of stealth, but she has armed, which is a real pain. For Perp, he lost his Bounty Hunter network, but he does have the Hydralisk Chamber and he has a Raven. He's debating what he does here, what he banks. At the moment, he's not quite been able to get enough cards into his waist. So I think that's probably the issue at the moment for Perp, is that he's not getting enough cards into his waist by playing enough clones on the board. But we're going to see what's he going to do here. Is he going to? So he used the Bounty Hunter network there. He's going to play another Raven. Nice. I'm assuming he's going to make, yes, that wanted as well. Very good. It was good use of energy, actually, that.
Definitely helps
Yeah, big time.
to get him into fill up his waist. But it definitely feel
Yeah.
like it's became a little bit quite a bit more even, especially considering how slow of a start BlizzCon Jan had.
Yeah. What's really cool there is that the Raven, because she basically removes Miriel rather than killing it, it does not trigger Miriel's aftermath. So BlizzCon Jan doesn't get a regular on the board. But for Perp, that was fantastic because he was kind of looking a bit shy on cards there, but that's the power of the Bounty Hunter Network and Miriel, sorry, and the Raven. He was able to then like cycle through, get more cards in his hand, and he was able to control the board a bit. But BlizzconJan comes back with the Wong. Wong's a 6/6, which is really powerful, and this is good pressure from BlizzCon.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely taking a turn. I'm liking the way BlizzCon's been playing this, right? So he's also has the Mize Mancer that he can put out if things start, which is actually going to be pretty good, especially seeing. I'm having a brain fart on that 3-drop. That is one of the win conditions for that deck. Uh, why can't I remember her name? It's Martis.
What the Maritus? Maritus, yeah,
Yeah, Meritus. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, Meritus. So that Mize Mancer is going to be huge against her.
Yeah, it will. It would be massive. Yeah, and we can see as well. Like BlizzCon's been, he drew it a couple of turns ago, and he's been holding on to it. He's only got one copy of Mia's Mancer in his deck, and it's really not the card you want to be banking against this, as you say, because if you can get the Mia's Mancer down and at least stop, like Aisho from being able to play that monster once the deck is empty, that could be huge. That can really win you the game. For Perp here, there was a really good use of Outnumbered from Perp because he was able to fill his board, get a ton of clones on the board as well. So that was starting to throw cards into his waist from the passive of Aisho. And he's able to get Alicia down too. And I think he opted for the Defender there just to make life a little tricky for BlizzconJan to hit face. He did. BlizzconJan though coming back with the Slinger, um the Bloodhound. Yeah, so he's gonna make a trade there. Look at the card draw. Did you see the card draw there? That Bounty Hunter Network is giving Perp. It's just cycling through. It's giving him like so much card draw there. It's incredible.
Yeah, he's definitely cycling through now, and like you said, um, the tips you gave me here, it's a race. Like BlizzconJan's got to get him down to 0 in the next, turn or two. But again, he does have that Mize Mancer, which is very clutch to hold, especially as we tick to turn 8 with only 16 cards left in Perp's deck.
Mm. Yeah. I think Perp's hovering over the Leviathan here just to get more stuff into his waist. Also get a big unit down on the board as well. He's got a couple of options. Be surprised in a way. So he's going to use Rite of Redemption here to get rid of the 4/2 Bloodhound. I like it. And then surely the Leviathan comes down. Here we go. Leviathan comes down. 3 cards drawn. Love it. Oh man, great cards as well. Getting another Raven plus another Hydra's Chamber, which I don't think he really needs at this point. Yeah, he doesn't need it. But the Raven's definitely good here. Yeah, Raven's great because he's actually got a card as well that he can. Yeah, here we go. He can get rid of the Wong here if he wants to. BlizzconJan playing with his companion, just knowing this combo. Here we go. Yeah, you're gonna get rid of my Wong. I get it. So, like BlizzconJan's efforts to try and like just get control, populate the board, overwhelm, so that he has enough units to do direct damage, is starting to be kind of challenged a little bit here because Perp is able to use the power of the relics combined with the Leviathan. And look at this. Oh my god, he's using Cerulean Surge here. So he gets more card draw from the Leviathan. Oh wow. He's down to 4 cards in his deck. He's nearly he's nearly at the point where he can play the Ace Show here. So for BlizzconJan, this is looking really, really bad. And he's not really done enough damage to Perp. Perp's only down to 23. So he needs to almost finish him the next turn, or we could see Ace Show's monster. And that will be the end of the
First time
game.
I've ever seen it. So
Oh, really?
yeah, I'm kind of hoping that because like ever since you told me it's a race, like I do everything in my power. Like I don't concentrate on any other board. I just go race to the face, like nonstop.
Race to the face.
Yep. Yeah, it's as much as it pains me as a Marconian through and through. I kind of hope to see the monster.
Yes,
but then I want
yeah.
BlizzCon to be able to deal with it, right?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, BlizzconJan still has the Miasmancer. I'm wondering if he's going to do it next. Probably should
Yes, it's
because
probably the time to play it.
he needs to block it. Yeah, he needs to block it. This is good damage though. This is going to take Perp down quite a bit actually to 11. And then here comes the Miasmancer just to
Yep, there it
stop the
is.
monster the next turn. So it's definitely
Yep.
not over. In fact, to be fair, oh my god, he got it! I was going to say he gets an orbital strike, he wins. He
There it is.
potentially wins.
If he does
Wow.
it, take him this turn. This is
Yeah, I
close. This
mean,
is definitely taking a turn.
yeah, I don't see how Perp at the moment could. Or I mean, Perp could.
Oh no, because he.
That being said, no, Perp's not going to have enough. I don't think. I don't think Perp's going to have enough damage. He potentially could use the Maritus, but I still don't think that's going to be enough damage to OTK. Whereas for BlizzconJan, he literally needed the Orbital. Orbital will win it for him the next turn. The Miasmancer was huge there. Miasmancer blocking the Aishio's monster. Now Perp has to find a way to win this turn.
Or
Does
else
have
it's
Cerulean Surge.
orbital.
Surge is decent plus Maritus, but yeah, he's gonna have to try and get the hammer, I think, in the waist, right?
Yeah, because if
Even
it was, because without that Mirror's Master, it would have been, this would have been game for Perp. He would have taken it this turn. So that was extremely clutch. And it was good play, holding that clear until this point. So he
okay,
gets
so
rid
she's
of
going
it
for
there.
like a board clear. Ooh. I mean, of course, Perp doesn't know that like BlizzCon's sitting on an orbital and the orbital will
That's
win it.
game.
Wow, lovely stuff there.
That was
Perp nearly had it. Perp so nearly
that
had
was
it.
a
You know,
good
like
match.
yeah, if BlizzconJan doesn't have that Miasmancer, then I think Perp wins that just from the monster. But that's the thing. That's the power of the Miasmancer, right? It basically allowed him to like stop Perp from winning, so that then he could top deck and then get his win con for the next turn. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant.
That was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I wanted to see the monster come out though.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to see it too for you, so you can see it. It's actually pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, maybe we will see it if Perp, of course, gets through. We might see it later on in the tournament. But well played from BlizzCon, because to be honest, he was putting the pressure on early. He had a bad start, right? Let's not forget he wasn't able to go on the first turn. Then his second turn was kind of like playing mastery, so he still wasn't able to really get any units on the board on turn 2. It was only on turn 3 he was able to start getting stuff going, and that's kind of quite late actually against Aisho, because you're kind of almost 2 turns behind with the damage to the face with units, and then you've got to try and establish them. And then for Perp, he was kind of in that position early on where he had the Ravens, and then he had the Chambers, and so he was just able to kind of like play Raven, Chamber, and just keep control that way of the board. So I think BlizzCon done really well to find that damage. The mastery came in clutch. You were talking about the mastery, how that's been brought back, and that does a lot of damage with the crack shot, because the crack shot then isn't doing 3, it's doing 5, and that actually really helps him, because that got him to the point where then just an orbital was enough with the fleet support to get it over the line. So was there anything you thought maybe BlizzCon or let's say Perp could have done differently there in your experience, Carpenter?
I feel like BlizzCon played it absolutely perfect, right? Because just keeping it, staying calm and collect through the rough start, right? And Perp again, it was really looking really good for Perp there for the longest time. And then that fleet support with the logistics mastery was huge. Without the mastery, it would have been a different game, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. I agree. The mastery really came in handy for him. But Perp, never one to almost fold from the early game. He's still plenty to play for. So Perp is going back with his Aishio. And BlizzconJan bringing Neve here. So that, again, this is very much a race. BlizzconJan, in my experience, loves to race to Neve as quickly as he can, and often uses things like take it or leave it, or He uses like now Zealous Requisitioner. He used to use Shard as well, I believe, but I don't think we saw the Shard in his deck. So I think he's more relying on like the Requisitioner for the energy ramp combined with just a solitary take it or leave it. Yes, there's no Shard here in the deck. So yeah, for BlizzconJan, he's got quite a nice, well, slightly nice opener. He's got the Embedded Agent, doesn't really have a turn two. But for Perp, he's got, again, nice aggressive start, looking to bank one of the strikers, and then I guess play a striker for that early pressure.
Absolutely. I do always like seeing the like um ratio. Like just the like turn one, it seems like every time you play you see the striker, right? And then
Yeah.
um oh, he's banking his right. Well, I guess yeah, because I don't see again. I don't know how to play Ratio that well, but after seeing this, I definitely think I need to put it in my arsenal because trying to get into the mindset of him, of the
Mm,
player, right? Why they would bank
yeah.
the, I'd like especially without having the removal in his hand at that point, right? I generally like to
Yeah.
try to keep, or you'd think you'd want some sort of removal in your hand.
I think the way Perp was thinking there is that he's not going to necessarily have a unit to do the damage to then use that right of redemption, because the embedded agent would just lethally take out the striker, and then he would kind of need to have a unit and play a unit to then attack. So yeah, it's a bit awkward that turn for Perp because he lost his unit. He did bank his striker early, which I wonder whether he could have just kept that just so he could have played that this turn, rather than another bounty hunter network. Look, it's going to get answered anyway from
Uh,
BlizzCon there. And BlizzCon, by the
that was
way,
a good.
he's only running one Miasmancer in his deck, and he's already found it. So again, we saw how powerful the Miasmancer was in his last game with Kathy. He only run one Miasmancer there. He found it early enough that he could stop the Acio. He's also found it again here. So BlizzconJan right now with his hand looking really good. He's got Dominions for that removal. He's got a Requisitioner, although he doesn't have anything in his Singularity yet. So he's going to need to possibly use, say, like the Siphon and then use Requisitioner to then give him that ramp. But yeah, Perp's a little bit awkward at the moment because he's kind of doesn't really have anything to play here. And that's kind of bad.
Yeah, he's super heavy on the energy cost. And
Yeah.
we'd probably like to see it could really change the game getting a um hydro or the chamber, right?
Yeah.
Because then you can and I don't remember, is he playing just one copy of um Take It or Leave It? Or was that
Yeah.
BlizzCon
Wait.
Jan is playing a copy?
Yeah, BlizzconJan's playing just one copy of Take It or Leave It. Yeah, that's it. And here it is there. Look, there you go. Speak of the devil. It's just turned up in
There
his
it is.
hands.
So this is
Perfect.
looking really good for BlizzCon. Um and but I think just like we seen last match, these matches can spin really quick
Hmm.
in the other player's favor. So I would like to see a chamber, and then also need some just a it needs a sort of unit he can put down. Um, but it looks like next turn he'll be able to play the Leviathan perp.
Yeah.
Well,
I was wondering there. Okay. I was wondering for a second whether BlizzconJan was actually going to siphon his own Saboteur so that he could then play like the Requisitioner to then give him the ramp. But I like this play because it allows him to get another unit on the board, keep the Saboteur on the board, because again, that's 3 damage that could be quite useful, right? In the later game, just to kind of beat Perp before we can get Acio off. He does draw to the point where he's now got a full hand, so he will waste a card the next turn. But when you look at the options for BlizzconJan here, it almost doesn't matter really if he wastes one card. He's got a nice selection of options in his hand. Here comes the Leviathan. It's gonna hopefully give Perp some better options for the next turn.
we do see
But this
the
is this is
chamber.
decent. Yeah,
I
this is good.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's
So Solace comes in. Solace is able to just like push that card back in the hand of Perp. Solace is such a pain. Have you come up against many Solaces at all, Carpenter?
a few. Generally, I don't think New Dawn. Yeah, I think I've seen a few copies of New Dawn. I haven't seen a lot of Neve. Generally it's New Dawn I've seen played a lot of, and
Mm.
I think Solus has been played in a few of those copies. But see, Lemmy's usually pretty quick and does well against Shroud in general.
Yep. This is good from Perp here. He uses the Raven just to remove the 6/6 Wong, and he's able to get card draw because of the Bounty Hunter network. And here comes Gaius and Dulius, which is then able to bring the Leviathan back.
That's a good
Very
play.
nice indeed. Yeah, really nice that. More card draw. This deck has got so many ways to keep cycling through, hasn't it? It's almost like a deck where you'd be so unlucky if you ran out of cards in your hand because the card draw is just insane in the deck. And it's actually what
Absolutely, and yeah,
Cathari needed, really.
absolutely, yeah. It's definitely kind of went from having no option to play there for a turn or two to having really turning it around, at least turning his hand around.
Yeah.
He's still got some work to do, but I feel like he's in a better spot than he was 2 turns ago.
Okay, interesting. So BlizzconJan removing the bombardment there, which he sees as more of a threat to his own board. He's actually at the point soon where he'll be able to get lethal, but the Leviathan on the board will be able to do some damage here because Perp can use its ability to remove a unit. I'm guessing Perp could also trade here, but I think the trades aren't as useful. What's interesting is that like BlizzconJan there, he opted not to take the Mearsmancer. He opted to take the Bombardment. So the Mearsmancer can, of course, still block BlizzconJan from playing like Neve. Of course, BlizzconJan has his own Mearsmancer, so he can block Asio. So we could see possibly a bit of a Mearsmancer situation soon. But yeah, for Perp, he hasn't done any damage yet to BlizzCon. That's the thing. But that being said, it's not necessarily a problem if you can just get like your deck down to 0 so that you can then play your A show. Because if you have enough cards in your deck that have enough power in there, then you're going to have enough damage just to kind of OTK from the A show's monster. So playing Raven here, going to use the Leviathan's ability and the Hydralisk Chamber, of course. Okay, more card draw, tons of card draw actually.
Oh yeah, because he's got 11, and if he keeps, he's gonna play
Here we
Martis
go.
or
Maritus.
Meritus.
Okay. Oh, there's Otius in there. Okay. That's nice.
I don't remember. Does he have? I didn't remember if I seen the hammer in
Yeah,
there.
he's gone for the Otius ability. And he's going to now kill, I believe, Maritus and gets the Otius ability here with the double
There we go.
6/6. Yeah, really good. BlizzconJan using the emote there to say like, hello. Yeah, I see what you're up to.
I like that.
Nice. Yeah, look at this. Really good play from Perp. So Perp was able to use here the power of the Hydralisk Chamber, the abilities. Look at this. He's going to use the ability now of he's going to use Maris Command actually. Oh my word, it's insane card draw. Really good control. BlizzconJan is 1 turn away from being able to play his Neve. He's going to have to Dominion here to remove the threats. He takes 6 damage there, takes him down to 18. But now for Perp is able to play the Mearsmancer here that will be able to block BlizzconJan for 1 turn. And that could be significant because Perp is down to 4 cards in his deck. So he just needs to be able to play a few more clones here. He's also got outnumbered, but outnumbered isn't particularly good. He's going to play the hammer.
Now if he's no,
Okay, yeah.
he's
It's going to give him some energy. And here comes the Mearsmancer, which is going to be able to block BlizzCon from playing his Neve. Going to play the Striker, I think, as well, right? Needs to get the Striker down.
There we go.
2.
I was wondering why 4, because I was like, yeah, you're surely playing the Mearsmancer here.
Yep.
There we go. Yeah, and then the Striker as well.
Yeah, and that's actually kind of important the way he's done that in the order, because you don't want to be playing the Miasmancer almost second. Even though, to be fair, like it'd be difficult to copy with the Triumph because the Miasmancer wouldn't really trigger. But I think that's still the right order there. Getting the Striker down second. So this is a tricky one. That being said, he's not gonna have enough damage, is he? I was thinking, like with Perp down to 8, BlizzconJan took 6 damage from the Dominion, but yeah, I don't think he's taking any more corrupted damage. Is he just gonna go face? He's gonna go face here. I don't think he's gonna have enough though. Ooh.
It's gonna be close, but not quite. I don't think.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be. If he removed all the units on the board, I think he would still be short on the damage from, like, say, Amalia. He's gonna get rid of the Miasmancer though, is he? No. Okay, nice. Outnumbered. We can see here Perp's deck is completely empty now though. So you might get your wish here, Carpenter. You might see the monster.
Let's go.
Yeah.
See, this is another very close match.
Ooh.
So there goes the Miasmancer.
Perp at 6, but yeah, he's not going to be able to get the Malia down. Oh, here we go.
Is it monster time?
Oh, it is. It is monster time. Here we go. All that, and you didn't really see it. It happened so quickly because of the Go Fast patch.
37,
you almost didn't see it.
I gotta peek at the number.
Yeah, you saw it for like half a second.
Yep. That was awesome.
Love it. Like before,
going to game 3.
Yeah, before the game done a Go Fast patch, so it sped up all the animations. You would actually see the monster come down for a bit. You'd have a good look at it, and then it would kind of attack. But like now, it's like boom, the monster. Was there a monster? What happened there? You know, there was a monster. Yeah, love it.
That was an awesome match. Another huge showdown, right? So like game 1, we seen BlizzconJan start with a real slow start, and then end up coming back, pulling off the win, and then kind of the opposite in game 2 with Perp.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, like Perp done really well there. Had a good kind of, I think, a decent start. Yeah, BlizzconJan, that was tricky because, again, I think if Perp doesn't have that Miasmancer and Perp's only running 1, if Perp doesn't have that Miasmancer, then basically BlizzconJan effectively wins the next turn. So we're seeing here the Miasmancer. Is it the most powerful card in the game right now, just from its ability to influence games? I think so. I really do. We're seeing it here. It's been the MVP so far in both games. Wow. So if you don't have Miasmancer, guys, if you're not running Miasmancer, probably a good time to try and pick one up, right? Do you run Miasmancers, Carpenter?
Oh yes, and everything.
Yeah.
It's
you
actually
run it
because
everything.
of one of your shorts, and then I seen it on one of like on multiple shorts.
Yeah.
And just like across the board. So I started running it, and then I started realizing certain matches that I would be losing, especially against like Scipius and stuff like that. I was having a lot higher win rates. So it is definitely, I think, hands down, the most influential card in the meta.
Yeah, I think it has such a profound impact on like how a game like goes in terms of wins or losses at the moment, especially in these tournaments as well. We're seeing it. We've seen it over the last few tournaments. Well, actually, that's not even true. We've seen it basically over the last year since the Miasmancer came into the game. Initially, there wasn't a big uptake on Miasmancers, but then people started to figure out actually like this card can kind of block them out. And it's just that ability, right? Just to block out so that then they don't really do anything on their turn. And there's like so many powerful cards in this game that rely on musters, right? And so you take away the ability for them to play their musters and they almost can't do anything. And then you almost get like a free turn where, you know, you've got 2 turns for the cost of them doing nothing. So super powerful. I was experimenting yesterday with my Algonquin deck where I was like, oh, I don't think I need to run Miasmancer. So I took it out and then like ended up going on a lose streak. And I was like, yeah, maybe I need to throw that back in again. You know, to stop that.
Are you still running the same deck? This is V3.
Am I still running what, sorry?
Oh, you said August. I didn't know if you were talking about your stealth stealth shop.
So like my stealth shop, I was experimenting with doing a slightly different variation yesterday, and I thought, oh, maybe I just forget about Miasmances and Sabos, and I just focus on like
Oh
just the
no.
Wincon.
No.
Yeah, and it didn't really work, and then I could have put the Miasmancer back in, and now I feel a little bit more comfortable. But yeah, we're actually going to see now. So it's 1-1 by the way, guys. If you've been keeping count, 1-1. Perp lost the first one, but he won the second one, so we're tied. We go into the third game here. Perp playing his his interesting uni workshop deck, and then BlizzconJan running it back and bringing Neve again. This is a tricky one for both because BlizzconJan, of course, wants to get to his Neve as quickly as he can. Perp doesn't run a ton of board removal, but he does. If I remember correctly, he was running the Reckless Abandon, and that's an interesting card. Have you ever seen that card, Carpenter, being played?
I have not. I've seen, well, aside from in matches, on Twitch, but
Mhm.
no, never actually in play, against myself. So
Interesting. Okay, so a quick start here already. BlizzconJan, already on 2 energy here, played the brand's expertise just to kind of get some card draw going. He's got some good cards in his hand now. The scheming's actually quite nice here. I like that Perks running paid off. Super powerful card. We have seen that a lot in different universal decks. It can backfire on you, but if it pays off, it really can pay off, and it can ultimately win you the game. So for the moment, Perp doesn't have any unit on the board, and there's not a unit that he's seeing from BlizzconJan's side either. So it looks like he's going to be banking Right of Redemption here, considering it. The half's quite useful, but we can really see that BlizzconJan has a snitch. So even if that half comes down next turn, or this turn actually, is he going to do it, right? Yeah. That's the play to get that down against a Shroud deck. But BlizzconJan can answer it with the snitch. The only problem is that the snitch doesn't really then allow. Yeah, so it does allow him now to kind of like at least bank and get a scheming going.
yeah.
Still can't get something on the board though. But scheming is fine. I think scheming would be fine. Dark
Because then
Dealing's getting
that's
banked.
that Harf did. Yeah, because really, even with BlizzCon's being a little bit more, aggro-y than some of the Shroud decks,
Mm,
even this is still super, control heavy and effect heavy.
yeah, it
Well,
really
very,
is.
very,
Yeah,
very effect heavy.
yeah. I mean, interesting enough, we've seen quite a few decks since Deception landed, where there's been even more effects in like Neve deck. I've seen, in fact, I even run myself a Neve deck with like 30 effects in there and hardly any units. So, but I like the
Yeah.
BlizzconJan. It's kind of like still maintaining that balance that he was running with his Neve deck before Deception landed, where he would run usually around 14, 15 units. I think in this deck he's running 17 units and then 23 effects. So he's up the units a little bit, as you say, just to try and be a little bit aggressive. But there's still enough like effects there where he's almost not like putting a ton of pressure early on, right? Like Perp's just able to go at a nice pace. He doesn't feel super threatened at the moment. The scheming's nice though. Yeah, scheming's really good.
I'm wondering why he hasn't got rid of the Sanctuary yet. With him having
Yeah,
two, of the Saboteurs. Because I know myself, which
yeah,
again, I'm not near experienced as them, but that's usually when I see that come down, I try and get rid of that right away.
yeah. I
Again,
agree.
he's the
I mean, I was going to say, yeah, I think the way that I think BlizzconJan is kind of looking at this is that he has the ability to remove it now, but I think the important thing for him is he just wants to try and ramp. So I think that last turn he was more interested in, if I just get the Zealous Requisitioner down, I can then kind of ramp in one, and then it gives me enough where I can then also scheme on the same turn. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see it get removed soon.
That makes sense, actually. Yeah, because see, I didn't see it from that angle, so that's makes a lot more sense now. because
But you're
again, just
right
having it
though.
out for one more turn.
Yeah, yeah, you are right though. Usually when that comes down, it's kind of like, okay, I don't want to allow them the ability to kind of like be able to discard something and then get potentially, like a massive card like an Ingrid or a Freydis or whatever, right? Because that can happen.
The Raven.
Okay. So I'm guessing he's going to use the PS8 here. Is he to kill the Raven? Or potentially just use the PS8 to hit the Deserter Acquisitioner and then use the token. He's banking it. There you go.
Yeah,
That's
see,
the line, eh?
yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna hit.
Okay, he's gonna hit
Oh,
the Raven that way. I like it. It's nice.
that
Yeah, it's
that was
nice.
slick.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got the Mirror Smancer on the draw.
BlizzconJan at 5 energy at the moment, hasn't banked yet. We'll have 6. He's going to use an Eclipse Fate, it looks like, against the token here. I think that's just to get another effect down so that when he gets to the Neve board, he can then get a 4-cost unit.
Oh, nice.
He's keeping hold of the take it or leave it. He's only got 1, of course, so he wants to be able to use that just to get him over. But look at Perp. Perp's already got Ingrid in his hand. It's pretty powerful. Just needs to get more stuff on the board. He's already got, as I say, like a Sanctuary. He's got the drone printer now. So he just needs to try and get as many universal like cards down so that Ingrid is really powerful. And plus he's got the Miasmancer too, right? So the Miasmancer can really block out BlizzconJan from playing the Neve.
And we're only a couple turns. Yeah, 3 or 4 turns away from him being able to play that. And again, I'm really shocked at that he's letting that Sanctuary stay so long.
you just get it off the board immediately, right?
Yes, like again, like maybe it's not as big of an issue with his his win cons, but like for me that's just like it has potential to cause so many issues.
Oh, that's interesting as well because we've got what's cool in Perp's hand here is he has a unit, and the name has eluded me actually because I've rarely seen it, but he has the 2-cost unit there that will stop Paragons from being played. So he could even play that, and that would block out a Neve from being played. That's kind of interesting. The Dread Sect Suppressor. Thank you so
He's
much,
got 2
Excelsior.
blocks. Which is good because, like he is playing that I can't quite remember the card's name, but the one where you look in I think is it scheming where you look into their hand and you can discard
Yeah,
something.
treacherous
So
scheming.
he does have 2. He has 2 blocks now with the Mirror Smancer and that suppressor.
So we're going to see rummaging here. Just keep the card draw going. Okay, he gets a Bounty Hunter network. We know how much he loves the Bounty Hunter network. Yes. He's got it in pretty much every deck, but he does have to think a little bit. I think him timing the Miasmancer is going to be key as well. He doesn't know. Okay, I think Perp can afford to not play the Miasmancer this next turn. Be interesting to see what he does though. He might just play it and then play the Dread Sect Suppressor after on the turn after. He's gonna play it now. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, block him.
And the bounty. That's good. That's better use of energy actually. It doesn't waste anything. And he's already seen Perp that BlizzconJan played his take it or leave it. And Perp being Perp would know that BlizzconJan only is running 1. So he would have taken note of that when he looked at his energy and thought, okay, so if he's just used it, then he can't at least take it or leave it to his Neve. I can afford to play the Miasmancer on the next turn.
Absolutely.
He's got Ingrid and Freydis in his hand. Wow.
I know whenever I've played against the... Or go ahead, sorry.
No, you go ahead, please.
Oh, I was just gonna say, whenever I play against the uni uh, deck, it's usually game over shortly after they play either of those cards. Um,
Yeah,
so
they're
having both is
super
pretty
powerful.
awesome.
Yeah, we're going to see a Dominion here though, just to try and remove some of the board. The issue here is that he's going to remove his own units. He does take quite a bit of damage, but he's already got the Malia ready. The problem is that for Perp can block that Malia this next turn, and he can block the Neve. So we are going to see the Mearsman to come down here. He says that we should see it. I don't. Sometimes you can predict stuff and then it just doesn't happen. But like realistically,
I think
Perp
that's
knows that
good.
BlizzconJan can play his Neve the next turn if he doesn't block it.
Get off.
Is it gonna be a paid
He's
off?
holding
Yeah, it's
on.
gonna be a paid off. Nice. Okay. What's he going for here? He's got the Solace. Is he gonna go for what I think he's gonna go for? Is he gonna go for the Adira? I guess the Solace. Okay. Plays the Solace there. Yeah, nothing to push back on the board, but just takes a big threat. And then here comes the Mearsmancer. There we go. Perfect play that. And he's going to get a token at the end of this turn as well. So his board's going to look pretty good, pretty healthy. And then for BlizzconJan, he now can't play his Neve. He can't play his... He can play his Malia, but it would be not the right play almost to play it because he's just not going to be able to get the benefit of it. It's a muster card. Just gets another effect away. You can play a Razor on that, on the Solace, which is nice. And then I'm guessing he's going to bank, the embedded agent. Yeah, just get the board wide. Exactly. You don't want to be playing the Malia until you can actually get the muster off it. And the Mearsmancer, of course, has blocked the muster ability from the Malia.
There we go.
Okay, and then he opts to actually kill, to destroy the drone printer so he can get a 6/6 on the board at the end of the turn. I like that. It's really good. And it can't be stolen from Ingrid either because it's got attack of 6. So it's pretty smart.
There we go.
Okay, so for Perp here, Perp's now in a position where he knows that the Neve is coming the next turn, which is an issue for him because Perp only has one Mearsmancer and he's just used
That's what I
it.
was gonna
So,
ask.
yeah.
I wonder how many of the other ones he's playing. The 2-drop that blocks. I
Oh,
can't
what, the
remember.
Dread Sex Suppressor?
Yeah. Is he just running one copy of that as well?
But I think the Dread Sex Suppressor actually came from the Sanctuary, I believe. He's
Oh,
not
okay,
running any
okay,
in the
yeah.
deck. Yeah.
There you go.
But that's the power, isn't it, of the of that Sanctuary, the fact that it
To
gave
where-
him. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So Mercenary Gunslinger just going to be able to remove one of those drones. This is going to be how many things he's got in his waist. So BlizzconJan has 12 cards in his waist. He has played a fair amount of effects, so his Neve board should be pretty useful. He's also got a 6/6 drone on the board as well, which can deal with, say, if he opts to trade it into the defender, and then he could use the Neve then to deal with the 4/4 Freydis. I mean, it's. I don't want to predict. I don't want to. Surely going to. Is he going to go for effects here? Okay, interesting. So he's going to copy the paid off. But when he goes into his deck, he's going to be able to see that there is no Ingrid there, and then that will be the telltale sign that he's got Ingrid in his hand, most likely.
And that's gonna.
But this is actually pretty good because he can now clear the whole board. So he gets a slinger as well. He can clear the whole board here. He could bank the embedded agent and then play the Siren. Yeah. So he's then going to kill the defender with the 6/6, and then the Siren can come in and kill the Freitas. It gives him a nice commanding board, and then he's still going to be able to, of course, play his Neve. Now, what's really good about that is because I like that because BlizzconJan used the paid off. He was then able to see, okay, there's no Ingrid there, so there's no Ingrid there, which now means that like it's most like in his hand. So now what I need to try and do is limit the damage that Ingrid could do to me by trying to remove as many universal cards off the board as possible. So PURP
That
was
was a
using
good,
Sanctuary
really good
there.
play.
Yeah. So now that Ingrid doesn't look as attractive. This is a really tough spot for PURP because even if he plays the Ingrid, he still knows that like BlizzCon is able to play Neve like soon, almost the next turn. And then he's going to have like a crazy big board to deal with and not many ways to deal with it.
Absolutely.
And he is not running, he's running 3 bombardment PURP is. So maybe if he gets a bombardment.
I'm trying to remember if he's banked any.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing any being banked actually.
I don't either. And
Here
it's
comes
only
Ingrid,
7
though.
cards left. There should be.
Ah, look at that. Nice. So he opts for, yes, nice. He opts for that BlizzconJan has to discard a card, so there's no Malia now. Can't get any Malia damage, and then he can use the Siren, he can steal it. It's pretty good. So he can kill that, and then he can trade into the 1/1 if needs be. But he's just going to go face there. I like it. Get extra damage, take him down to 12.
This
Okay,
is
so
going to be
BlizzconJan.
another close one.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to see the Neve be played here.
First time I've seen that as well.
Really? You've not seen the Neve be played yet at all?
Yeah, I haven't. I haven't even played against a lot of Neves. Generally, it's New Dawn and Brand.
Okay. Well, at least you
we
actually get
go.
to see the Neve here. It's not as quick as the
Yeah.
Asia's monster. You see Neve. She's here. And he's going to get a decent board, actually. So far, not too bad. Gets the agent. Okay, the Fungal Grenadier is actually great because he can now target that for decay. That's going to kill the Slinger as well as the Siren. Okay. A lot of this though can get wiped with the bombardment so far. Okay, Ruthless Sergeant. Interesting. He's going to use Ruthless Sergeant's ability to get rid of the Ingrid here, I believe. Yeah, here we go. This is really good. He's going to lose some energy, but he doesn't really matter. Oh, he gets a Kathy? Oh, wow. He gets Kathy, Sword of Valley. Okay, and he gets a Jonah. Wow. Okay, so those 2 cards were massive. The Kathy as well, because he hasn't really done a lot of damage. So the Kathy could be massive, just at giving him that real big damage now each turn. Fantastic.
I feel like that was a very good Neve.
Oh, okay. It's interesting that BlizzconJan traded there because he already had the Fungal Grenadier. I think, is it because he was, oh my God, Kathy. Of course, Kathy hits the 1/1. Are you kidding? There was 1 unit on the board and Kathy hits it. Wow. Not ideal. Would have preferred that to the face, actually.
Absolutely. I feel like it's always the opposite whenever I have a Kathy out. She just seems to go face,
Yeah,
even if there's like 4
there
units out.
is. So he did bank a bombardment. Yeah. It's going to kill most of the board.
4 units left. I think
Nice.
that's a pretty good outcome compared to what the board was mere seconds ago.
Massively. And what he's also got as well is he has the token coming down this next turn, so he can use the artillery juggernaut token to be able to hit for 2. He's also got a slinger. Slinger can deal with the Cathy or the fungal grenadier. There it is.
He's gone.
Nice ping. So isn't that interesting? Like BlizzconJan working so hard to get that Neve board, and now bombardment being in the game for everybody. It's quite a nice way just to kind of say, okay, that was your win con, but I've effectively wiped most of it out now.
Yep.
So now BlizzconJan has to try and win without his massive Neve board. Here comes the artillery juggernaut. It's going to hit the grenadier, I believe. There we go.
Yeah, especially with him not doing BlizzCon had not doing a bunch of damage prior to that Neve. Puts him in a tougher spot.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, BlizzconJan now, I really like this here. BlizzconJan with the paid off, he knew that there wasn't many units left in the deck, but he did know from earlier that there was a Sabo, and he just wanted to get rid of the Sanctuary so that it removes any threat of PURP being able to play like another Freydis or another Ingrid. That's nice play that. Clear the board, get some good units down. He's still got a defender. Reckless Abandon is in PURP's hand. This could be interesting. Are we going to see it? I think we're going to see it. Here we go. Reckless Abandon is going to be able to, I believe, wipe this board, the entire board actually. Does 20 damage to non-vehicle units, so that's a board clear. Lovely. And it's a nice board clear as well because he didn't have anything on his board. So he's not actually clearing any of his own units as well. It's nice and clean. Okay, he's actually got the arms dealer here. But it doesn't really have any units at the moment for the arms dealer to be effective with. And so I think that's what PURP's kind of considering, is that like, if I put this down, I almost want to have like some units there so I can start to use the ability of the arms dealer to then give them weapons caches. Cyber deck is good. BlizzconJan, maybe a little bit frustrated. He's playing with the companion. He knows that he's kind of running out of ways here to win this game. See it out. He's already lost his Malia. The Neve is now done, so the Neve board's finished. Scheming coming in is pretty nice, though. Especially with the Baron on the board. That could cause a little bit of havoc. However, PURP does have a way to block it. He has a way to block it if he keeps the sentry.
Part of me thinks he's going to play the sentry. And then play the... I guess I don't see a reason he wouldn't play the sentry here.
No, I think he wants to hold on to it because if he gets schemed, he has a way then to stop the scheme with the cyber deck, and he's going to be able to do that now. That's perfect. That's why he held on to it. Yeah. So far, what we can see here now is that this is a danger zone for PURP because PURP is now completely out of cards. He's at 0. He's already at 13, and he doesn't have a good board. He's going to start to take fatigue damage here. And so we could see actually PURP losing to fatigue damage. He has no way to heal. And he needs to find 12 damage, which he doesn't have at the moment. Okay, here comes the artillery just to remove that Baron, leaving a solitary Zealous Requisition on the board. There's a bombardment there for BlizzconJan. He can bank that.
See, really, BlizzCon just needs to kind of, stall out.
Yeah.
He's gonna play the bombardment.
Yep.
Oh, Mace Mancer.
Okay. That's pretty nice, actually. That's really
Not
nice.
looking good.
That's what you want to see.
for Perp.
Oh God. Okay. Perp's almost run out of. Well, to be fair, Perp can play the arms dealer and he can use the ability. Is this going to be enough? He's going to be able to buff this. This actually is. Oh, damn. That's actually going to
Just
be enough. That's going to be enough.
that is.
It's going to be exact. That's
Eh,
absolutely
eh,
insane. That's
Holy cow.
exact lethal. Wow.
Oh
So this is
man.
what he was
Holy
waiting for.
cow.
Yeah, that's absolutely
Holy
amazing.
cow. Right on it. On the money.
Yeah,
12.
he needed a unit to stick so he could get the cartel arms
Let's
dealer.
go.
Love it. That is so good. What a win there from Perp. Honestly,
That's
incredible.
also
I think
good.
that's the. Is that the first time you've seen that actually, Carpenter? That arms dealer ability.
Actually, I've
Congrats
had
to
that
Perp, by
done
the
to
way.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had that done to me.
That's pretty amazing.
It was not fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like
Bro.
scratching my head, like, what is going on here? And then did realized.
Yeah,
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
Congratulations
Amazing,
to
right?
Perp.
Congratulations. I was actually thinking that BlizzconJan was like really well ahead against Perp, but like, bro, he was just like holding it out, and like he was
Yep.
going to go into fatigue. For example, if anything gets revealed, or he's gonna get extra draws, Brand's expertise,
Mhm.
any draw mechanics that can get him overboard will add like 2x more fatigue, like 2, 4, 8. Like, dude,
Yep.
this is gonna be lethal right there. But man, I was like looking at that, like if he does stick, Cartel will be able to do it. And bro,
Yeah.
amazing win, two
Yeah.
one for 2-1 for Perp. And guys,
For Perp.
are you convinced right now that Myers Mancer actually really helps? Like, because two of the matches that we saw actually won with Mice Mancer on board. What do you think about that, Carpenter?
Mice Mancer is the card. If you're not running it, you're handicapping yourself, I feel. Um,
Yeah. How about you? The factor, like, how many times has it saved you, or like got you that win?
Yeah, it's so many times I can't even count how many. It's
Mm,
you forget sometimes how important that is, and then when you see it in a tournament like that,
yeah.
um, how basically just playing at the right moment can either save you from a loss or effectively win you the game. I think the
Mm-hmm.
other thing we need to mention here, because I think it's really important, is in that last game
Mm-hmm.
for Perp,
Mm-hmm.
what we saw there was what Universal or Unishop was missing before
Yeah.
Deception, a way to clear the board. So Bombardment and
Yeah.
Reckless Abandon well allowed him basically to just draw the game out so he could then get a unit to stick, he could then get the weapons the arms dealer down, and then
Mm-hmm.
get the weapons coffers, I think they're called, or caches,
Yeah.
then onto the unit. But if you didn't have Reckless Abandon
Mm-hmm.
or Bombardment, then what would have
Yeah.
happened is that then the Neve board would have just been able to just see the game out, right? So
That's right.
so important that now there's a clear for everybody, and that if you use it in the right way, that in itself, along with Mere Spencer's, can give you
Mm-hmm.
the win cons eventually. So really good.
Yeah, the design team actually was like saying, "You get a clear, you get a clear, everybody gets a
Yeah,
clear."
everybody gets a clear. Everybody's a winner.
Yeah, like,
Yeah,
yeah, it's
yeah.
amazing. Like, a reckless abandon is actually one of the things that I run, especially for Universal. It has, like, it's a good addition to bombardment, right? Bombardment you can bring out from the bank with withdraw,
Mm,
but it costs 8, right? And reckless abandon
yeah.
deals 20 damage. It costs 8 as well. But just a short trivia, guys, for those of you who are watching. Reckless abandon can also destroy anything that comes out from the things that are summoned and aftermath. For example,
All
Odious gets
right.
removed. Like, it becomes like a 6/6, right? 8/8 becomes a 6/6, or sorry, 6/6 becomes a 6/6, 2/6/6s. Those still can get damaged because Reckless Abandon acts like a single ping every time, and 20 pings for Reckless
Oh,
Abandon. Right.
interesting. I actually didn't know that. So even if you had, like, say, a Tetsu down, it kills
Yeah.
the Tetsu. The
Yes.
aftermath then brings those two units, and then they can
Yes.
still get killed from the. Oh, that's interesting.
Wait,
I
but
was
no,
not aware of that.
that's just a vehicle. So make sure that
Oh,
though
that's true.
the vehicles
That's true.
are are not on
It's
board
true.
because those vehicles are, how do you say it? It's protected, so
Yeah,
so to speak.
it's
Yeah. So
non-vehicle,
yeah,
non-vehicle damage. Yeah, that's true.
yeah. Amazing,
Interesting
amazing
trivia.
match right there, right? Yeah,
Interesting. Yeah.
we're here to bring this reviews, guys, and the mechanics because like we're still discovering deception. Although a lot of it has been discovered, but there are some decks that are not yet, kind of fleshed out. And as you can see, our players right now are already bringing it out. But man, BlizzconJan, this is the first time we've seen an out early, top 16, and he's already
Mm.
out, bro, man. I don't know, man. I hope you're not losing your touch, BlizzCon John. But we move on to the next match because this is gonna be a banger. But again, thank you to you guys, especially the factor, since he's gonna be bowing out of this next match that we're gonna be casting. But let's look at the bracket right now. And here we go. We have the updates on the bracket from round one. Dual Note defeats Lucky LOF with a 2-1. Bullbens with a 2-1 against Yarla, the previous world champion. Meat Value gets to lose against Equinox with a 2-1 as well. PURP wins against BlizzconJan with a 2-1 in the recent match. All Heal moves forward with a 2-1. Sora eats the apple with a 2-1. Never Lucky. It's not lucky this time against imcute against the previous majors champion. Gets a 2-0 as well. Zaratustraa is gonna get 2-1 against XC Win. And guess what? We're gonna be casting imcute versus Zaratustraa for the next match with a run it back for the Majors 2 match or Majors 2 finals that they had in the previous weeks. And let's welcome back Kinto. Kinto, are you here? Here we
Yes.
go. Here we go, Kinto. Man, I'm not sure if you watched the previous match. Like how like which one was your favorite? If you did watch the previous match.
Yeah, I did. I did.
Mm,
Definitely, I was super impressed
mm,
about the last effect that was played,
mhm,
clear the whole board, managed to get the advantage in the end since
mhm,
um, Awencore has the workshop has the advantage when nothing of the big weapons like
mhm,
Neve or the ladies remain. Awencore has the advantage because you get the tokens each turn.
mhm.
So it was kind of like after he managed to clear the board, after
Yeah,
Perp managed to clear the board, it was kind of I could say like the win for him in that
yeah.
scenario. It was clear by that time, so that was really great to see. Um,
y-
Being
That's
able to
right.
see workshop overcome by the end of the match.
Yeah, and actually, we got to celebrate as well because Harpenter was able to see Neve and ATO being summoned during this just first match. So like a bunch of firsts right here, and man, first are already done. We're here for a rematch between I'm Cute and Zaratustraa, guys. This is gonna
Oh,
be Majors 2 finals where Zaratustra brought a bunch of relics and was able to like make us all dumbfounded as to what he was doing with his deck, but it worked, and apparently it worked only up to the finals because I'm Cute got one. But now they're back at it again with round two. Let's look at the decks first. Let's start with I'm Cute. And here we go. Oh man. Okay. You've seen this a while ago, Carpenter. This is another Universal Workshop. And can you tell us a bit more about this and how does it compare to the previous deck that you've seen a while ago? Oh, Carpenter, is your mic on? There you go.
Nope, now it is.
There you go.
Sorry about that. I'm bad habit of hitting the mute button. Yeah, so it looks pretty similar to the last one. Running the one Niecemancer, 3 copies of Take It or Leave It. We have, the Wong, Indrid, Freitas, then the Hackers. I can't remember if the last one had hackers in it.
No, no, it did not. Like this is new. I mean, this is it has a comeback. So this is good.
Just say it looks different
Yeah.
with the hackers.
Yeah, and also
Other
take
than
note,
that,
guys, that there's like a Carpenter. You see that there's no reckless abandon here, but there's
there is not.
search the archives, which is basically a kind of Wong, right? It's you get to draw, you get to like get 5 cards, check if there are any effects, any effects, any relics, any units on your hand, and then you can get one of each. So this is actually a good card to see, right? So, man, amazing deck, and I mean, we're gonna be seeing it. Let's look at the next deck that imcute is gonna be bringing. Here we go. imcute. Oh man, Nehemiah is back, and this is gonna be the first time we're beginning seeing it for this tournament. Kinto, can you give us a short breakdown?
Yeah, sure. So I'm cute in contrast from the last tournament that we saw in the majors. He's bringing in a Nehemiah with Altar of Gaia, 3 copies of it, Cyber the Console, a very important card lately in the meta. We see Crimea Conduit, great card for those Shroud matches, Steward of the Garden, Tanak, Moonlit, Terra Glider. These are the usual suspects in Nehemiah. Cyrene, Gafar the Vigilant, another great card to counter combo decks like CPUs. We have Wong, Shaymak for the draw, Terra, Mech, Shield Titan, and Terra. These are the classic legendaries in Earthen. Then we have some RAM cards like Take It or Leave It, Relic Repurposing for those relics, Rite of Redemption, really good really good removal card right now. Virulent Spores, 3 copies of it, and 3 copies of Bombardment. imcute is preparing to actually keep all his tempo and get to those turns where he can play his big chunky units.
Yeah, big chunky units are abound here. Shaymak so nice. I've seen like 0 cost Shaymak so nice. And it's not a good sight. And you see 5/5s withdraw. Man, that's an amazing deck. And let's look at his opponent right now, Zaratustraa, with his first deck that's gonna be brought out. And it is gonna be Lemmy. Let's listen to Carpenter to break this down.
Right. Here, first thing I noticed is there is no logistics mastery in this one, but we do have, of course, the 4 fleet support, the scimitar captain, huge, like game changer. And then, of course, we have the Crimson Fleet Machinist, the Red Sand Scouts, then only 1 copy of the Mice Mancers, 2 of the Saboteur, of course, the Wongs, and then, the standard effects. Well, the one thing I noticed that I haven't seen ran before is the Shield Pod cache, which is that's the first time I've ever seen that. Maybe to kind of block it, get in the way of another aggro deck. But other than that, it looks pretty standard. Can go either rampy or not rampy, opposite of rampy, aggro or control if need be.
Yeah, this is like actually this is the first time we're seeing a Shield Pod cache on stream here at the tournament, and man, having 3 Shield Pods, man, it's kind of interesting. But you can see some other cards support that as well. But I don't know. He maybe you're right, man. He just wants to block anything that can come his way. I don't know, man. I don't know how he will use that, but we will see, because this will be a deck that he's gonna be playing. And let's look at the next deck of Zaratustraa right now. Here we go. We have another Ogun core, but this is a different one. This is classic Ogun. Let's listen to Kinto to break this down.
Yeah, Zaratustraa always cooking outside of the box with this Augen core basic deck. The Reclamators, 3 copies of them, really crucial for those overclocks and getting that extra energy. Kethrexamine, long time no see. A great legendary card, and when I mean legendary, it's like legendary in the context of parallel history. Festus Pulverizers, all the upgrades, box text fine, Repeater Cannon and Critical Fusion for those OTK combos. Forlorn Companion, a really good card for the early game, start overclocking early. Black Market Sentry, huge tempo. Melinx, Arax Scourge, which is the basis of the stealth OTK. Covert Prowler, 2 copies of it with the Battlecry Saboteur, Workshop for Assembly Mechanic, the GOAT of this deck, really huge tempo if you get it early. Grawl, Cyrene, Ruthless Juggernaut, Wong, and Zavastra as legendaries. Take It or Leave It for that ramp, 2 copies of them. Rite of Redemption, again, we see it, and Bombardment, really prioritizing those removals to control that tempo. I really love this deck, running not many 3 copies off, actually
Mhm.
a lot of 2 copies of each card. So really excited to see this deck in action.
Yeah, I think Zaratustra is not a fan of threes. But what he likes to have three of are the upgrades, right? Three Faceless, three Vox Tech, three Repeater Cannons, and three Reclamators. He really wants to make sure that those upgrades don't ghost him when it counts. And let's look at the bans right now. As we can see, the match of I'm Cute and Zaratustra. So that means both the Sippy decks or both the Qatari decks have been banned. Any thoughts regarding these bans? So we are seeing the Universal Ogun Core and the Nehemiah deck and the Lemmy and the Classic Ogun Core. Any thoughts regarding these bans right now? Carpenter, let's start with you. And as we are waiting for Carpenter to unmute his mic,
Still sorry.
thank you again. Thank you again for
So
joining
good at
us
that.
here, guys. Here we go. Oh, Carpenter, what do you think?
New rule: no muting mic, Carp.
Yes.
So I think they're both respecting each other as players. You know, the Sippy deck is super hard to play, but they both know each other's skills as playing each other in the majors. So just not giving that weapon to each other, and they probably feel like they can deal with the other 2 decks a little bit easier than the Sippy deck.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, man. Like, because they don't want any of those shenanigans, considering that they already played it a bit. Any thoughts? Yeah, this is gonna be a hard one because I'm always leaving the hard questions for Kinto. First deck to be played for each of the players. What do you think?
I got this one. This is not hard. We're gonna see Markolian. we're, we're gonna see Markolian versus Earthen. I'm sure of it. This is gonna be the match.
Markolian versus Earthen is gonna be the match, bro. It's I've seen it time and again. What's good about the new deck, the Markolian, the Lemieux deck, is because it doesn't just rely on Lemieux to remove large units. It can also rely on, of course, the new effects that came in from the Deception to remove those. But it's amazing to see this kind of matchup because we don't usually see it in tournaments, and most of these decks are getting banned. And like
I do have something to
Nehemiah,
say about that.
yeah. What can you
So
say, man?
Lemieux is a deck that usually outperforms versus Nehemiah, in my opinion. But I do have to say that I'm Cute's Nehemiah is really tuned to
Yeah.
deal with those big boards from Markolian. So
Mhm.
really excited to see this matchup going forward. So I mean, hopefully we see it, and I'm not wrong that we're
Yeah.
that we're gonna see it or not. But yeah, in this case, definitely all the effects that I'm Cute is prepared for this one. I believe
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
a reason he chose Nehemiah in
Mhm.
this tournament.
Like, and how about you, Carpenter? Like, as an aggro deck player, or as you have already experimented with some aggro decks, have you had any problems like removing large units or getting control of the board with using Lemieux?
Actually, I feel like that's where I have Lemieux's perfect at, right? Because you don't
Mhm.
just need Lemieux. You also have Rite of Redemption. You have
Mhm.
Lemieux's Reign,
Mhm.
and with the um, Mercenary Gunslingers, it's easy to pop that 1 damage, just ping them, and
Mhm.
then get rid of them. So yeah, it's not really been much of an issue, I feel like, and that's a lot of matchups. I do find myself dropping into more of a control, like clear the board,
Mhm.
um, make sure to keep that. That's crucial when playing Lemmy.
Yeah, definitely. I agree, man. Like, that's when it counts. Oh, bro,
Oh,
Kinto, bro. Not one of the two decks are
Absolute
present right now.
mirror.
Wow.
Well, actually, it's not a mirror, but yeah.
guys. This is Universal
Universal
Workshop
versus.
versus Classic Ogan. We're gonna be starting our second match with I'm Cute, the previous majors winner, and Zaratustraa, the previous majors finalist. Guys, take it away.
So yeah, Carpenter, welcome. Welcome to your
Thank you.
first time
Thank you.
casting. This is
Thank you.
actually a really nice match. This is kind of new because of the Deception meta. Watching Unishop versus um, Augencore only. So it's exciting. Really looking forward to see what happens in this match. And if Zaratustraa seems to have a better setup here, if he can land up a OTK at some point during the game, because of all the upgrades, Melniks, and all of that. On the other side, we have imcute with a Unishop that relies on controlling the board, getting tempo from drone printers, eventually landing up the ladies to just disrupt the game. But I feel that that doesn't affect too much Zarathustra's strategy. So yeah, we see Sarah here with that black market sentry right away. This is really good tempo, dropping that saboteur to right away remove a key card in imcute's arsenal, which is the stabilized shard. Big ramp, it's something that's essential for his strategy. He's also going second on the play. So his token will essentially appear later, and that's kind of a disadvantage. We see Zaratustraa here with a covert prowler in hand, thinking what to play. There's actually no other play here aside from probably Prowler, Covert Prowler and Rite of Redemption to remove imcute's Black Market Sentry.
Absolutely. That's uh, again. We see the sanctuary, which we were talking about in the last match, is something I go after always. I don't see anything in his hand to deal with that. In Zaratustra's hand currently, and then. Uh,
Well, Sanctuary is a card that definitely helps a lot in universal decks because you can pull off an Ingrid or a Phrades from something that you don't need, for example. Here, Zaratustra decided to bank the Reclamator. He won't be using that overclock on anything really. He's thinking probably about clearing this market sentry, and he's just going to trade his own, save the Right of Redemption for later, dropping a Defender Juggernaut now. So yeah, it seems that I'm Cute is losing heavily on the tempo battle. Zaratustraa already banks Irene, which is something that can disrupt later on. But well, let's see how I'm Cute plays it. Goes with a bombardment right away to recover at least some of the board. Let's see which also gets a Defender Juggernaut. So yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, that was definitely helped clear that board, and it looked like he banked um the Vox.
Vox like Spine. Yeah.
Yes, there we go. Spine was having a airhead moment there, but he's. I feel like so far in this matchup, it shows, and correct me if I'm wrong, that classic Ogan has an advantage early game at least on Universal. It feels like it's more quick, like quick off the draw, like to, put out more units as well as just get more damage on the board.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Definitely, classic Ogan tends to be like that now. But now towards the mid game, we see the universal power right here. I'm cute with Desmond Walker, Harf, a black market sentry for control, and we have the defender Juggernaut. And in contrast, Zaratustra only has this ruthless Juggernaut. He's totally dependent on his upgrades and what he can do with the Ruthless Juggernaut. He does have the critical fusion, the pulverizer in hand, has a Right of Redemption, has the Vastar and Reclamator in this case, and forced to possibly bank Reclamator here, definitely. I'm curious to see how this plays out. We see the comeback of Desmond Walker, and look at that at the cost of Ingrid. 6. He can play it. imcute can play Ingrid next turn, and that will be an insane advantage. I think um, here
Especially with
Zaratustra
Terry.
goes with Repeater Cannon to essentially deal, uh, be able to attack twice, get the Vox Tech Spine going
Okay.
right away to face. This is really interesting play here. Drops the Tavastar, removes the 2 upgrades. This is classic Zaratustra play here. Removes everything, gets another box. Oh my
Oh,
god. Oh
the
my
calf.
god, what is
Let's
this,
go.
dude?
Is that
Holy.
lethal? That's
Oh my
lethal.
god.
That's
Zaratustra
lethal.
with that insane OTK play. What is this?
That was
Holy.
quick. Holy
Turn
cow.
6. Zaratustra with a win. Wow. Wow.
That was
That's insane.
insane.
Never, like, dude, Zaratustra always impresses. This time, I think it has been the most, like, I've been the most impressed by it. By the fact only that, when a player does so many plays that you, like, actually don't know if he has lethal or not. He calculated everything. And this is the good part of deception. Deception has bring complexity to the game. And these types of plays prove it. He knew he had the 2 upgrades that he needed. He needed Savastar. He had the whole combo in hand and could play it by that turn, and he capitalized on it. This was insane. This is one of the most insane games I've been able to see in parallel through my whole history, I think.
Yes, that was insane, especially with the Ingrid coming out most likely in the next turn. Um, it was awesome. I think it was a great play. It was super cool to see. Again, this is 3 matches or 4 matches in, and seen some of the coolest matches, super close matches. That one was, man, turn 6, OTK. That was super awesome to see. Um,
Yeah, yeah. So, what's next now? Zaratustra has his Lemmy deck. Is he going to face Earthen or Augencore Unishop again? What do you think?
I think he's gonna. I think imcute's gonna run it back with Uni. Um, well, I don't know. I think he will, but myself, which again, not near the player that imcute is, I would probably go Earthen, um, because it's kind of built to deal with Lemmy a little bit, like you were saying.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Definitely, I do think that imcute might think that Nehemiah has an advantage against Zaratustra's Lemmy. Zaratustra's Lemmy definitely have some cards that are not usually seen in Lemmy deck, in my experience. And here it goes. We have Unishop again. You were right, Carpenter. imcute wants that win with the Unishop first, and then leave it up to Nehemiah. He definitely thinks he needs to win with the Unishop in this case, and thinks that Nehemiah is the easier matchup for him. So, right into it.
All right. Let's say that was not a very good draw for Zaratustraa,
Well,
pitching all of
he has
them.
a second one.
Yeah. Oh, he's going second too. That's good.
Yeah, yeah, he's on the
So
play, so he has a second one here, keeping the
that's a lot
Romaine
better draw.
Researcher, Slinger, Lemius Rain, and Crimson Fleet Machinist. I think this is enough for him. He definitely
That's a
needs
very good
to,
draw.
yeah, at this point.
Ooh.
Also thinking about keeping Bombardment. Definitely Unishop, especially going first against Lemmy. I'm confident to say that it has an advantage. The black market sentry is huge in this matchup for imcute.
Absolutely.
Okay, getting that
Oh, there we
machinist.
go. Got another one.
Exactly. Red Sound Scout has a lot of units here to populate the board and start dealing some damage to face. Zaratustra is known for just going face. Like he has a really good decision making about when to go face and when to trade. And it's like super polarizing. Sometimes you've seen him like going face a lot, and sometimes you just see him trading, and it's like, why is he trading in this scenario? But usually he ends up being right, as you might know.
Yes, that's I really like watching Zaratustraa just play, just how, methodical it is.
Yeah, correct, correct. So here we see Zaratustra already populating the board a lot. I'm cute with the Romain researcher right away, getting those draws, has a bombardment in hand, has that Desmond Walker for that early endgame play, gets the Cyber Deck console. Super good card in this matchup to prevent those orbital strikes paired up with fleet support. And Zaratustra is thinking here, what should he do? Will he go with Remius Lane, buff his board, trade, or will he go Romain Researcher for max draw? It seems he doesn't need too much draw right now, so let's see. Many options to play right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm wondering if he doesn't get rid of that Century with the. We easily got 3-2. Like ping it with the Slinger and then play the Rain to get rid of the
Black Market
Century.
Center. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's definitely a good option. I'm not sure if Zaratustra seems to be more interested in the Romain Researcher because of the draw. I'm cute is kind of low on cards, not so much, and not needed. He's not too much afraid of one unit with a lot of stats since
Yep.
he's. But there you go. It seems he's gonna go for it. He pinged both.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Hopefully he take. I think he's gonna take rid of the.
Yeah. Romain Researcher, it is. Definitely he's afraid from more draws
Oh yeah. Yep.
and populating his hand. For I'm cute, populating his hand, cycling through his deck, getting the cards he needs. He definitely has bombardment, can clear this whole board. Zaratustra is a genius because this now we see why he pinged. So
Yep.
because in the case I'm cute play bombardment, his sentry would also be gone. Oh my god.
That was really smart play. That's like thinking multiple turns ahead.
Yeah, correct. He knew like this guy's gonna play bombardment next turn most likely. I'm just gonna ping his black market sentry so it disappears with the bombardment. And I'm cute goes with the attack juggernaut. That armed is really nice in this matchup. Zaratustra most likely going Romain Researcher here for the draw, since now he's the one kind of running low on cards. The Recon
Absolutely.
Specialist at this moment against this deck is not super helpful. Definitely can help with being paired up with a Romain Researcher.
That was a good draw.
So more draw for Zaratustra here. Gets a shield pod cash. One copy of it he's running, right?
Fine answer. Yep. Just one. I like
Really
that he
good
got that
card
wall.
to stall the game and be able to drop those orbital strikes and effects to face. So interesting addition to the Lemieux deck.
Yeah, that's definitely one I would not expect, but not to say like that does make kind of stall it out a little bit, especially against other aggro decks. It's probably going to work real well against this Ogden Core deck to kind of slow it up, like you said, to throw that damage out, as he does have that fleet support in his hand as well.
Yep. So I'm cute with the Saboteur in hand. Zaratustra has not played fleet support. He's probably saving it for later. Has a bombardment right now to kind of deal with this board. Not quite the play here. He goes with Wong, which is to don't float any energy in this case. Let's see what he gets. Another Recon Specialist. Rite of Redemption, Lemius Ring, Orbital Strike, and another Rummaging. He opts for Lemius Ring and Romain Researcher. Let's see if the buffs land on the recon specialist. They don't.
Oh, he's landing
And
on
just
Wong.
decides to go. Nope. He knows he needs to he needs to trade a bit
Get
here.
ready.
Definitely
Oh, like I
set up
said,
that
that arm
bombardment.
definitely does a lot of damage, especially against Lemmys.
Yeah. So now Zaratustraa with the full hand, with a full hand, many resources in hand. I'm cute. Also with a lot of resources here, especially Desmond Walker has that attack juggernaut for a clean clear on Zaratustra's Wong. Setting up the drone printer, I'm cute here, and the cyber deck console, just dropping that so he can have them in case he draws one of his ladies and get maximum advantage from there on. Zaratustra with a big hand, lots of options here, lots of decisions to make in this case. Romain researcher probably going to the bank since he's full of cards, or he might just like refill his hands to get a very big combo in some turns ahead. What do you think is the play here, Carpenter?
I'm trying to see if, well, he don't really. He could also clear here too with, um. Oh, so he is going to go with the fleet support. The fleet support into the. What is he going to go bombardment to get complete?
He's
No.
using bombardment here. Like might be able to save it for next turn though.
He, I seen
Or
him
let me
hovering
rain.
over the ability of the fleet, so I was kind of wondering. The only thing I could think him wanting to pull that off for was the bombardment.
Ooh,
Oh,
he decided
I
to go
forgot about
with
this.
Scimitar Captain.
That's a
And
good play.
guerrilla warfare get that
Oh
Desmond.
yes,
No
get rid of it.
saboteur right away, definitely
Let's
to
go.
prevent and double the
Yep.
cook for Zaratustra here with guerrilla warfare, getting that Desmond now.
There we go.
Saboteur and gets Desmond two cards that are super detrimental for Zaratustra's strategy, but ImCute gets the
Pulls
other
another
Saboteur.
one.
However, okay, no, he can play it. He can play it freely. He didn't have to waste a bank there. Gets Zaratustra's fleet support,
That was
but we
huge.
see that Zara still has that bombardment that can actually clear the most of this board paired up with Gunslinger. Next turn, probably MQ choosing for Defender this time.
Yep.
Okay,
He
he
draws
does.
another.
Guerrilla
Yep.
Warfare is super good in this matchup. Um, Being
Very
able to
good.
discard one of the ladies, just in case Desmond was a great discard there for Zaratustra. Unlucky he, um, unlucky for Sarah that I'm cute got another Saboteur.
Yeah, that was, and he's only running two. So to grab the, I believe he's only running two. So to grab the second one, right off a hand, with 21 cards in, that's some good odds. The parallel gods are in his favor.
Yeah, yeah. This reminds me a lot of when Nambi said that Lemieux is actually a control deck, and we have seen it here. So many removals, so many ways to deal with big units, not only board removals like bombardment in this case. You see
Mhm.
here Lemius Ring on the defender, and now the Slinger can also deal with the Romayan researcher. Zaratustra saved his own Romayan researcher in this case. So he has more draw and keep on getting resources, which is what he needs at this moment. Really good cycling of the deck and usage of all his weapons. He's really capitalizing
Absolutely.
on that min maxing, as they say.
Yep.
And there it
Absolutely. I
goes.
noticed he. Oh,
Yeah,
there
go
we.
ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I noticed that he checked before he was hovering over his right of redemption before he banked it, and then checked his ways to make sure that he still had some more before banking that
Yeah,
right of redemption.
yeah. Like I might need this for later. So is it safe to bank? I have more in my deck. Let's do it. So there it
Absolutely.
goes, stealing that irregular and not quite like the super Ingrid. In this case, definitely helpful setting it up. imcute gets that diplomat for more draw and cycling of his deck. Zaratustraa thinking if he should go Romayan Researcher here.
He does. Oh, I forgot he has two in his bank, two bombardments in his bank as well for later.
Oof, and the Quartermaster. Going to need to improvise Zaratustraa. He is kind of feeling he's in a pickle here. Quartermaster needs Assault in this case to trigger its effect. Lemieux also, if he wants to trigger everything, he doesn't have a way to deal Assault. A Slinger would have helped in this situation. I think he was trying to fish for a Slinger and get more draws going with the Quartermaster. But it seems he's forced to go with Lemmy and recover something. Saboteur,
Going
running out
Saboteur.
of time.
He's gonna, I think,
Okay.
go rid of the console.
Yeah, console it is. No counters for his orbital strikes now. He can just stall the game and wait to get the lethal going. imcute already played his Ingrid, so only has Frades now. But I feel that imcute's board is gonna get huge this turn. He's gonna be able to to keep his tempo going forward. Zaratustraa running low on cards in this scenario.
Absolutely, and Zaratustraa is also behind on life.
Yeah. Oof. This armed
And a clear
irregular
board.
is doing the job really good. Okay, nothing
Absolutely.
here
That
for
was a good steal.
Sarah. No way to recover his bombardment. His only bombardment that's in the waste. And this is what happens when Lemmy runs out of resources and loses tempo, especially because it relies on the keyword assault, which
He has a bombardment in his bank, it looks like.
so he can play
Or
bombardment actually.
he could, yeah. And it would just
Or
leave
withdraw.
his Ingrid.
Okay.
I think that's the
Okay.
play.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely the play. Okay, there it is. Bombardment. You
Perfect.
called it. Carpenter. Very good. Clearing up the board, getting that red sound scout there, hoping it survives and sticks. imcute, on the other hand, not many weapons. Definitely, it's going to be able to repopulate his board in a nice way. Red Sound Scout is really good for Zaratustraa here because he can and will be able to attack over the a Defender Journal, for example. There's definitely a PS8 launcher that can deal with this Red Sun Scout. imcute is pouring over it. Yeah, he's thinking about it. Should he play artillery or this PS8? Nope. He decides to go PS8 on the Red Sand Scout and leave Zaratustraa with nothing.
The cleared board. And that was his last Red Sun Scout as well, I believe.
Yeah. So we're gonna see another bombardment here, most likely.
Yeah. I should get rid of everything but
Oof.
the jug.
Zaratustraa just needs to set up a bit of a board so he can deal assault damage and start getting his Lemmy. For example, going in, forced to play bombardment again. Most likely this turn he's searching for it. There he goes. And this is really good that bombardment has withdraw because he can keep getting it out of his bank and keep on essentially banking cards and drawing. Definitely not good at this point for Zaratustraa since imcute just drew Frades. It's going to give him a huge advantage here. No more bombardments for Zaratustraa. No way to trigger assault with the Quartermasters to recover his only bombardment left. And it seems like imcute's going to cruise from here on. Let's see.
It's looking like Frades is going to come out.
Yeah, he probably wants to play more units or play more stuff
Oh,
so he
yep.
can get like the full effect from Frades. He didn't. He just played take it or leave
Played the
it
phrase.
in this case and play the Frades. He's probably saving that energy for something
Oh,
else.
he's upset about something.
Oh, wait. What? No. I thought Zaratustraa had played Maya Mancer. I think imcute choose the wrong effects from Frades, maybe.
I seen him grab his hair. Like he was upset about something.
Yeah,
He's still
he's upset. He wanted to do lethal damage, I think, and he got
okay.
confused. He thought he had
Oh no.
lethal, but I mean,
Because I
he's
wonder
really
why he
close.
played.
Oh,
He
he
played
left.
her with.
Oh my god, he left the machinist in play, so now Zaratustra can actually deal damage to phase 3 or assault, but it's still not enough for Zaratustra here to deal with this board that can lethal him next turn. I'm cute with a slinger in hand. Bombardment wouldn't actually do the job in this case. Basically all of the units, all of Anki's units are out of range from bombardment here. He can't actually ping with his machinists because he needs the assault. So Zarathustra is in kind of a pickle here.
Absolutely. And I'm thinking he's gonna draw, hope to get a slinger.
Ooh. Okay, more reveals here.
Oh, yeah,
Gets
it
the
doesn't help.
Scimitar Captain. Not quite what you want to see. Okay, we draw the shield pod
Oh,
cachet.
that
Wow.
helps.
There it is. There it is. The lifesaver. Stall
That
the
helps.
games and see if he can get something going.
That was
Okay,
huge.
3 units to cover for 3. Bombardment right away, and that's it for Zaratustra.
All right.
And could instantly play that bombardment like, dude, get these shield pods out of the way.
Yeah, that was just instantly just swatted that back out of there. But we are going to see the um, Earthen versus Lemmy, which I'm super excited
Yeah,
for.
well, it happened. In the end,
Yeah,
it happened.
yeah, it's going to
So
be a good match.
yeah,
I'll be
at
rooting
least
for
I get to
Lemmy
see
though.
what I wanted to see this
Yes,
match. I do think that both decks are super insane. Both decks are capable of winning the match. Um, so yeah, I mean, maybe it will all depend on who gets the tempo going. Both have like a lot of removals. However, I'm cute. I believe I'm not sure if he's running Cyber Deck console in his Earthen list. Don't quite remember. He's running Altar of 3 copies of Altar of Gaia um and another relic that's most likely Cyber Deck console, which it's gonna save him. Aside from all the heals from Altar of Gaia, he will be able to sustain a lot of damage from Zaratustra by the end of the game, which because this match will most likely go end game. And this is the beauty of Parallel right now, being able to use these weapons like bombardment, removals for every deck that just make the game more complex, more fun than just like going with the tempo and eventually getting the win just because you had tempo. So let's see how it unfolds.
absolutely. I think it's going to be. Um, we've definitely seen Zarathustra playing more of the control side of Lemmy, kind of like
Yeah,
you had spoke about earlier. It's and even myself, I catch myself playing a lot in a lot of matchups, playing more of the um, control side of the Lemmy deck, which makes it so impressive of a deck.
nice. Yeah, exactly. So Zaratustra going on the play here. Definitely tempted to go with that Red Sun Scout. Let's see what he banks here. Definitely the Slinger is a weapon that he can use for assaults. So he's thinking about what to bank here. Probably something that he doesn't need right now, like the Scimitar Captain. Nope. Let's see. He wants to play that Red Sun Scout, most likely.
My play here, and it's always a turn one play for me. It's probably might not be the right one. So I'm wanting to see what he does. I would play the Slinger, um,
Just to get
and
rid
then
of
ping
the cache.
that. Yep.
The pod. Yeah, that's
Yep.
actually good. But yeah, Slinger is a super powerful weapon when you need that assault trigger. And yeah, we were talking about the Cyber Deck console. imcute does have it. Okay,
There we go.
really interesting play. Lemius Ring might be it for early
He's gonna
tempo.
ping bombardment and then go. I think that's the play. Is he's gonna go with Lemmy Drain.
He's pondering. Zaratustraa is pondering what to do here. A Slinger, just to clear Tanak early on. He can definitely use the Red Sound Scout to ping Tanak and remove it. He can also ping the Shield Pod Cache with the Gunslinger. Okay.
I think he's trying to decide whether to play the. Oh yeah, because I either go the Scout, ping, and then that's what he's gonna do, and then go with, like you said, with the Lemmy Drain. No, he's gonna ping. That works too. To get rid of the Tanak.
He's saving that Lemmy's Ring for later. He knows that a removal might come
He did
down
no bank
soon. Okay. Now Zaratustraa can actually capitalize on his researcher. Get those resources going. imcute that's definitely just saving his own stuff. Setting up that Altar of Gaia. Has virulent spores to deal with this board, not quite efficiently, but will be able to do stuff. There it goes. Zaratustraa with a big board that probably will disappear here with virulent spores. Yep, it does. Stopping that tempo right on his tracks. Researcher is gonna die. That's the beauty of virulent spores. It keeps on doing damage. Can easily clear and deal with this Zaratustraa board. But yeah, that's why Zaratustraa saved his Lemius Ring. He knows that it can be used on more powerful units rather than at Tanak. That's why he thought it so much, like Slinger in the end. It's not that useful as a Lemius Ring against a Nehemiah, for example, or against a Terra mech Titan. So yeah, he's keeping his Lemius Rings for those big units.
Yeah,
and populating the board insanely right now.
Especially bouncing back from that, borderline board clear. So we'll be able to get that tempo right back.
Yep. Okay. imcute with Tanak here. Drops the Moonlit right away. Get those heals going. Okay, there's a chance here. What's that?
I'm wondering if he's going to use a Lemmy Drain to get rid of the healer. No. Oh, maybe. No, he won't have. Yeah, he'll have enough.
Zaratustraa here is going just like full resources. He actually didn't even bank his. He doesn't want to bank anything.
Oh, Saboteur.
Double draw here. Gets a Recon Specialist for even more draw. But now he's probably gonna overdraw if he keeps drawing here. Yeah, he doesn't want to bank anything here. Zaratustraa does have the chance to trade his decayed researcher. No. Okay, more draw. More draw here for Zaratustraa. cycling his deck like a maniac. I mean, that's super good. That's super good,
There we go.
especially in this matchup.
There's a Lemmy's
Goes
Rain
ahead
to
with
get
the
rid of the
first
healer.
Lemmy Rings to clear this Moonlit. Just gonna pass Defender to Tanak. Get an Irregular also. So this way Zaratustra manages to keep
the
his
lethal.
board here. Okay, this is good.
That's what I like about the Lemmy's Rain too, is you have the opportunity to get that 1/1 lethal, which also is a nice way to get rid of, those big units.
Yeah, exactly. Super good in this matchup.
Absolutely.
Okay, we see Cyrene here for a double clear. Definitely the lethal Irregular we see there, the 1/1. Okay. Get good signery with the Altar of Gaia here for heals. Oof, this is tricky. This is tricky territory here. Zaratustra knows there are relic removals in imcute's hand. Still not at the point where he needs to remove a lot of stuff. He probably is going to be forced to use a Rite of Redemption or a Lemius Ring again. He kind of want to set up there's two ways to win here with a big board and or big lethal effects paired up with fleet support. Most likely that's going to be the way for Zaratustra. So he just needs to be able to set up
Tour.
everything.
There we go.
Okay,
Looks like he's going to go Saboteur here to get rid of the console.
Well,
not the
Saboteur
console,
to get rid of
the Altar of
the
Gaia.
Okay.
So I was looking at the console in his hand and said the wrong name.
There he goes. Lemius Rain, so he can deal with the Cyrene and also populate the board. He's trying to deal some damage with his own board, as we see. This might trigger a Nehemiah from imcute, and Zaratustra will be able to essentially go Rite of Redemption on Nehemiah. imcute gets a Terra, gets mad about it. That's not what he wants to see at this point. I think he was rooting for a Titan in any case. No removals also. Goes ahead with a Wong, search for something that could help him deal with Zaratustra's board, most likely.
Some sort of removal. I can't remember. Is he running? How many bombardments is he running? Or
he's running three bombardments, 3 virulence. So imcute got a lot of weapons now. But it feels like Zaratustra is about to do a ton of damage to face. He's going to capitalize on this opportunity for sure. Let's see how it goes. He can go Slinger. He can actually go double Slinger, Rite of Redemption. He can, and Lemieux. Let's see what he does. Drop the Slinger to face. Well, actually not. He needs to attack face first to trigger all of Lemieux's abilities to do that. So yeah, he is gonna be attacking face first with one of his Red Sound Scouts and probably doing the Lemieux combo and clearing this Wong.
You should ping, ping with the Slinger, or
okay,
no, I
setting up for something else.
Line we don't, yeah.
Okay, Rite of Redemption.
Maybe he's playing his fleet support here. That's why he didn't want to go with Lemmy.
He's gonna go Quartermaster. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Recover his Rite of Redemption or something else that works for him. Or Lemieux's Ring. Yeah.
There we go. Such a good card.
Recon Specialist. There's still no well, yeah, Bombardment is there for imcute. Zaratustraa is probably saving his fleet support for end game to just be able to deal damage. imcute is already at 18, definitely. Okay, Cyber Deck console for imcute to prevent those orbital strikes. But it feels like Zaratustraa is going to be able to remove it with Saboteur now and Lemieux. Recover his Lemieux. Recover his Saboteur with Lemieux's ring, for example. Harv is also good in this situation. Many options. The fact that if you keep like cycling resources as Zaratustraa have been doing, you always have options to play. You always have big turns. And he has been focused on maximizing each turn for his purpose.
So he's definitely showing the ability to use control with the Lemmy deck, as well as continue to just keep the pressure on and tempo.
Yeah, exactly.
Keeping
Very
the
well
pressure on
played.
IQ.
I think I already see Zaratustraa winning this game. He has so many options here. Harv, he can definitely like getting another orbital strike with Harv and fleet support. He will be able to do a lot of damage in just one turn, and he doesn't need to set up the fleet support before that. So yeah. Once he's at full energy, he can essentially do a combo, gets his Saboteur back to deal with his Cyber Deck console. As we were talking about
That's huge.
before. Yep, no counters here. Decides to bank the Harv, keeps the Slinger. He is cooking something with that Slinger, probably a Lemieux play, and there it is, the other orbital strike. imcute with Terra. I'm not sure how many counters he has in his Altar of Gaia. I think it's only one to trigger another unit from Terra, but it feels like Zaratustraa is about to deal lethal here.
Yes, 2 turns max, I think, but it might be on this next turn.
I think this is lethal, to be honest.
We've
This is
got
already 7 damage
9.
versus Slinger 8. It's 1 of lethal.
So 4,
He
you can pull
can.
that down to 5. That's 7.
And the Crimea Conduit for the win here. This is huge.
Yep.
Damn, this is really gonna stall Zaratustraa here. Definitely the Red Sound Scout can do some of the work. No Slinger. This is tricky. Defender is gonna go onto Terra for sure. From there, he can actually ping Terra, remove it with Lemieux, for example. Buff his board, deal a bit of damage, set up for next turn. Something like that is going to be the play, most likely.
Slinger.
Yep. Ping Terra, drop Lemmy. Absolute cook.
Yep. I think he's
Switching for
got
his
it
weight.
next turn.
Probably the Quartermaster. Damn.
That was well played. I love watching Zaratustraa play. And I'm just love watching these guys play and see how they.
Yeah. And
They
look at
work.
that. He's still trading. He's like, I'm not going to risk my chances here. I'm just going to set up everything to the end, get another
There
Lemmy's
we
ring, for
go.
example, here with the Quartermaster. More.
That's so good. I think I need to add a couple more Quartermasters to my build because I'm only running 1, so I'm definitely running 3, seeing how powerful they are.
Yeah.
I'll throw 2 more
The
in.
fact that you can just keep recycling your, especially in this matchup, especially shines in this matchup. because of all the times he have
Absolutely.
been able to recover his Lemmy's ring to deal with powerful units. imcute hasn't been able to deal at least one damage. Look at Sarah's health right now. It's at full health.
His
imcute probably
potential to sweep.
forced to trigger. imcute probably forced to drop Nehemiah here, but that won't do anything. Zaratustraa already has lethal in hand for next turn, regardless of imcute dropping a defender unit. Has two evasive units in Lemieux and Red Sun Scout that can trigger assaults. Has the Lemieux's ring. Has the fleet support, orbital strike. Fleet support also reduces cost of his effects, so he can do a lot here.
Yeah, I think he has. Depending on what imcute does here, it's potentially game next turn lethal, especially if he goes. Well, he has multiple routes to go lethal, I believe. For sure, one with the relic dropping the cost for the orbital.
Yeah, exactly. So imcute triggers flourish on the Titan here, but the Titan loses shielded.
Oh,
Triggers another flourish for the Titan, but loses shielded after being damaged, and we see Lemieux's ring here.
Another.
Actually, fleet support, like he can play only one fleet support this turn. He has another one. Drop Lemieux's ring, drop orbital strike, and just cheap imcute's health away. Yeah.
This is.
I don't see a way imcute. Like I don't see an out for imcute in this one, to be honest.
He's gonna go Lemmy's
Assault is
ring.
maximizing resources. He's just gonna trade with a slinger. He knows he has lethal in hand. He doesn't need units on his board to do anything really.
He doesn't want to risk it. He wants to make sure to. So he's gonna go fleet support and then one of the. Yeah, fleet support. Oh, I don't think he wants to risk losing the fleet support. So he wants to wait and for that fleet support to be lethal to at the same
triple. Yeah, he wants to triple his only orbital strike here.
Yep.
Like make sure he triples it. And that's gonna be it, unless imcute gets something from the. Like, what can he get that heals face at this point from those Terra gliders? Nothing really. And even if he gets an Altar of Gaia, he will only have one proc, which means 15 health, which means it dies to 3 orbital strikes.
I think it's.
Yeah. imcute is against the ropes, ladies and gents. Most likely going to Sarah, unless he gets like a second Altar of Gaia or something like that. Which.
See what he gets.
Let's see. There's no unit actually that can heal his face right now. Goes with a Solarium Stalwart, and it's gonna be it for Zaratustraa. Double fleet support, reduce the cost. Go ultra face with those orbital strikes. Triple orbital.
That is insane. There it is.
Well,
good job, Zaratustraa.
Not like with a deck, even with a deck tuned to deal with the Lemieux deck, he couldn't do it. Got those Cyber deck console removed, got those Altar of Gaia's removed, managed to get a trillion Lemieux's rings to deal with his Wong, with his Titan, with his Terra, with all the big units. This was insane gameplay by Zaratustraa. Again.
Yeah, insane gameplay, guys. Like he went on with a 2-1, and I think he redeemed himself from losing in the majors with this matchup, man. Like even finishing imcute with 3 orbital strikes, bro. That's like a nail to the coffin right there. But it wasn't an easy match, man. Akinto said it a while ago. Like, what helped him is having like a bunch of Lemieux's reigns coming back and back and back and back, and he actually waited till the right moment to use the Lemieux himself, right? Because he wanted to remove the biggest unit or the biggest threat, which is Terra Verdant Mentor during that turn. It's like a bro. That was a good play indeed. But man, what was your favorite play during that match right there, our Carpenter?
It was definitely has to be the taking and using the dropping the fleet supports at the perfect time, right? Not letting those having the opportunity to drop them and have them removed. So making sure that when he dropped them, he had lethal without any second thoughts on it. So
Yeah.
being super precision with his decisions.
Yeah, I agree, man. Like it makes sense because he knows that the that imcute already probably has relic repurposing, which can like increase the health of imcute, which can get him further into uh like lethal range or further from lethal range. And how about you, Kinto? Like any favorite moments during that match?
Well, definitely. Zarathustra got us in our seats, as Carpenter said. The fact
Hmm.
that he saved those fleet supports, we were like, okay, he's gonna play fleet support. Um, I do think the way in itself that
Hmm.
Zarathustra played that match, he wasn't really too careful with his units. He was just trading them. He knew he had like he just needed to chip some damage to face, and then ended up with that last play like triple orbital strike. And that's how he played it really well. Also, the fact that he kept on getting those Lemius reigns paired up with the quartermaster,
Hmm.
that was super
Yeah.
great. That's like this is something I said before. That's the only thing you need in this matchup against
Yeah.
Nehemiah, because Nehemiah is about dropping big
Yeah.
units one after the other, and these little effects like give you so much value. Like trading a card that costs two for a
Yeah.
card that costs 5 or 7, and all of this. It's so much advantage. So
Yeah.
yeah,
So
really well
much
played by
advantage
Stratus.
in yeah, so much advantage indeed. Like getting to remove big units. Man, that's the play right there. But my favorite moment during that match was Reckless Juggernaut into the Vostar, bro. Like, bro, nobody was expecting that
You were
early,
talking
bro.
about the Lemieux match,
No, no,
and then you steal the show
no,
with a urn, and then
the
obviously the
bro.
most magnificent play ever.
Yeah. Bro, nobody expects that, man. It's like that's gonna be a clippable moment indeed. And man, that thank you for that cast right there, Carpenter. We're gonna be saying goodbye to him for now as we look at the brackets and switch over to another set of casters. And let's look at the brackets right now to see the updates of as to what happened. And now we have our top four. Now round two already concluded with Dual Note being defeated by Bullbens with a 2-0. Perp defeats Equinox with a 2-0 as well. Sora defeats Ahil with a 2-1. I'm Cute was defeated by Zaratustraa in the previous match that was casted with a 2-1 as well. Now we're going to be seeing Bullbens and Perp and Sora versus Zaratustraa. Now, that is going to be another set of matches, and Perp and Bullbens is going to be the one that we're going to be casting today. And with that, we're going to be welcoming back the Factor back to the fold. Factor, man, how are you doing?
Yeah, great. Like really
Yeah.
good. Just enjoying the tournament. Loving. We got Carpenter on as well. He seems to be really enjoying it too, and
Hmm.
learning a lot, I guess, right? Because when you're relatively
Yeah.
new to the game, we always say that like these tournaments are the best place to learn because you're learning
Mhm.
from the best players in the game. And
Yes.
so yeah, just so good. Like that, as you say, that Vistar and Ruthless Juggernaut
Hmm.
moment. Damn. I mean, the power of Algancor to just like
Yes.
all of a sudden out of nowhere just kill you, and like that was brilliant. I love it. Yeah, so good.
Yeah. You guys said it a while ago. Like Ogan Core seems to be the most upgraded
Yeah.
uh
Yeah, I see what you done.
upgraded parallel right now. People have been clamoring for more things, more interactions, and withdraw, upgrade, even board removal is actually helping Ogan Core's fate really during this meta deception meta. And now we're going to be having two amazing players, Perp versus Bulbins, and man, what can you say about this matchup, Kinto?
Well, I mean, the same thing I said in the beginning. We're seeing insane matches going on. These series are basically what we could be possibly seeing during the World Championship.
Mhm.
So excited to see Bovens versus PURP, two legendary players in the parallel ecosystem. So yeah, what can I say? Really
Yeah.
excited to cast this one.
Yeah, it's gonna be Bulbins right here to go into the pen, and we can see the first deck coming from this amazing player. And here we go. We have another. Okay, the Lemieux's Rain. Let's listen to the factor to break this down.
Oh wow, this is a cool deck because this has one of my favorite cards in parallel in it, Hijack. I was not expecting to see that, but that is very cool. That
Yeah.
works really well actually with say like Rummaging Researcher. So there's one Hijack in there. I hope we get to see that because that could like produce an outstanding play. But then we see like Rite of Redemption, so that low cost removal that is so useful now for pretty much every deck, I'd say. The Dark Repose that now everybody has access to. The Muse Rain, of course, we saw in the last match there that it's just such a powerful card, and if you have the ability to bring it back, which Bullbents does have because he's got 3 Iron Corpse Quartermasters in here, then we could see another situation where you're just recycling, almost like salvaging, you know, like how Iron Corp can just kind of like keep the upgrades going. He's almost like salvaging the salvaging units, salvaging like effects, right? Sorry. So just super cool. The Shield Pod Cache is in there, one just to kind of disrupt and maybe just delay things until you can get to your win gone. And then there's quite a bit of burn in here as well with the Orbital Strike. No crack shot though. So the only burn that he's kind of focusing on is Orbital Strike, and then the Logistics Mastery is not in here too. So yeah, he's kind of made a little bit of space just to kind of have those like really interesting tech cards in there, like Hijack as I mentioned. But yeah, overall, I like this. I like the combination and the synergy with Recon Specialist, Rummaging, and then of course Sand Scout, Rummaging. So good card draw, very unit heavy, very tempo focused. Also another mission that we should mention here is that there's no Cendrillon either. I find that kind of an interesting one because that's quite a nice versatile card, and that's just missing. So interesting choices here from Bullbents.
Yeah, Cendrillion's like you say, like these professional players are saying, like, no, I don't need any more Cendrillon. I have already Bombardment, right? I just need to clear the board. I don't even need to hit face right now because like I have all these other stuff to hit face. So yeah, amazing pick right there. I also want to see Hijack, guys. I also want to see Hijack, especially the PL, the Perfect Loop. That's if he has it, bro, man, that's amazing.
I'm gonna go mad. That's like my favorite. I literally want to own that card, the Perfect Loop of Hijack. That's the one card in parallel I must own at some point. So yeah, if he has it, I'm gonna go mad on the stream. Honestly, I love that card.
Me too. And let's go and see what else Bullbens has brought for us for this next match. And this is gonna be classic Ogan. Oh man, Kinto, can you tell me more about this deck?
Yeah, so we here see Bovens with a Augencore only deck. We see that the usual suspects like Reclamator, all the upgrades, 3 copies of all of them that are not legendary, the Forlord Companion, Black Market Sentry, Melinx, Horde Prowler. This seems really similar to Zaratustra's deck, especially with all the copies, like the amount of copies for each card, Workshop Assembly 4-man for that early tempo if you get it right. All the legendary cards like Savastor, Ruthless Journal. We saw that insane combo from Zaratustraa there that the Factor has also been playing. He said that that's his signature combo right now with this stealth deck. And take it or leave it for the ramp, Rite of Redemption, and Bombardment for those removals. This is a really good deck, very balanced in that case. Yeah, really excited to see it in play.
Yeah, very similar indeed. Like I'm seeing a bunch of two copies of the effects and a bunch of 3s over at the upgrades. So yeah, if it works, it works. Somebody has found like a kind of a balanced deck for the Ogan Core. And let's look at the next deck. And it's gonna be coming from his opponent, PURP. Okay, as we saw PURP a while ago, He was able to win in the first match. Can you give us a short rundown of this other Ogan core deck, which is the Universal Defector?
Yeah, just a very quick one because we've seen this already in play,
Mhm.
which was to a great effect against BlizzconJan. So this has the Bounty Hunter Network and the Raven in there, combined with PS8 launchers. So he has several ways to be able to kind of give him quite a lot of card draw, cycle through, and then good control on the board as well from the Raven. What I also like about this is that he has things like the paid off in here, so we can use that to try and get like a really powerful card from the opponent and try and swing the game, along with things like Reckless Abandon, which we saw was super useful for PURP when he played BlizzconJan. Doing that kind of 20 damage to non-vehicle units is really, really cool. Plus, of course, we've got the Bombardment 3 copies. So, like, I think I said it before, I feel like the one big issue with kind of uni workshop decks has been that they just didn't have clears. Now they have clears. They're actually really dangerous because their relics are so powerful, with the drone printers, the cyber decks, of course the sanctuary, and then we've seen in the mid game when they get things down like Freydis, Ingrid, it's just we know those cards can win games on their own. So this is just all round, I think, quite a scary deck, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if this goes through, how Paul Bentz is dealing with this actually. Yeah, really good though.
Really, really good indeed. And yeah, I agree with you, man. Like it has had more power, and I want to see how Bounty Hunter Network is gonna be tying it up into this deck again. Man, it has had a lot of draws as well, so might be putting it into my own Universal deck from this inspiration, man. So
do you know what? Like,
yeah.
Do you know what? Just to cut in there, I'm actually regretting it. I had 3 copies of Bounty Hunter Network a long time ago, and I kind of gave them to a player who was new in the game. I said, look, they're not being used at the moment, but I said, but hold on to them because you never know, like with a patch or something, or a new card set, they could be really, really good. And I'm sure now the value of them is like, it's like way higher. So I am regretting I don't have them anymore, to be honest.
Oh man, bro! Like that's one thing I learned. Like I never throw out some of the cards, but let's look at the other decks of PURP, which is the Lemieux one. How does this fare to the other decks that we have seen, Kinto?
Yeah, so PURP here running Logistics Mastery right off the bat. I can say that Cendrillon is also different from what we've seen. The Trigger Happy Trooper is also an addition. He's going essentially with the heavy unit side of Lemieux. One Iron Corpse Quartermaster, Muriel Unveiled is also different from what we've seen. Paid Off and Dispatch are essentially most of the different cards compared to the other Lemieux deck we have seen. Definitely seems like a deck that intends to drop minions to essentially end the game with it. He definitely running those fleet supports and the orbital strikes. So it's like a balance. We have seen this in many Markolian decks throughout the time in parallel, where it's like some go unit heavy, some go hybrid, where it's like unit and effects. So yeah, really excited to see PURP's deck in this matchup.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Like, and we can see Cendrillon is present in this one as compared to the other one. So I think these guys are trying to make better iterations of the Lemieux deck. And those are the decks that we're seeing. And let's look at the bans that we have from each of these players. And it looks like both of the Qatari decks have been banned. Now, what do you think about these bans? Let's start with the Factor.
Yeah, well, I think Sippy is generally considered to be one of the strongest decks now in the game since Deception launch, so no surprise there that Paul Bentz's Sippy deck has been banned. And then we saw that Aishio's deck from PURP is actually just one of those decks where, you know, you've literally got to beat them to getting them to 0, like super quick. Like, you don't have time to mess about. If you don't quite get your early cards for early ramp, you can end up just like not doing enough damage, and then eventually they just get the Aishio out. The Aishio is monster, so like, I feel like it's one of those decks where if you are confident in your decks that are quick enough to beat them to 0, then you let it through. But it's such a wild card as well that you almost just think, why take the risk, you know? So I think that's why Bullbench was like, I'm not, I don't want to get into I haven't quite got my board going yet, and now I'm just never going to beat that because they're going to get the Yashua's monster out. Don't even get into it, just ban it, and you know what you're dealing with the other decks.
Nice insight right there. How about you, Kento? Can you give us like an insight as to why why they did this bans?
Well, we have come to this point in the meta where there's definitely a, like as you said early on, a silver bullet that no one wants to play against. And in this
Mm-hmm.
case, CPUs, again, we have seen time and time again that CPUs is just is like a super strong paragon.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever is played with it has to be banned,
Yeah.
eradicated from the matchup. Like you
Mm-hmm.
don't want to face um, a surprise, essentially a surprise attack. In that case, definitely same thing goes for Perps Aichio, which is
Mm-hmm.
I believe what he's playing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. Like you don't want to face something that uh, like because you're unlucky or just your opponent high rolls, there's no
Mm-hmm.
chance of recovering in this case. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, man. Like Qatari and Scipius are. I mean, Qatari is kind of a. There's a lot of strong draws with the Qatari decks right now. A lot of kind of a
Yeah.
swing turns, especially with the presence of Meritus. I mean, you cannot isolate the play from just Scipius. It can also work with
Mm.
Meritus. I haven't seen it been played with Deus though, but yeah, with ATO it can be played, right? So it definitely has that kind of aesthetic wherein you can play from the waist and maybe get the possible kill, possible lethal from that play. And
Yeah.
the I like the card, of course, with this Rule and Surge. I also have those two PLs, right? So it's a really good card, and I feel it has like kind of a similarity with Scipius expertise, right? But it has more of a Qatari focus. Because it's
Mm.
Scipius expertise, you can actually proc it with different with universal cards as well. So really good to see that we are getting to have these deception cards be highlighted. But man,
Yeah.
first match, guys. I know you don't like this question. First match, what do you think is gonna be queued up? Let's start with Kinto.
Well, this time we're gonna go with Augen for Mirror. And there
Oh,
it
It
is.
is. Look at that.
yay! Opa! Let's go. We have the Ogan Core Mirror here at the third match. And it's going to be Perp versus Bullbens. And let's go into the match right now with the Factor and Kinto.
Go on,
Yeah.
Quinto. That's one for the books. That one. Correct prediction. Love it. All right.
Yeah, yeah.
So
So
Bullbents going first on the play. Perp going second. Already has a Raven in his hand plus a Sentry. That's another Raven plus Shard plus Reckless Abandon. Abandon's going to be thrown back. We're going to get rid of one of the Ravens. He's looking to keep the Shard.
what is Boomans doing, dude?
I think Bullbents is is he having a jittery moment? That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, let's see what
He's doing
Bullbents has got.
a manual RNG.
Yeah. All right, he goes first with the Fall-On Companion, and he banked the Reclamator, which means that he was
Ooh,
able to get that overclocked immediately, and it gets the
nice.
Pulse Thrusters. That's
This is huge.
fantastic because now it's out of range of the PSA, isn't it? Brilliant.
Yep, yep. Out of range VS8. Really nice play there, getting that Reclamator. Definitely, he was probably fishing for it. That's why he just
Mm.
kept the Forlorn Companion.
Yeah, the Fallen Companion such an interesting card, right? Because on turn one, if you bank that Reclamator, you could easily high roll into something like a Pulverizer. That wasn't probably
Yep.
the biggest high roll, but it was definitely a great roll indeed for that to stick. And of course, he's going to be able to pass that on to the Sentry. So far, this has been a good start for Bullbents.
Yep. Yep. It is. It is huge tempo right out of the bats.
He's got some good
You're
cards as well.
Yep.
He's got the Pulverizer already. Plus, he's got, of course, the Bombardment, which I think he'll probably bank. Actually, doesn't really need it at this point. But Perp can answer. Perp can at least put something down here. What we thinking? Sentry? I think Sentry, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. How do you actually use Raven in this deck if you don't have a way to remove it? Like just wait for it to die and that's it?
You can wait for it to die, or you can use, like, say, the PSA to kill
Okay.
it as well, or you use the tokens to kill it, the artillery
Yep.
token. Yeah, so there's a
Oh,
few ways.
okay. So yeah, definitely Bovens with the option of going with Pulverizer here to keep up his tempo. Not sure if he wants to do that. Definitely other good options here that he won't will like to bank, right?
Mm,
Like
yeah. It,
bombardment. I mean, bombardment. It's an easy bank
yeah.
because you can withdraw
Yeah,
it
I think so.
later, and definitely
Yeah.
Pulverizer gives him a good tempo going here.
Yeah, I think like if he puts the pulverizer, he's actually going to trade here. Okay. I was wondering whether he was going to put the pulverizer, say, on the black market sentry to keep it alive and then trade it. But like, interesting. He's just going to trade it and then keep that alive so that he can
Yeah.
then, I guess, pass the pulverizer on. Makes
Ooh,
sense.
repeater cannon here. This is crazy. Damn, this is crazy. Repeater cannon here, really good card, especially in this situation. Definitely PS8 and Rite of Redemption is gonna stop Boven's party
Mm.
with this Forlun. I'm not sure if this is gonna go that way. Like perp. What's perp's play here to maximize?
Well, I quite like just being able to remove this unit off the board now and not allowing it to pass on the pulverizer.
Yeah,
Because I think
exactly.
if you know what I mean? Like if you allow this to kind of stay on the board and pass a pulverizer on to, say, the token which is coming next, I just think that's going to be a bit of an issue. But it doesn't look like he's going for it, does it? Or he is going for it actually, because he's just going to, yeah, he's going to tag it as wanted, then kill it with the PSA, right? So
Yeah,
that works too.
there it is.
Yeah, I think that's the right thing. And he gets, of
Okay,
course,
so
a bit of an energy
Bovens.
ramp.
Yep. So both boards empty now. Bovens with the option of playing, having to bank Salvatore, or he's keeping it just for tempo. Probably not playing anything this turn.
Hmm. Yeah, a bit awkward actually for Warbent. So
Yeah.
I reckon he probably was thinking, oh, I wish I had like a workshop mechanic here so I could at least get the
Yeah.
buff on the token and get another unit down. Kind of playing a Sabo feels a bit wrong, doesn't it? But,
Yeah, especially because
maybe
it
just to
can
keep
die to an
tempo.
artillery or not too.
Yeah, exactly.
So nothing for Bovens. A turn lost. Floated
Ooh.
all his energy.
He even got
Damn.
the little pop up to say, "Are you sure you wanna do that? Because you haven't played anything, you know." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm sure. I'm ball bents. I'm sure."
Okay, gets another repeater cannon. Can play Wong next turn. On the other hand, Perp here with 5 energy can just drop Wong in this case. Search for what he needs. Gets a token by the end of the turn. Wonder what will
Mm,
he go with. Lucky for him, Wong will buff itself in this case. So we'll be out of range of Bowen's attack Juggernaut.
yeah. I don't think it would be too bad an idea to actually drop an armed one here, the same, because then you know that you can at least trade
Yeah,
against that token.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. Bowens doesn't have any of his combo cards like the Ruthless Juggernaut, Mailings,
Ooh.
or Savastar, but he does have the upgrades already set up
Mm,
for it.
he does. It's a little bit awkward because like he doesn't have a spine. I guess if he got a spine, he doesn't get it. If he got a spine, that might have been quite interesting because then he could have, like, say, banked the spine and then
Yep.
played the fusion, and that would have allowed him to clear both here, but he doesn't have it. Is he going to do it anyway? He's going to do it anyway. Okay, this works too, I guess. He's going to hit for 8, so he can do it actually. Yeah, I'm being silly. Because he's going to hit for 8. It's quite nice.
Oof.
Works the
Good.
same. Yeah.
Yep. Clearing the board here. Just keeping He's tempo going. Perp doesn't have a clear answer here. Actually, can't use Raven. Just bombardment essentially. Well, can actually you go Raven bombardment in this case just to clear this Juggernaut. The only thing he
Mm.
has to do, or solitary confinement can also work in this case, right?
Yeah, or he could even do like say bombardment and then like right redemption. Feels a bit wrong to do like a bombardment just for one unit, doesn't it though? So I think probably like maybe a solitary or like a Raven. I don't know. I think maybe solitary is just better
Uh,
here.
just solitary
Single
confinement.
target. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
I like that.
Drop the
And you can get the
bounty
bounty
on
hunter
their
network
network.
going. Yeah, that's nice. That's great use of the
Right.
energy, isn't it? Love it. What's your opinions on the bounty hunter network, actually, Quinto? We talked about it before this game. Are you a big fan of it? Or have you been a big fan of it before it started to come into into this kind of meta, or what's your opinions on it?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of removal right now, so you can really get the advantage from it.
Mm,
I would say because at the start of your turn, turn a random enemy unit against wanted until the end of the turn. So, like, yeah, you can get value from it. I think, especially in
oof,
these decks like Universal. Oh my god, big draw here from
it's
Bowens and big buff.
massive.
Yeah, setting it up. Um,
Yeah, really good. Like that was the
Reclamator
perfect
can
Wong.
go Forlorn here with a free overclock
Yeah, this is
and
lovely.
get an
Oh, that's
enhanced
okay.
exoskeleton. That's okay.
Yeah,
That's okay. Really can, like, if it dies, can salvage it to Wong, and Wong with more upgrades can do a lot of damage here, especially with repeater cannon. Really close to lethal actually. Bowens draws, that's the attack Juggernaut, and on the other hand, we see Perp still not able to play Ingrid, doesn't even have too many universal cards in play to get the
mm.
full effect. So, I mean, what's the out for Perp here right now, this turn?
I think he has to. Does he have to bombard and then Rite of Redemption here? So
Most
bombardment
likely.
kills the
But,
yeah,
but wait, Wong gets shielded though.
that's true. Yeah, that's not
Because
gonna work, is
bombardment
it?
kills the Forlorn, passes on the exoskeleton to my boy Wong, and then he will be protected from that right of
That's absolutely
redemption.
true. Yeah,
But
you're absolutely spot on.
the thing is that if he wants to use Raven, he needs to sacrifice his Ingrid, right?
Yeah.
Oof, this is hard. Like probably the best card, the best upgrade um Bullbens could get from the Forlorn. Yeah, because now he can't actually use
Mm.
Right of Redemption. And Bullwins has the Voctex Spine, has Repeater Cannon. Ooh, wait. Oh my god, what a play. Can he do it? No, he couldn't. It wasn't enough
Oh,
energy.
Bullbents,
So
Bullbents, Bullbents doesn't quite have lethal, but he can hit a lot here.
he
He does have
does.
lethal. He's got
He
it.
does have lethal.
He's got
Yeah,
it.
he definitely does.
Got it
And
easy.
that's gonna be it for Boovens. Easy peasy. I mean, that was a nice try there from Perp, going with a Maya Mancer into trying to get that extra energy for the Rite of
Yep.
Redemption to clear the shielded and all of that. But he was one energy off, and that was
Yeah.
his, like, leaving a Wong there, um, with those stats with
Yeah.
a full hand from Boovens. It was like he knew. He knew
Yeah,
it
he
was the
did.
end. It
And
was
that's
the
that's
end
the
of the
one
run.
that's actually the scary thing, isn't it, against playing against Albacore, is that you can't leave a unit on the board. And you especially can't leave a unit that's like got 8 attack when
Exactly,
you know that
exactly.
like say a spine can come on and then like repeater cannon as what happened there. So yeah, the power of Algancore now, that explosiveness, right? Quinta of Algancore, where
Yeah,
you can with Algancore, you can basically win so quickly before like your opponent can even get halfway close to their win con, right? Like we saw it, we saw it with Zaratustraa against imcute. imcute was
yeah,
almost like shell shocked. He was thinking like, what the hell? Like I was I'm just about getting started with my deck, and you've already killed me. We kind of saw it there again, where you know, full bench
Bro
just
was
rolled
trying
through
to
it.
set up his tempo, like really good tempo actually, but Zaratustraa
Yeah,
just came in with an insane combo on the
yeah.
Ruthless Juggernaut and Tavastra. I mean, what what's going on? Like this Augencore deck is really powerful. Why so afraid of CP still?
Because I think with Sippy, it's difficult. You have to OTK them quickly, and if you don't, then they can OTK you.
Oh,
And
okay.
the
Yeah,
combo of like
true.
the Raven and the Hydralisk Chamber just means that it's really difficult to get units to stick.
Yeah,
So yeah,
exactly. And also CPS doesn't need like to stick. They can just
no,
drop Maritus, for example, and well, that's the
exactly.
OTK.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So we've got a Lemmy versus Uni shop here. So Perps keeping with the Uni, keeping the faith of the Uni. Bullbent's going for Marco, almost like when Bullbent's first came into the game, he was almost become known for playing like an aggro Cathy deck. So he's now transitioned over to like Lemmy because of course Lemmy's now become like one of the most powerful Marco decks. Um, already off to a fairly decent start here with his hand. There we go. Look at that. Oh, all the one drops. Lovely
Yeah,
for Bullbents there.
really good tempo setup here going forward for Bullvens. Has many options to also cycle his deck with the Recon Specialist, the Red Sound Scout, the Romain Researcher. Has that Saboteur to deal with any of the main relics from PURP here. So,
Yep.
and PURP's hand right now doesn't seem like super good. Gets
No,
that
it's
early
very
win
slow.
rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to get flooded here, isn't he? Like Bullbents can just flood the board here if he wants.
Yeah. So we're going Slinger and Red Sound Scout most likely, just to set up for that next turn Romain Researcher. Keep on cycling his deck, dropping stuff. Huge prioritization on Lemmy with the cycling of the deck.
Hmm. Yeah. Big time. Like just getting those combos in place so that you can keep cycling through is so key, right? And
Yep.
having the ability to kind of have like a couple of cards now, not just the Red Sand Scout, but also now the Recon Specialist that synergizes so well with Rummaging. It's just like it's just made a very good deck even stronger, a lot stronger.
Yep.
Not the best
Yep.
play here, is it, for Perp? He's in a bit of a weird spot. Do you go Drone Printer here, Quinto, or
Yeah,
I feel like
definitely.
what
I
else can you
mean,
do?
that's the play for sure. However, it's Bovens probably doesn't
Oh,
care this turn about it.
oh, that's
Another
huge.
Slinger.
Look what's coming for Perp. Massive, massive top deck there of the
Yeah,
bombardment.
the bombardment. Really nice. So Bovens actually goes with the Saboteur right away. He doesn't want Perp to keep cycling his own deck. However, he's gonna face a bombardment next turn, and it won't be like too bad in this case for Perp. However, any damage that Bovens can do right now amounts to that end of game OTK basically with a fleet support,
Hmm.
orbital strike, etc. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
this is essentially a control match, control versus control, basically.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier, didn't you, Quinto, that when you're playing kind of like Lemmy, just getting in as much damage as you can, just chipping away,
Yeah,
like this kind of damage could be like, as you say, super valuable later on because you then don't need to find that 4 damage, which he's done now. You don't need to find that later. You've already done it early in the game. And then you can
exactly.
start to like use some of your burn. So spot on.
Yep.
There we
So
are.
here we go. A bombardment Bovens doesn't have like a Lemus ring, for example, here to deal with the incoming token, which most likely will be a defender token, I believe. Nope,
It's
it
gone
was an
armed to
attack
love it.
Juggernaut. It's really
It's gone
famous now,
armed.
the attack Juggernaut.
It has, isn't it?
Yeah,
Become
yeah,
the prominent token to look for.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Time ago, it was the artillery Juggernaut. This time, it's mostly the
Yeah.
defender or the attack.
Yeah,
So
absolutely spot
Romain
on.
researching for draw. See what he gets. If he gets something that can help him in this situation. Orbital strike, not
Okay,
exactly what he wants to see right now. Drops that recon
this is good
specialist for
synergy.
more draw. This is good. Ooh, reckless abandon there.
Ooh.
Perp.
Okay, so who knows that
Hijack.
that's there? Oh,
So
here we are.
the hijack. Look at the hijack play here with that reckless abandon. Oh my god,
Yeah,
could be a cook. Could be a cook for
could
Bovens
be a
actually.
cook. Could be a cook, a big cook.
Oh my god. Like I mean, if it comes to a point where Perp has an insane board, playing hijack on that reckless abandonment, it's gonna be wild.
Yeah. The only thing is though, like, doesn't isn't it with the hijack that it reveals like a random card, right? Rather than you can't actually choose. So he might get nothing. He might get nothing good.
No,
Still
it's
a very
player
cool card
revealed
though.
enemy bank card for free.
Oh right, okay. Can you
Yeah.
choose it? Can you choose the card? So if he has a couple of like revealed cards, can you choose, or is it just
Yeah, yeah.
like random?
Any card that is revealed.
Nice, very cool.
But you have to waste a friendly like a bank card and
Mm.
discard a card to do it.
Yeah, yeah. There's quite a cost to play it, isn't there? Yeah.
I mean, like right now it's super like he can do it right now just to clear this board. Um, it's actually fine if he does it. It's a 3-cost card. He just needs to discard and do stuff. Okay, he's setting up the fleet support double hijack. What is going on here? Are we gonna see a double hijack?
That would be an absolute first, wouldn't it? And I don't even think we've seen Hijack live on stream before, have
Oh
we?
no,
On
we're gonna see
broadcast.
Slinger double Right of Redemption. Yeah, there it is.
Cool.
This
This
is
is good
it.
control. Yeah, it's a good
Yep,
way to control the board.
easy peasy. Easy peasy from Bobens. Clearing up the board,
Fleet
saving
support
that
is so
hijack.
powerful. Yeah. Like fleet
He just
support,
needs
honestly, like with
another recon
fleet
specialist.
support was already so powerful, and now the fact that we've got like a one cost Rite of Redemption plus also Lemieux's Reign, like those two effects, one of them, the Rite of Redemption, can be played for nothing, and you get two copies of it with Fleet, and Lemieux's Reign can be played for one. It's so powerful, isn't it? It's crazy
Yeah,
good for Lemieux. Oh, nice answer though.
yeah,
Immediate
definitely the
answer.
Souter was coming down. But for Bobens at this point, he doesn't care too much about that specific fleet support. I think. Perp dropping that server to the console, and we already saw a saboteur from Bobens. Am I correct? No, I think we haven't seen Bobens's. Well, yeah, there it
Yeah,
is.
because he used it to get rid of the drone
Oh, the
printer,
drone
I believe,
printer.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So Burp shipping in damage here, probably going with a Romain researcher for that big draw. Can also go with a quartermaster
Hmm.
for even more draw, I believe.
Okay, another fleet support. Okay. Cyberdeck
That's what
also
he.
giving Perp some draw.
Oh yeah.
He gets a Raven. Quartermaster.
Reveal a
What
random
effect does he go
card.
for here?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, nice. Right.
Ooh.
Right,
Zero
redemption,
cost right of
free.
redemption. It kept
Yeah.
the reduction from before. Gets the Scimitar Captain. Really good card right
Oh,
now for
wow.
Bobens to
Wow.
steal and discard that Ingrid, which is most likely going to be the target from that Scimitar Captain. Can
Yep.
actually go, if I'm not wrong, he can actually do fleet support double guerrilla warfare in any case.
Yeah, he could. The new issue is that like a Perp can block it, right? Because it's going to get, well, if it gets reduced on cost, which it probably would, Perp could block it. He could block both
Ooh,
actually.
yeah. Will he reduce the cost actually? or play like that. Like he might be like such a big brain that he knows that he doesn't have
Hmm.
many 3 cost cards, for example.
I mean, if he does that, that's going to be absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Because as you say, that's really big brain thinking of like what is his deck's weakness. Here
Yeah.
comes
So
the
Burp
bombardment.
decides to go with bombardment here. Does he have enough
Oh,
energy to play Romain in this case?
oh,
No, he doesn't have.
he's gonna
En-
blank.
oh yeah, he can bank actually. Goes with a black market sentry and just leave it at there, floating 1 energy. It's an attack journal.
Okay, interesting. I'm wondering here, did he deliberately hold the rummaging back, thinking that if I get Scimitar captained and he doesn't reduce the cost, and I still have a way to stop that? If so, that's gonna be amazing.
I, I, I don't know. Maybe it could be. It could be.
He's in a
Let's
good
see.
position though, isn't he? He's got like Bounty Hunter Network down, Cyber Deck. Now he's got
Yeah.
2/4/4s on the board,
There
and
is a chance
Bullbens
also
doesn't
from
really.
Bovens. Like we
Yeah,
haven't seen Lemius rings from Bovens, which could
no.
actually help him to deal with this Cyberdeck console. But we will see it eventually, though. Bovens just needs to survive, basically.
Hmm. He does
Nothing to
have,
play
by the
actually
way.
for Bovens. So
Yeah, I was going to say he does have, by the way. We saw the Sabo used from Bullbents, but he does actually have another copy as well. So if he gets that at some point soon, that could help him a little bit. Because I think that Cyber Deck could just be like a real problem actually for Bullbents. Look,
there it is. We're gonna see the
he is
double
gonna reduce
Guerrilla,
it.
and there are 2 cards in Perp's hand that can counter this. And there it is. Bovens got
Yeah.
counter.
Oh, look,
We-
he finally gets a Lemue's Rain.
Yeah. Double Lemieux ring is super good here, actually. Which, by the way, can be countered. Also, probably gonna be
Yeah.
forced to play Lemmy into um Sautour, like just a dry Lemmy into Sautour, just to be able to play his effects, something like that.
I like the way you describe that, a dry Lemmy rather than a wet one, you know. Love it. But you're right though. I mean, it would be like a bit of a flat Lemmy, wouldn't it? A
the,
dry
the,
flat
the,
Lemmy, you know.
the raw the raw dog Lemmy.
The raw dog Lemmy. So
Yeah.
yeah, it wouldn't be the best. It wouldn't be the best, but he probably would have to do it right to deal with that cyber deck. Because that's at the moment I can't really see um a nice way for Bullbents to get back on the board, and we know that like Perp now with what the setup he's got, he can play if he wants to. Ingrid opts not to. Just wants to get more on the board, doesn't he? I think before he drops it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did he just lose?
What happened there? Why not? Why float 7 there? Is it
Good
is he maybe
question,
thinking
actually.
I need stuff in my hand to be able to counter the fleet support? Is he maybe trying to be a bit defensive as well? Because he probably thinking I've already got decent board here. I might need to just
Yeah,
like try and protect it.
a
That's
double
why he kept.
bombardment, for example. He doesn't have a 4 cost. Well, actually,
You
he
think
does. He has a solitary
exactly? Yeah.
confinement.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. Did he pass the turn or he just ran out of time?
I believe he passed the turn.
Well, we'll see.
Was
So
that
will
a
we see?
strategic tactical decision?
There is
Yeah.
the dry. There
Here he
is the
is.
dry Lemmy.
The
The
raw
raw
dog Lemmy, as you call it.
Lemmy.
And here's the Sabo. You called it, Quinto. This is the play, isn't it? Just to get rid of that
Yeah.
cyber deck. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the priority. Remove that Cyberdeck console, be able to play your effects in peace. We see here Muriel, top deck from Bovens. Not like it's good. It's good. It's a good card here to set up those assaults. Synergize with the Quartermaster, and now Bovens can freely clear and do whatever he wants. I think Bovens is in a good position.
Mm.
But yeah, maybe Perp was thinking, hey, I'm probably seeing Lemmy next turn to remove my cyber deck console, so I want that Lemmy. I don't know.
Yeah. He's in a great position, especially because he's got like the quartermaster there as well.
Big
Ooh,
turn here for
okay.
Perp.
Yeah, he'll be able to do a lot here. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you've got to
It's also
discard
here
Muriel.
saying like double hijack, but double hijack's gonna be like Bowen's gonna be have to discard like 2 cards, 2 bank cards, and he really
Need to
wants
get
that
rid of
energy. I
Lemuse Rain.
think.
Yeah.
Let's see. Bird's gonna go
Interesting.
face for
Are you
sure.
surprised actually? Are you surprised that he discarded the Lemuse Rain there?
Not really. I mean, he can record it from the quartermaster in any case.
That's true.
Like we saw with Zaratustraa versus imcute, he had like infinite Lemmy rings to do stuff. So big dam here from
Ooh.
PURP,
Yeah.
leaving
Perp
Bowens at
pushing.
12 health. Still 1 energy for that PS8 on the Saboteur. Will he use it?
Yeah. Just clear everything. I like it.
It's the
Okay.
Harf.
But does Bullpence have a bombardment here? In
I mean,
his
he can do
in his
double
bank?
hijack, but I don't know. Like, I think there's a bombardment in his bank.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there is.
2 of
Yeah,
them
there's two.
actually. So
Nice.
he's okay. He's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not stressing. There you go. Double
Cool.
bombardment clears the board. It's actually a perfect clear. It's really nice.
Yeah. Perfect. Clutch. Super clutch.
Yep.
Okay. No recon specialist or recon specialist will we see. Probably want to save it for another Romain. Not sure if there's another one there for Bovens. Okay.
The game once again telling Bullbents, hey, you've got a card to play, and Bullbents is like, no, leave me alone. I'm in an open. I'm in a like a semi-final here. Still got a lot of damage to do though, isn't he, Bullbents? He can do it, but Perp at 25. Um, it needs to find like another way to get on the board, or at least another orbital. With Bullbents, he's running. Am I correct in saying that he's running like two? He is running two orbitals. Okay. I still wouldn't give him the lethal though, would it? So, but then he could bring it back, couldn't he, from like quartermaster?
Yeah, that's a thing. Like Bowens has everything to his advantage right now. Perps
Yeah.
needs to set up a board, find his Freddy, something like that. Get an insane board. Doesn't have a drone printer. Not many good cards here to set up something. Bowens, on the other hand, can just like clear whatever development perp does.
Mm.
Bowens doesn't need to set up a board. He just needs his orbital strikes, his quartermasters, and all of that. Perp dropping their Harf.
Yeah, that's smart.
And that's it. Not committing too much, since he knows
Yeah.
Bowens will just be able to deal with whatever he drops here, and we'll have to actually commit a lot of energy to play those bombardments.
Hmm.
So let's see.
Yeah, I think that's smart. Smart from Perp. He knows, doesn't he? There could possibly be another bombardment. If he's looked at his deck, which I'm sure he has, he also knows that like there's that possibility of like double hijack, for example. So yeah, it's smart. He just doesn't want to commit too much, but he wants to kind of put enough there to say, are you gonna board clear? Because I'm almost forcing you to use a board clear when there's not like really a full on board. But he has to do
I
it.
mean, he needs to do it. He needs to do it. Like, he needs to do that bombardment. Like, he can't leave at this health. Bowens cannot let Perp keep stick units.
Mm.
And well, look at that. 4 bombardments in his waist. What is going on? Oh yeah, because
And he
of the
can bring
fleet.
them back.
Yeah, he can bring him
Yeah.
back with the quartermaster.
That's actually insane, isn't it? Like being able to get
Yeah,
so many and keep bringing them back.
yeah,
That's
and then he
mental.
can like Bowens can go let me the rain, recover the quartermaster, recover more effects. Like he can keep
Yeah.
on doing this over and over again. However, he at some point he needs to start doing phase damage.
Yeah.
Okay, gets a cheap bombardment. Let's say there it is, Freddy's for perp. It's Perp's chance to do something. Set up, do some damage, heal his face, get out of harm's way from a bunch of orbital strikes. Definitely, Bovens wants to use that quartermaster most likely to recover his orbital strikes in any case. So let's see. It's gonna be a
Yeah.
tough end game for both, I think.
Yeah, it feels like Perp's just waiting for that window where he knows he can commit enough units that will stick so that he can then play the arms dealer right and then finish the game off that way, like he did against BlizzCon.
Yeah, so Perp is in a situation where it's like I have Freddy's, won't be able to use all of Freddy's effects, so it's not like a super powerful Freddy's. Definitely can go Slinger, for example, here.
Yeah.
Buff it, get 2 big units, but then again, like Bovens, okay, he's going face. He's just like trying to end this game somehow. Is there another card in Perp's deck that can actually deal face damage like he's been doing right now, that can like actually finish um Bovens off? Okay, Saboteur from the waist with Freddy's getting that fleet support. Now Bovens
That's
is 2
massive.
fleet supports down. This is really good for Perp because now Bovens will need to rely even more on those orbital strikes. And
Yeah.
now his bombardment won't be able to clear these Freddy's. And
Yeah, that was
that's,
smart.
yeah, that's big actually for Perp.
Gets card draw as
Ooh,
well.
and a
Lovely.
paid-off to just get that last fleet support from Bovens
Yeah.
or even the orbital strikes.
No, he can't. It's only units, right? With the paid off.
Okay, it's only units. So hijack.
Yeah.
This is the time for hijack. No other option here for Bovens to clear this board and prevent lethal damage. It's gonna go with the reckless abandon. Let's see what he discards from his bank. Probably an effect that he can recover with his quartermaster or Lemmy's ring even. Okay,
Yeah.
there it goes, and a Red Sun Scout from his
It's
hand.
gone. This is
Get that
such a cool
reckless
card. I'm so
abandon.
happy we're seeing this. This is
Yeah,
wicked. Yeah,
there
this
it
is so
is.
cool.
Hijack. And the good thing about hijack and, for example, withdraw cards is the fact that you waste a card in your bank, so you can bank again and keep drawing, even if you're like at full energy, for example.
Yep.
Keep cycling
Keep
your
cycling.
resources.
Yep.
So this is super good.
Yeah, it's really cool actually. The other thing as well to keep in mind that we haven't talked about, one of the absolutely kind of OP things with the Lemieux's Reign is that you can use Lemieux's Reign to actually bring back Lemieux. Um, and so
Well,
you can
that's
just keep bringing back Lemieux as well if you want to, which is insane.
okay. He decides to go Quartermaster here, reveal a card. This actually triggers the Quartermaster effect. This is a synergy between the Recon Specialist and the Quartermaster. Get back his
Yeah,
Lemius
gets the
ring,
Lemieux's Reign.
bank it, and use the other one. What's up with Bovens? He's running like prime variants of everything. What is this?
He is, yeah. He's kitted
Okay,
himself out. He's
what is he
indulged
bringing
himself.
back? Lemieux?
Return a unit from your waist. He could bring
Damn.
back Lemieux here.
This is like peak Lemieux play here. If Bowens wins,
He's
it's
gonna bring
because
it
he's the
back, right?
goat.
He's gonna bring it back.
Um,
He's gonna bring it back. Or he's gonna bring back
he
the
needs
quartermaster.
quartermasters
That's also
though. He
good.
needs,
Yeah,
yeah, he
that's
needs
good.
quartermasters for the effects mostly because he needs to cycle those orbital strikes, like play them maniacally. Okay, Cyrene, good card here for Perp to deal with this board.
Yeah.
Also has solitary confinement. Ravens are not like super good. Has that bombardment also. Bovens on the
He's
other
got quite a
hand,
few options.
yeah, Bovens on the other hand only left with one bombardment. Like, and if Perp manages to stick something to the board, it's over for Bovens. I don't know actually how Bovens will get out of this one. To be honest, he will probably have to use orbital strike to trade, and this is gonna
Yeah.
go like this is gonna run most likely till he cycles his old deck.
Yeah. I think he's still got a fleet support, isn't he? He's running 3. So I think we still have some more fleet supports to find. But even if he finds fleet support, he still needs to find fleet support, another orbital strike. He's got a lot to do because with Perp being at 25, it's almost like he's not in the danger zone. If he was less than 20, then this would be a much
exactly.
better position for Bullbents, really.
Exactly. Look at this. Perp getting those 4 health units that are out of bombardment's harm.
Ooh, there it
Ooh.
is. So there is an orbital strike. He
Yeah,
almost-
but
he- oh, he
yeah,
needs
but
to
there's
clear
not
this
an
board,
out
though.
here for Bovens.
No.
There's no out here. Like, he will have to use his orbital strikes to clear the board. Like, even like both of them in this
Yeah,
case.
he can't leave a unit. Yeah, he can't leave a unit because he knows that cartel arms dealer could just then stack up all the buffs and then it's game over, isn't it?
Yep.
It's
Correct.
just playing the answer game. This is the problem at the moment for Bullbents. For the last like 5 or 6 turns, all he's been doing is just playing answer game. He's not been able to get on the board. He's not been able to do any direct damage. He's just answering every threat for Perp. And like, eventually, you're going to run out of answers, aren't you? Even if you've got Quartermaster, you're going to run out of answers or run out of time to win the game.
Is he going for
He's down
it?
to 6
Like
cards.
Quartermaster orbital, like, and try to go for it? Yeah, he's just gonna try it, I guess. Okay, no, he decides to go with Wong.
Is he
What
looking for
can
fleet?
Wong bring here?
He's looking for fleet, no?
Ooh, fleet support,
Yeah.
scimitar captain, actually not bad. Guerrilla
Right,
warfare
he's
here.
gonna be dead, no? Isn't he going to be dead the next turn from the arms dealer?
Yeah, but guerrilla warfare can actually discard the arms dealer.
That's very true. He's going to do it.
Man, he knows there's a. Oh my god.
Oh,
He knows the turn
oh no.
closed. It's over.
Oh no. Did he run
It
out of
took too
time?
much
He ran out of time.
Yeah.
Oh,
there it
he
is.
ran out of time.
Oh my god.
Oh, look at him. He's so frustrated with his like the companion's being thrown around. He's taking his anger out on the companion, lashing it around. He ran out of time. That is it. Bullbent's going to lose this game. So he's going to go to Perp here. He's just going to buff with the weapons coffer. And Bullbent sees it. Oh my god.
No, he was
possibly had a
he
way.
He knew that the cartel arms dealer was there. Wow. That's insane.
Oh no. He worked so hard just to kind of keep himself in the game and to end up basically losing that because you just missed out on time. Even when he went and got the solution, right? That makes it even worse, is that he thought, okay, this is my way to stick in it. Wong finds the captain, use the captain to remove the thing that can kill me the next turn, but you run out of time, and then that's it. That's absolutely brutal.
He would actually been able. Well, there was also a token coming up for Perp, so it was kind of a stretch either way. It was gonna be tricky, but yeah, he knew that he could he could get the cartel arms dealer in this case. Yeah. But he ran out of time. He took too much time to take a decision in the end, and it backfired.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. From Perp's point of view, Perp was great there, wasn't he? Because he just played everything so smart. He didn't overcommit things because he was thinking, what possibly could he do against my board? Okay, he can bombard me twice, or he can kind of hijack me twice. So I just commit a little bit, so that then it forces him to use his big cards to clear stuff. So that then I just whittle him down to the point where he's going to run out of time or run out of cards. He has to still hit me for 25. I'm okay. I've got the answers. Just played it so good, Perp. He's been playing great all tournament, hasn't he? It's like classic Perp, where he just turns up. He's super locked in. He doesn't really make any mistakes at all. He's just like a Terminator. He's like a Terminator. Yeah. The Perpinator. Yeah. It's incredible.
I mean, Perp is a legend. So what can I say? He deserves if he wins in any case.
Yeah, definitely. It's 1-1. It's 1-1, right? So we go to the final game here. So basically, Bullbent still needs to win with his Lemieux deck. And for Perp, he just now needs to win also with his Lemieux deck, right?
Yeah, so it's going to be a battle of Lemmy.
Very interesting. to see how this goes. I've been quite impressed, actually. I have to be honest with you. Isn't it funny, Quinto? Because in the last tournament that me and you were casting, we got asked a question from Excelsior. What cards or what paragons would you like to see? Do well at tournaments in the future. And I actually said I'd like to see Lemmy. And I
Yeah.
love that we're seeing Lemmy now because he's been such a cool, paragon that has often been in the shadow of Kathy for too long. And it's nice now to see him leading.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is what I was saying also in the beginning today is that Lemieux, Markolian, it's essentially such a good deck always. Like you
Mm,
see this deck that can overflow the boards and present a threat, but can also uh, pull off a threat from hand. So
yeah.
that's super powerful. That's something none of the other parallels have, except for CPUs that, or HU that can just OTK you from hand essentially. So
Yeah,
yeah, I
it's a
mean,
very complete deck, isn't it? It's got almost
yeah.
all the tools that you could possibly hope for in a TCG deck, right? It's ability to bring stuff back from the waste, ability to go direct, ability to go wide. You've got so many ways to destroy. It's got so much now, actually. It's fantastic. Really interesting deck.
Okay. So Perp right away with the slinger. Bobens also has some slingers. He decides to bank this hijack. Seems he doesn't need it. Okay. Clear a slinger, most likely.
Yeah,
Yep.
slinger for slinger.
Slinger for slinger. So Perp here has a different deck. He is more unit heavy. Definitely, it's something that Boven's deck can deal with in any case. So let's see
Yeah,
how
I
it
think the other
plays
thing
out.
as well. Yeah, the other thing as well is that I feel like Perp has a little bit more kind of a burn potential too. And the fact that he's running paid off, I think, is kind of always interesting. Because imagine you kind of get like fleet support down, you do double paid off. It's pretty disgusting, actually.
Double paid off is wild,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
Ooh, a fleet support. But he banked his hijack, though. Would have been great to see it.
Oh,
Perp draws a logistics mastery. Definitely, probably going with the Romain researcher.
yeah.
Um,
I think so.
did Bowens
Get
play
some more
that
card
recon
draw.
specialist in case the Romain researcher came out? Because now I think Perp is only going to be able to draw one card, or am I wrong?
No, he can
The
he
red
can
sound
still
scout.
sort of reveal two. Yeah, he can
Okay.
still reveal two and then
No, no,
draw.
I know, but the red sound scout.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I think so. Because now he doesn't get double draw, does he? Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because it's charge, so it's
Yeah,
his own card. Yep, it
yeah,
doesn't
that was smart.
reveal anything. Yep, really good play there by Bowens, preventing Perp from getting resources. Okay, Bowens most likely going with Romain himself, but that will make Perp draw though.
Yeah.
Guerrilla warfare
So he's
here,
looking at
or
banking and
Scimitar
rummaging,
Captain
and then
even.
what?
Scimitar Captain actually is not a bad idea. Like he can trigger Assault, drop the Scimitar Captain, get a unit, also discard a card from Perp's hand. But he doesn't get to choose it though. Perp thinking what to bank in this scenario. Probably not a good idea to
Hmm.
bank the Romanian researchers though.
No,
But
no, I
yeah,
don't
he's
think
gonna go
so.
with a
It's your
Scimitar.
main draw mechanic, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Captain. What's that going to discard? Is it Wong? Oh, it's
Logistics
Mastery.
mastery, not bad.
That's decent.
Yeah. Wong was definitely the cook though.
Yeah, yeah. If it had got Wong, that would have been insane.
Yeah.
Okay, some good cards here for Perp. He could go double. Double rummaging doesn't work though, does it? Because there's already too many cards revealed already.
Yeah.
But certainly he could go uh, half into Red Sand Scout. It's quite nice. But opting to bank, just get another rummaging down. Yeah, so it's set up
Ooh.
now for
Well, but
the Red
yeah,
Sun
for the
Scout.
Red Sun Scout, like double draw, that's good.
Yeah, yeah.
Double draw here, not bad, not bad. Yeah, Perp has a more unit-centric deck here. I believe with a Trigger Happy Trooper, for example, is a card that you usually want it to stick to the board and be able to attack with it.
This is yeah, this is an interesting one. Do we think that Paul Benz needs to clear here with the bombardment? Because I'm thinking
Yeah,
it's getting to
definitely.
that point. Yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't say like bombardment. It's a good option here for Bovens. Definitely opens the door for Perp to play that Wong. We see here that Bovens has another Scimitar Captain,
yeah,
and he will most likely opt
yeah. So it's
for
like
bombardment either
send.
way.
Okay. Ooh,
No,
he's
no,
not doing it.
he's
Okay.
gonna go with a Scimitar Captain. I think he's gonna clear the
Okay.
Roma in here. Actually, easy trades for him, and go with a Guerrilla Warfare just to prevent some.
We could play rummaging now, couldn't he? Yeah, that's quite nice. So clear the
Okay,
rummaging. Don't give them any more card draw, and then draw yourself.
yeah,
Don't mind that at all.
prioritize his own resources here because he was running
Yeah,
out of them.
yeah. That's
Okay,
pretty smart. I like that from Paul Benz.
that's good.
So what we're thinking here now, Perp has a couple of options. He's got Cinderella and he's got Wong. He doesn't technically need to play Wong at this point, does he? His hand's quite full as it is. He could, of course, just like keep the pressure going. So he could play like Slinger, get rid of the Scimitar Captain. He's going to trade. Okay. And then is it?
It's gonna be a Wong here for sure. Like I mean, there's no current threat here for Perp aside from that Romain researcher,
Yep.
and he can get the buff here to clear that Romain researcher either way with his Red Sand Scout.
Let's see if he gets it. Oh, he does
Ooh,
get
three.
it. He
There it
gets
is.
it.
Oh my god. But
Perfect.
it's an attack. No, okay. Yeah. Good.
Perfect.
Very good here for Perp.
Paul Bent's frantically hovering over his cards, thinking, I've got this, and it's not really what I kind of want.
Ooh. Perp
I mean,
has a really good hand here. Bowens, on the other hand, in that situation where he has that bombardment, can actually deal with the cards like it's running one off. Can't actually deal with the board with bombardment. Orbital strike. He doesn't want to use it right now. It seems that if Perp wins the board battle, he will be able to just finish it off easier with his effects like orbital. So he decides
yeah,
to go
he's
dry
getting,
Lemmy and
yeah,
remove this Red Sun Scout, the Raw Dog Lemmy.
okay, yeah. Fleet support drawn for Ball Bents. Look at the hand of Perp. Perp's hand is so stacked here. He's in such
Yeah,
a great position, actually.
he can freely play like guerrilla warfare if he wants. Also,
Yeah,
go
he's got
with
a lot of good
Harv
options.
here also to just reduce the cost and be able to play also Lemius Ring, a Slinger, for example, or the Trigger
Yeah,
Happy Trooper. Okay, decides to go over guerrilla warfare. Good thing to be able to see your opponent's hand in this case. Most likely removing bombardment, maybe, or orbital. One of
yeah, I was
those, or
thinking
fleet
orbital.
support.
He
Yeah,
does take
goes with
bombardment.
bombardment.
Yeah. And he's then able to ping the Lemieux.
Bank and play Lemmy's Ring. Yeah, he still has energy here, an extra
Yeah,
energy that he can just drop Lemieux ring. And
that was
he
so
did it right.
clean.
He played to populate his board, remove bombardment from Boven's hand so he can
Oh, he
keep
gets
his tempo going. Very well
nice. He
played
gets
by
the
Perp.
Talon, the lethal token.
Okay.
Yeah, nice. I love the way that Perp was thinking. Okay, I'm going to try and set up a bigger board here. So my big threat is the bombardment, which is why he went in there, took it, then got his board going. Love it. Playing so good, Perp.
Yeah.
For Bullbents here, whatever he kind of plays on the board at this point is just going to get removed quite easily. And again, Perp's at 27 health. So Bullbents hasn't really done enough damage direct. He doesn't technically have enough to kind of get this one through effects. He'd have to rely on being able to draw significantly more. He's going to have to draw for it, that he's looking for it.
Yeah, the thing is that he can't actually
Oh,
play it because of Harf.
no.
Either way.
No, he can't. I feel like he was looking to see, okay, can I just get it and then maybe set
And
something
can't
up
play
over the
Guerrilla
next two
War.
turns?
Can't play Guerrilla Warfare. Oh my god. Oh
No.
my god.
No.
Yeah, he can't.
Yeah. He's
can't
so
believe it.
frustrated.
He
He's so
can't believe it.
animated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at him. He always gets so
There it is, the
animated.
companion.
Yeah.
Bowen's
Companion is
companion
taking the
means
brunt.
he's like really angry.
Yeah. That poor companion's being bashed around non-stop.
Okay,
He's
he's
get some
forced to
companion rights.
play Scimitar Captain
Oh.
without even getting the effect going. Now
Yeah.
Perp has the option to actually do something great here. He can do a lot of damage.
Yeah. Perhaps in
A
the
ton of
driving
damage,
seat massively.
actually, with Lemieux. Okay.
Yeah. This is a bit rough now for Bullbents because kind of the way for Bullbents possibly to have like come back here is to have been able to get fleet support and then get that down and then be able to get, you know, the burn. But the problem is, as you say, is that the half's already down. There's some units around it now that can kind of protect it. And then if Bullbents gets fleet support down, like Perp's already got an answer for it in his hands, so it's going to be really tough for Bullbents here.
Okay, so Perp decides to go the trade route, the trading route here. Gonna probably drop Lemieux. Yep.
Nice, very
There
nice
it is.
indeed. Yep.
Setting up that board, and not committing too much either. Just shipping away damage. Like, this is a strategy with this deck, just getting that little by little, getting that damage going so you can end it off by the end, dropping that trigger happy trooper. And now even if Bovens could get a bombardment, Perp is still out of harm's way, has that Cendrilion there that can do a lot of damage to face, gets a Lemieux ring also that can buff his whole board. This doesn't look too good for Bovens.
Yeah, he's basically got it, hasn't he, at this point in time? 7, 9, 10, and then he hasn't quite got it, but he's very close to.
Can't play bombardment, even if because the withdraw cost also increases with Harf. Forced to play a Romayan researcher. Muriel doesn't help here and decides to concede.
Bullbents sees it.
Bullbents knew he was getting cooked.
Yeah. Couldn't get it done, so it goes to Perp. Perp progresses here to the final. The final of this open. Congratulations to Perp.
I believe Perp is another one of those players that's always close to winning, but doesn't capitalize. So this might be it for him.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Yeah. I'd be very interested actually to hear from production. Maybe they can bring up some stats as we're talking about it. The kind of the highest that Perp's achieved, or the best that he's achieved in these tournaments, both in this season and last season, because I can't quite remember. But he's played amazing, and as you say, he's so locked in. His decks are really finely tuned. He's put a lot of time and effort in to make them take the best bits of those paragons, but not make them so that they're just the same as everyone else. There's always little bits that are different to them, right? So it's always like a perp unique brand to them. And it's just working so good. Like he's not making any mistakes. Do you realize that? Like we're watching him and like all his plays just seem very, very calculated, like really spot on. It's a shame though that we can't see Perp, standing there playing because I always enjoy watching him as he's playing,
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
congratulations to Perp. Yeah, and commiserations
Yeah.
to Bullbents, by the way. Actually, I have one thing I want to say
Mhm.
about Bullbents, and I'm going to pass it on to you guys. Is that I was speaking to Bullbents on Friday, and I said to Bullbents like, "Oh, you're going to be competing in the Open," and he was like, "Oh, I don't know, like when is it?" And I was like, "Well,
Ah.
it's technically like tonight, this weekend." He's like, "Oh, yeah, like maybe." And so I don't even really think that Bullbents was necessarily preparing to come
Mhm.
in on this Open and do well. But then he came into the Open, he went through the qualifiers in 5-1 as his record,
Mhm.
and he's got through to the last four. He's done
Mhm.
fantastic, but the Lemmy deck there against Perp just kind of let him down a little bit in both matches, didn't it? Didn't quite
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah. It's like if I remember correctly, the last time we met him over at YG Play Summit, he was like, he was doing his masters, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
when you're a student, you have the utmost amazing skill of cramming, right? So,
yeah.
and if you can cram, and if you can cram your studies, you can possibly cram getting
Cram
good
open
decks.
prep.
Yeah, cram open
Yeah.
prep and just like get good to top four at least. And man, Bulbens did it, but it's not enough to get you the championship for today's tournament, right? Perp actually got the play perfectly right there, and he was able
Perfectly.
to. And I mean, I was actually happy to see as well. Like, I'm happy, but actually sad for Bulbens to see that he wasn't aware that the split card is actually one is an effect, one is a unit,
Mm,
so it's affected by a harf, right?
yeah.
Basically, because harf increases the effects by one cost. And bro, man, that's like
Yeah.
quite an oversight for Bullbens right there, and one thing that he can probably learn from in the next tournaments. But still, we will be seeing him again over the next tournaments, and talking about the next match as well. We're gonna be having another semifinals match with our next set of players, and thank you to our casters. We'll be saying goodbye to Kinto for now as he takes a rest, and let's look at the brackets right now. And here we go. The recent match that we watched a while ago was Perp versus Bullbens, with Perp winning 2-1 against Bullbens. And over at the lower side, over at the other semifinals match, we are going to be watching Sora, who beat Ahil and was able to defeat Pandapple as well. And Zaratustraa is going to be the other matchup or other opponent, or the opponent of Sora. And Zaratustraa was able to beat imcute and Xe win over at these previous matches. So we're going to be seeing them back, and welcome back to the casters table. We are going to be welcoming back Carpenter. Here we go. And as we welcome back Carpenter, we're going to be having again the match between Sora and Zaratustraa. Like Carpenter, man, like did you enjoy those matches, man? Like Lemieux versus Mew, and you weren't expecting it to be quite straightforward, right?
Yeah, no, that was a really awesome match. Definitely uh, I thought it was gonna be a lot quicker. You definitely seen some of the control aspects of it and
Mm-hmm.
just the redrawing of stuff. I mean, I like seeing the Lemieux versus Lemieux. I was thinking about how I would have done each turn. And
Yeah.
definitely picking up some tips from these guys.
Yeah, like this is amazing, right? Because like this is a very good learning moment for tournaments. We get to see like the kind of the optimal plays from these matchups, and it's not straightforward most of the time. And we can see that there are a lot of different nuances that we can pick up from these pros. And we're gonna get straight at it because we already reviewed Zarathustra's decks a while ago. So we are gonna be starting with Sora's decks, which we haven't seen quite yet. And let's look at them right now. And now the first deck that Sora is gonna be bringing, I know you're familiar with this, Carpenter. Let's listen to Carpenter to break this down. It's gonna be a Scipius deck.
Scipius deck, obviously have the Hydrolius Chamber, the Stabilized Shard, and then the Cyber Deck console. The wannabe Warlord, which is crucial for the one-turn kill with Martius, and the Myomancer, only one Myomancer. Everything else looks pretty similar, like the Hammer, Odious, of course Wong, Leviaquins. Looking at the effects, 3 take it or leave it, only 1 Rite of Redemption, the Surge, Cerulean Surge, then of course 3 Bombardment, and yeah, the rest look pretty, actually yeah, so it's pretty just cut and dry. But
Yeah.
I don't see anything that's really well, the Scanner Probe, I guess, I haven't seen a lot of that.
Yeah, I like Scanner Probe is not a standard addition to these decks, so it's a good one to see to probably go into mirrors or probably steal some of the cards that may be useful for them. And let me add to Carpenter, like there's one thing that I was always losing to was Altius when like I know that they won't be able to go OTK. Meritus goes out, and then Otius is going to be the skill, and then he just tries to kill it with the Hydrolis Chamber, so it splits into 6/6s. Man, that's kind of a very very hard position to be in, especially if you are still building up your deck. But man, it's this is a good deck. Lots of ways to win. OTK being the most popular one. Let's look at this next deck from Sora. And we are going to be having another universal deck. How does this fare against the other decks, or compared to the other decks that we've seen at the Factor?
Yeah, so it's another uni shop where there are some similarities. So we see, again, the usual suspects of like Freydis Ingrid, which are like core to this deck, plus Sanctuary. A lot of players now are opting to keep Sanctuary in. Some players were kind of not including it, but I think it's such a powerful card in this type of deck that glad to see it's back. Also, what's kind of interesting here is that we have 2 Horizon Hierophants. Now, I'm not a huge fan of this card, but it actually does work well in this type of deck. So I get it, and this is a card which allows you to basically, if I'm not mistaken, look at your opponent's hand and then basically banish like a card from it. And then sometimes what you can do is you can just snitch that card then, because it almost acts like the Honored Steward, right? So the same kind of ability of the Honored Steward, apart from you looking at the opponent's hand and taking something from that. But if you can snitch that unit as well, it then doesn't come back. So it's kind of like a potent combo. A few other things just to kind of keep in mind. We've also got Reckless Abandon in here as well. So we've seen already at this tournament how that can be very useful for Uni, just to kind of stick in the game and clear wide boards, along with Bombardment. And then something else, just one other thing that we should talk about here is like the Saboteurs. Now we have 3 Saboteurs in this deck. That is a little bit unusual. So Siraj's obviously thinking with this deck that he wants to be able to have the ability to stop, basically stop things like fleet support, or maybe in against Cathari, just be able to remove the Hydrolis Chambers or even things like Bounty Hunter Network. So yeah, he's put a lot of emphasis on that by including 3 Sabos.
Yeah, well, like I remember like the having the Horizon Hierophants. Remember before when Honor Steward was able to remove some of the Paragons, like big units.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And you were able to no snitching it, like bro, like that was the
good times.
Yeah, those were the good times. That was a big removal tool that was actually rugged from us. But man, this is actually a good way to to synergize 2 cards. Horizon Hierophant plus no snitching equals possibly a remove relic, possibly a removed effect, and it can help. It can help. Yeah, and 3
absolutely.
Saboteurs. Because Cybertech console is almost always there, and it can help. So, okay, so we're gonna be looking at another deck of sorts, which may or may not be brought in, or may or may not be banned. It's a Lemieux deck. Let's listen to Carpenter to break this down.
All right. I had to check, make sure I wasn't on mute, even though I told myself I wasn't going to do that anymore. So we have, again, which I kind of wanted to see another mastery, but no mastery. 3 copies of the Scimitar Captain. We do see the Sindri, um, and then of course we have the standard one drops of Crimson Fleet, the Slingers, the Scouts, Trigger Happy Trooper, and only one copy of the Iron Corps Quartermaster, and 2 copies of the Mindmancer. We do see the comeback of Muriel Unveiled. There's 1 copy of the Saboteur, the 2 legendaries, which are Serene and Wong, and then the effects are pretty common. Oh, only 2 copies of the Redemption. We have been seeing around 3 of those, and then 3 across the board of the Lemieux's Rain, Bombardment, and Orbital Strike. So super cut and dry Lemmy deck.
Is it successful there? I'll just chip in really
Yeah,
quickly.
yeah,
I
there you
love
go.
that analysis.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'll just
There
chip
you
in
go.
quickly. I really love that analysis from Carpenter. Also, something I find interesting is that we've seen in some other decks, like for example, Wolvence's the new deck. Like they're running quite a few Iron Corps Quartermasters, but Syrah's only opting for 1, so he's just really just using that 1 copy just to be able to bring stuff back. That could be interesting because if he doesn't find that, if this deck goes through, it doesn't get banned, he doesn't find the Iron Corps Quartermaster,
Yeah.
maybe could sort of hurt him a little bit. But overall, I think this is great. This deck very aggressive with all the 3 copies of the 1s. So just like really trying to put that early pressure on. And then he's got 3 orbitals, right? With the fleet support, it's just a great way to kind of have that good end game. Yeah, really cool, man.
Yeah,
good.
really, really cool. Like I'm not seeing a bunch of dispatch as well, man. What's up with that? Why do you
Yeah.
think dispatch is not popular among the pros?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I remember on the last tournament I was in with you guys and then Ali and Flux. I remember those guys were kind of saying like dispatch not very good, and then we've now seen people turning up and they've just dropped it.
Oh wow.
Maybe it's just difficult to fit it in, and you don't quite get as enough value out of it. Because when you look at this deck, like this actually just looks great. And then people are like, well, if I want to put dispatch in, what do you cut? Because
Yeah.
all those things there are really good. So maybe it's just the 1 card now where the pros have kind of said, I like it, but I just can't fit it in. I need to prioritize other cards in the deck.
Yeah, that's a good insight right there. Like, you have to keep your deck a bit tight, and most of them like have to have like the kind of purpose. And looking at the bans that we've had, we are seeing both Scipias have been banned, and there's gonna be Lemieux across the board, and 2 different. Right, these are different Ogan Core decks. The one is universal, the one coming from Sora, and from Zaratustraa, it's gonna be the classic Ogan Core deck with the upgrades. So, what do you think about these bans, guys? We're starting the first match, and it's gonna be
We're in.
Lemieux versus
We're in.
Workshop. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, we're in, and we've already had the first turn. So Syrah off to a really good start. He plays the trigger happy, follows it up with the Crimson Fleet Machinist. And when we look at his hand, it's like almost a perfect starting hand for a Lemieux deck because he's got all those 1 drops. He's got a Rite of Redemption. Look at this. Just go really aggressive. For Zaratustraa, kind of his way to get back in the game is ideally to kind of have some kind of bombardment to clear the board, or possibly find a workshop mechanic because he already has the Reclamator, because he could then play Reclamator workshop mechanic on turn 3, and then possibly bring in like an artillery juggernaut just to kind of deal with the board and get some units down. Good start though, isn't it, Carpenter, from a Lemieux's point of view, no?
Yes, absolutely. That's like you always love to see a bunch of 1 drops and a little bit of removal, right? So
Yep.
the Right of Redemption, and then even having that captain as well to be able to get into their hand if need be.
Yeah, captain is huge, and he's got some options here where he could kind of go with the effect, but he's going to keep the pressure going. I like this. Throw another unit down, especially a unit that gets to a 4/4, because you're then almost kind of saying, well, that sentry probably needs to try and deal with it. Can't really leave a 4/4 on that's evasive. For Zaratustraa, though, we haven't quite seen what. Oh, he's got a spine in there. Okay, so he has a spine in the bank. He's got a Gruul in his hand. He's gonna bank the Recamator. Is he? Is he? I was thinking, is he going Gruul here? But I don't know. I think that seems a bit crazy. Fallen Companion's pretty decent though, because then you can play the Fallen Companion. You can upgrade it or overclock it. Sorry, for like nothing, and you're it's
Yep.
going to choose to spend one, and if needs be, oh, that's nice. That's really nice. So he
That's a
gets
good
the
pull.
armed, shielded, evasive, really good, and he can now play take it or leave it and get the sentry down as well. Just get a bit of board pressure going. That's the thing here. Like once you get the companion down, you ideally need to have some other units that can kind of you can pass the upgrade to. Yeah, I was gonna say, what's he gonna tag here?
You would think you'd want to get rid of that captain, especially being invasive.
Yeah, I think the issue
Well,
here he's thinking is like if I get rid of the captain, then I basically have done his work for him, right? You're
true.
right. I think he's kind of like the captain's kind of annoying leaving it, but then he's like, well, if I leave it on the board and I leave like 3 units for me, then at least I'm putting the point to him of you need to try and deal with my units. So I don't mind it at all. He's going to get token next turn, Zaratustraa, so he's slowly starting to get back into the game and trying to match Sarah's really fast start.
See, that was a really good start, and I do like seeing the draw of the Serene as well. It should be able to come out and get rid of one of those sentries. Actually, both of them.
Yep. So the Ramshackle. Okay, this is interesting because I think what he's going to do here is he's going to, yeah, he's, oh no. So yeah, it gets passed to the 4-2 here, which gets shielded.
Oh no, yeah, but I don't think it. Her Serene's ability doesn't affect that shielded.
No, it doesn't. No. So Cyrene could come in, as you say, could like hit one of these and then
Yeah,
use the on the next turn anyway. For
yeah.
now, like he can't quite deal with it now unless it was
Oh
to
yeah, because
trade.
we're only 4.
Yeah, unless it was to trade. So yeah, he's just. I think he's just going to leave it and then just try and deal with it the next turn.
Yep.
Gets another captain, so pretty nice actually. Oh, okay.
Mm, that's a good. Well,
Pulverize is interesting. The tricky part here is that yeah, so he's going to bank Right of Redemption. He could play he could play the Forlorn and then the Pulverizer, but the issue is that I mean, you want to get the
you,
salvage off the Pulverizer, and you are getting a token the next turn, but also they could just easily remove the 2 units. He's
so he
going to do
banked
Gruul.
that.
I like it. Yeah, I like it. What could happen though the next turn is that like the Gruul could just get killed because the Gruul's going to have shielded. It's going to be like a 6/8, which is a monster. But then they have enough units there where they could just like trade in, say the 1/1 into the 6/8 Gruul, then hit face, and then kind of Lemieux.
Mhm.
Because you definitely, if you're playing against Alcohol, you definitely don't want to leave a shielded 6/8 Gruul that could possibly then get, like, say, a spine on it and then armed from the repeater cannon, and then that can just spiral out of control. So for like Sarah, he has to think, okay, do I now need to like play my Lemieux to try and deal with the 6/8 Gruul?
Yeah, because that's pretty much his only option to deal with it now without, um, because with that shielded, unable to do it with Lemieux's Rain. So, and it's way too big for Serene.
It's actually
So I think
very interesting. Okay.
so. He did go with.
Yeah,
I
he
missed
did
it.
go
What did
Lemieux's
he
Rain.
pulled? Right, he went with the Rain. Got rid of the um, Sentry, correct? Or did he? Yeah.
So he traded into the Sentry. So he wants to basically, I think, get it back, right? With the Iron
Yeah.
Corpse Quartermaster. Yeah, nice.
There we go.
He's gonna he's
Oh, and he
oh
got.
he's gonna try
That's
and
a
deal
nice
with it the
one.
next turn. That's really decent. Unfortunately for Zara, sorry, he doesn't have away for lethal yet, but the Keth there is, as you know, like a
Huge.
massive upgrade, right? So much damage, allows the OTK potential. Oh, okay. Fang is really nice. Okay.
And one thing I've uh, used in the past to get rid of the like shielded, especially when you have the fleet support, is pinging it, hitting it with one, and then you just throw out a Right of Redemption or the Lemieux's Reign, and then the second one
Yes.
actually gets them right.
Yeah, that's right. Because the first one drops the shield, and then the second one can then deal with them from the damage. You're absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that happens quite a lot, right? From people that play Lemieux, because especially if you have, like, say, a fleet support down, you know that then the next one you're getting is basically a freebie, right? Because it copies it. So it's quite a nice way to kind of deal with shielded units.
Absolutely. Just like
All
another weapon
right.
that Lemieux has.
So I think he's just going to go face here for the 6. Nice. He knows that with the Forlorn Companion, he has the Fang on that. The Fang does 3 damage to any target when the Forlorn Companion attacks. So he's possibly thinking, I'll just try and deal with that with the Fang on the next turn. For Sarah, he's going to bank. Is he the Right of Redemption? Is that what's happening here? I mean, honestly, like the 6/8 is getting scary, because you're at 22 and you are within range here of possibly getting OTK'd very soon. Not OTK, but you know what I mean, like getting killed
Yeah.
soon. Because Algonquin have that ability to just all of a sudden, like with a spine, for example, like Sarad doesn't know what he's got in his hand, but like let's say that if you're in Sarad's position, you're thinking the 6/8. What if he has a spine in his hand and then he gets, like, say, or double spine or spine plus Keth, that then puts you basically on the ropes or possibly dead. So, yeah,
So I think he has a way to get rid of that. Now he's gonna ping it
yeah,
and then
that's really
use the
smart.
double Lemieux.
Yeah, it's really smart. He
Yeah,
had to
like you
do
said,
it.
it's getting scary.
Yeah, yeah. It's really, honestly, that's really the best way to do that. I love that he's done it like that. Because then you're not committing Lemieux early. You are basically, completely emptying your hand, but then you're getting rid of one of the biggest threats, right? Oh, he gets a defender as well. That's nice too.
Oh, that's huge. The two units are super nice, especially getting one of them that are the defender, right?
Yeah, definitely. Zaratustraa opts for the Serene here, so it can deal with the defender. Then it can kill the 3/1. Nice. Use the counter, kill the 3/1. Then use the token. Oh, he's nice. That's a nice clean. Look at that Fang. That Fang's putting in some good work there.
Yeah,
So the
it
Fang
is.
that was passed over from the Forlorn Companion, that's like so good. It's actually one of those upgrades where most, like, if Algonquin did not have already fantastic upgrades in the form of Pulverizer and Repeater Cannon and the Vox Tech Spine, then probably Fang would be one of those upgrades that would make it into the deck. But it's definitely one of those upgrades. It doesn't make it into the deck because there's no room. But then if you are able to get it from an overclock, it's perfect. It's amazing.
Absolutely.
Gives you so much good
It's
control.
That's one thing I realized about like through today watching the whole like the way these pros are playing the uh Core decks is there is a lot more like getting kind of controlly than uh, I generally play it.
Oh yeah, definitely. This is tricky though, because we can see here that Sarah has already now drawn an orbital strike. So with double fleet support down, he doesn't have a way yet for lethal, but he can do 15 damage with that orbital. So I'm just wondering, does he just go? I think he's just looking at going face here, isn't he?
I
Like
would.
he knows
That's what
Sarah,
you're.
that like he's emptied his hand. He's setting it up, isn't he, for just like trying to win lethally now direct.
Yep.
Got to be careful though, because we know that Algonquin can just win out of nowhere. So he's going to take 6 damage here. Actually, more with the Cerberus Fang. I forgot about that. Look, down
Oh.
to 13. Oh, dearie me.
Let's see what he draws. Because it could end up being, oh, and he's
And a
got the,
token.
yep, it might. Sora needs to, I think, end it here. Oh, and he got the,
Oh,
his
dear.
clock's ticking now.
What he
Sora's
does have, though, to be fair,
out.
he's got bombardment, right? I think he banked a bombardment earlier, so he
Oh,
can
he did.
bombard. Here we go.
Good
That's actually
shout. Yeah,
amazing.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. So it
And,
clears
yep, clears
everything.
it. Good shot, yeah. That was a game
It
saver.
clears it a lot. It's like
For now.
overclear. Look, he even gets an extra
Yep.
one, and there's nothing to.
That is so awesome.
It's amazing. Oh no!
Oh, and he's
Wow,
got,
amazing.
yep.
He's actually got in his hand a way for lethal now, Sarah.
Yep.
One of the things that the Algonquin do have is they now, of course, got a couple of units that are battle ready. And if I'm not mistaken, Zara is. Oh yeah,
He
he is,
banked
of
one.
course, running the Star. Okay, so he's going to try and set this up now, isn't he? I think. Is he going to? Yeah, he's got. Look,
Get
he's
there, he
got the
does.
battle ready Prowler. It's not going to
The
be
withdrawal
enough
is
to
so
win,
good
though.
too.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's so good. Like, it's actually nice to have, like, for a long time, I think a lot of parallel players are saying, I love this banking feature in the game. I just wish that I could interact more with the bank. And, like, finally,
Yep.
now we do have it. So it's such a great decision from the team to kind of give us more ways to play with it. Here we go. So he actually opts here for the workshop mechanic. And fantastically for Sarah, he is able to get the SMR. So now he's going to be able to get a token at the end of this turn, keep the pressure going. That was perfect for him.
Both players are getting what they need. It's just such a good match.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, one thing I'm thinking here is that isn't another orbital? Another orbital is lethal. No, he doesn't get it because he'll be able to do
he's got
15 here.
15. And that, I think he's.
Okay, he's gonna go for Ren from the Earth. Oh my God!
Yep.
Wow.
Oh man.
So he's gonna clear this board and he's gonna basically do like what's this, like 9 damage to Zara, take him down to 11. Yeah, he's going to be putting himself on the cusp of death here, but he knows that the next turn he then has lethal. He needs to hope,
so
actually.
Well, actually, because remember,
Oh,
he has. I think he can end it because he has that battle ready in there.
Yeah, he's got it.
It's game.
Yeah, he's got it.
Yep. That's
with
it.
the repeater cannon. With the repeater cannon, he's got it.
Yep. That's game.
Look at that. We were looking at it, weren't we? We were looking at Carpenter, thinking he's got battle ready. That was it was so
That was a good
risky from
match.
Zara. Yeah, it was so risky from Sarah because like doing like 3 times Sendrillan damage, which does damage to you, is like it does put you on the cusp of you can then be finished off from a battle ready Prowler. That's what happened. But he was so out of cards, wasn't he, Sarah? And he was just thinking, right, I have to just try and go for it. Otherwise, I'm just going to lose anyway. So fair play. I thought what he might have done is he might have possibly gone for, like, say, the orbital strike to begin with, then just to see if he drew another orbital strike, so that then he didn't need to commit himself to death with the Sendrillan. And then if you didn't get another orbital strike, you could just then go for like Sendrillan anyway. But yeah, really good match, as you called it. Like 2 top players really trying to figure each other out. And in the end, it was Alconcor. They didn't OTK, but they was able to use a battle ready from that withdrawal that we were talking about, right? Amazing feature. Yeah. What was your favorite part about that match, Carpenter?
I think it was definitely the ending of how close it was. Both players were grabbing what they needed to out of the decks. And I really thought that Sora had it. I thought Sora had it until the last minute, right? So it definitely had me at the edge of my seat. So overall, an awesome match, and I love the way it ended. Super cool.
Yeah, it was very cool actually. Yeah, brilliant match there. So Zara takes the first, well, draws first blood, if you want to say that, wins nicely with his Algonquin. Now has to win with Lemieux, whereas for Sarah, He has to win with both of his decks, which were, of course, Algonquin and Lemieux. Are we thinking that Sarah decides to stick with Lemieux here, so he just goes for the mirror first? Or are we thinking that he tries to do what Zara done to him? He uses like his Algonquin deck, which is a little bit different, of course, right? It's not Algonquin, it's more kind of uni. Are we thinking he goes for that, or does he go for the Lemieux, sticks with it? He
I was
sticks
gonna
with
say
it.
Lemieux. I see it, so I was like, it doesn't count.
Yeah. Nice. So this is a mouth-watering match for you here, right? Because you love Lemieux at the moment, you're a big fan of it,
Yep.
and now you've got two top pros playing Lemieux. So yeah, I guess you can break a lot of this down for me, right? As we go through. So tell me about the
Absolutely.
mulligans.
So
What are we
Sora has a
thinking?
great mulligan. So again had the one drop. They both have one drop, and then I always try to get rid of the big fours. I would keep here for Zaratustraa. Again, I'm so weird seeing that shield pod there. But again, so keeping the one drops, and I would have probably kept the Harf too, but they're the pros; they know what they're doing. And I guess they didn't really have a reason to keep that Harf because they don't have a uh, spell to go with it. I mean, spell, uh, an
Effect,
effect. I
yeah.
was thinking of magic there for a minute.
Yeah.
And then a bombardment's awesome
Yeah.
because you can put that in there and have it for later. And he actually has two bombardments, so he has one for now, one for later as well.
Yeah, I think that's a decent hand actually for Zarathustra there. The fact that he was able to bank like a bombardment early and then keep one, knowing that he went second, so he might possibly need to use it to kind of clear a board. The sort of disadvantage slightly for Sarah is that he didn't quite have as many of the one drops as he was possibly looking for. That being said, Double Red Sand Scout is lovely to be followed up with the Rummage and Researcher. That's going to give him a absolute ton of card draw, which is what he needs, of course, if he goes first. And he's already starting to run a little bit low on cards. So, yeah, good spot for Zara here on the next turn.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Zara starting second, like starting second as a Lemmy player is always kind of gives you that upper hand, gives you that card advantage early. I know myself personally, I always am praying that I go second in every match, right? Because
Are you?
you have that disadvantage.
You're praying that you go second. That's so interesting, isn't it? Like
Yep.
to be wanting to
Yep.
go second in a card game. I love it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, because generally you want to go first. Like I know in Magic playing, I always want to go first to get that damage out first. Um, but
Mm.
yeah, in that's what I love about Parallel is the energy mechanic, right? The banking and um,
Yes.
it's so much
Yeah, it
fun.
really does make you kind of decide, okay, how hard do I go? Because if I go really hard and it doesn't quite pay off for me, then I'm going to be a little bit stuck then in terms of like the cards that I have. I'm going to be a massive card disadvantage. So, yeah, like you have to try and weigh up the risk and reward, don't you? So much with the banking system.
Absolutely. And that's why I can't even imagine playing the game before withdrawal, right? Because withdrawal is such a huge thing, and it's amazing. I think every deck I play has at least one card that's withdraw, right? Well, yeah,
Yeah.
because I always play bombardment.
Yeah, it's so powerful. I'm so glad that we've got it, and I'm actually really excited to see what other cards we get in the next set that utilize withdraw. Because I think there's definitely a lot more, right? The potential for withdraw is huge. So we can see
Absolutely.
here that look at this actually. Zaratustra was doing actually quite a good job of just trying to clean up some of those Red Sand Scouts, just trying to limit the card draw that Sarah got. Both players really going for it. They've been able to establish a board. It's sort of swinging both ways. We can see now that for Zaratustra, he has now drawn a Lemieux's Reign and he has the fleet support, which is quite nice actually.
Especially having that hearth out as well. So it's gonna
Yeah.
be he's definitely the cards are falling in his favor.
I
And
mean,
now I'm
potentially what he
wondering
could
what
do here is he could kind of like fleet support and then play double Lemieux's Reign for free, right? If you reduce the cost from the fleet support, you'd have to tag a few units here. But I think that's actually pretty nice, and it looks like he's going to do it.
that's what I'm gonna do. Yep, good shout.
Yeah.
Great shout.
So that half coming in nice, right? As you said in the mulligan, you'd be like, oh, I would have loved to have kept that half. And
Yep.
looks like it's going to pay off, actually.
I actually took Hearth out of my the list I ran, but I'm thinking again. I've taken notes this whole tournament of changes I need to make to my list. Well, I've got like
Oh,
5 Lemmy lists.
okay, so he didn't opt to play it. I thought he might have actually tagged
Oh, he didn't.
the Rummaging Researcher. No, he didn't do it. I think he's possibly looking to set it up the next turn.
Okay, so he still has that effect, or the effect of the relic as well, or I mean of the fleet support. that he can
Yes.
use, which might actually come in handy later. And a relic of
Okay.
Soros himself.
I mean, actually quite nice here, to be honest.
Oh, especially having those. He's got options. I think he's gonna aim for
Yeah.
that 2 of those going into the
Yeah.
hand.
It's really nice, isn't it? Getting double
Mhm.
fleet here for
Yep.
2. Yeah,
Oh, he's
get
gonna
out of
grab.
here, Syndrilin. Get out of here.
Yep, that's a
And then a
good. That's
guerrilla
a good.
warfare.
Yep, it's perfect.
Yeah, really limits what Sarah can do, especially because he went first, right? He was already at that card disadvantage anyway, and now you put him at an even bigger card disadvantage. And the board here can be not dealt with, but you can at least contain one of the
Oh,
units here. Gets rid of the
and
fleet
get rid of
support,
his
so nice
fleet.
and clean. Yes, massive
Such a
turn for
good turn.
Zaratustraa. Yep. Oh, look at that. That's a huge top deck. Oh my
Oh,
word, that's a massive top deck.
he
Zaratustraa
needed
must
that.
be like cursing right now, thinking, God, I've done everything here to reduce his ability to play, and he just gets a Wong.
Oh,
God. He's
and
probably
then
thinking, I
look what
wish
he
that was in the
pulled
hand
out.
so I could have removed it.
Yep, he's got his own way of getting rid of the fleet support now.
Yep.
Got a saboteur, so which is gonna help a lot. But it is Zarathustra's turn, and so if he knew what we knew, he'd probably be using um, that fleet support, getting the most use out of that fleet support before while it's there.
Yeah. Before it gets removed, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's gonna play
I
that
mean,
Wong though.
yeah. Like it's so tempting to play this Wong, isn't it? Just to kind of like get a big chunky
Mhm.
unit down and then get like and he looks like he's going to do it. However, if he plays the Wong and he gets another fleet support, that might also be fine, right? Because then
Exactly.
Zara then commits, say, like a Sabo. He's not doing it at the moment. There we go. Okay, so then I guess he banks the Red Sand Scout and then still plays Wong.
There we go.
Yeah, I think that
So
was a better
that's
play.
yep. But wasn't I think he wasn't sure on what to bank, and therefore he
Yeah.
wanted to.
He doesn't find another fleet support though. He does find another orbital, but
Ooh, and Mies
he's
Mancer, which
gonna.
isn't. I guess Mies Mancer isn't super great in this matchup, but
Mm.
it still does its damage.
Okay, so opts instead actually to just get the Right of Redemption. Oh, there's the fleet support. Look at that. It's just coming top deck for
Oh,
Zaratustra, and Sarah also
and
got another fleet support. Damn. The fleet are turning up here in numbers for both. Incredible.
another
So
awesome match
yes,
turning out to be.
yeah, big time. So I wonder
Let's
whether
see what he's gonna
Sarah
do.
is
I
going
think
to
he's gonna put
allow.
it.
Yeah, what do you think is going
Between.
to happen here?
See, I would get rid of that fleet support instantly. If I was Sora, but he's gonna go opt
Okay,
for his own fleet support and probably go with the the Lemmy's Reign
double
here.
Amuse Rain. Yeah,
Yep.
I like it.
He's gonna get rid of
He could.
Wong and then probably dig.
Ooh, I think I would have played the Crimson Fleet Machinist first, though. Did he bank? Because if he didn't bank, then he will have to.
I believe he's
Maybe he's just going to
banked.
bank the Crimson Fleet Machinist.
Oh no, he hasn't banked, has he? Yeah, he pulled his Wong back
Okay.
and then banked the.
I might have actually played the Crimson Fleet Machinist first to then see, because you might have got something like a Red Sand Scout that you could have then banked.
Yep.
Because he almost like floated one energy there and didn't get another unit down. So maybe could have done that in a slightly different order, but he was able to deal with a lot of the board, and he was able to get that Wong off the board. More importantly, which was quite huge.
Yep. That was a
Zaratustra
great turn
with
for Sora.
a lot of cards in his hand. He's already got a fleet support. He's got like honestly, he could go so dirty here. He could possibly do fleet support, then then do like triple. He's gonna
Oh, he
do
is
it, isn't
doing
he?
it
Of course he's
for-
gonna do it. Triple captain and just
Oh
completely
man.
remove the hand. Oh dear, this is so filthy.
Oh, he just got that Wong
Filthy
back
from
too.
Zaratustra. Yeah, love it. Absolutely love it.
Man, I love watching these guys
So
play.
powerful. Taking the Sabo. Look. So, like you said in the
Oh,
last turn that you would have played that Sabo to just remove the fleet support, right?
yep.
But like now that Sabo's gone, and
And he's
now
got two.
Sarat is facing two. Exactly, he's facing two with no way to remove them. That was
Oh, no.
massive.
Oh, he's running one Sabo too, isn't he? Suarez. Or is he running two?
I
I can't
believe
remember. Dang it.
no, I think he is. Yeah, I'm gonna double check it now. But like that was a massive turn, huge turn there from Zaratustra.
That was
completely
huge.
completely removing your abilities, your opponent's ability. He is only running one Sabo. Yeah, Sarat is only running one Sabo in his deck. So now this is almost a game for Zaratustra. It's a game for him to lose. There's the orbital for Sarat. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. He gets Wong, so he brings Wong back with the Mew. And Zaratustra with a Sabos. That's actually lovely for Zaratustra there. He does have a board that he has to try and start to deal with, right? So I think he's considering, do I now do like kind of bombardment just to clear this board and then deal with the fleet support the next turn?
So I think he's gonna go Sabo. Yeah, Sabo to get rid of that fleet. Because he is losing the life battle right now, right? So if he does drop, like say if Sora had dropped another relic, or not, relic, but another fleet support, and then had an orbital, right? You could get him pretty close. So they can just get rid of that fleet support with the Sabo to eliminate that.
Yep, and that's what he's doing. Well played, well called from Carpenter there. So that's gone. And the question is, do you draw? I think you do. I think you get another unit. You draw with Rummaging. Lovely. Let's see if he can get. Okay, he gets a Slinger. Slinger's not particularly useful, so that's a bank. Yeah, and then play Lemieux's Rain. It's going to give a lot of value,
turn.
actually. Yeah, a lot of value.
Grab your Wong. Oh, beautiful.
This is so powerful, this card. I actually remember when I saw this in the PTS, and like I had to read this card like 3 times because I was like shocked at like how powerful it was at 2 cost. I was like, wow, this card is like insane, so powerful. But just what Lemieux needed. Look at this here. Just being able to triple return stuff from your waist. Huge turn for Zaratustra. Probably, yeah, you need to get another Sabo. Yeah, I think that's smart. Cool. Look at that. It's completely refilled his hand as well. Got a board going again, refilled his hand. He got he basically got all of the different tokens there, apart from the armed. But getting the defender and then getting the Talon, which is the lethal token, very useful actually for Zaratustra. Miasmancer play from there it is. The Miasmancer, our MVP of the tournament so far. Miasmancer comes in so they can completely bypass the defender and just go face, face, face. Face is the place. And Zaratustra has to basically do 29 damage here.
Yeah.
He has a defender in his way, but hold on, 3, 5, 8, 9. Oh, okay.
He's gonna need to.
7.
Oh wait, with the Mirror's Mancer, that
doesn't.
he can't pull back with that. Dang it.
No, he doesn't have
That
it.
Mirror Smancer's too strong. Like not too strong, but it's definitely it's a game changer.
It is very powerful. If he hits and then basically goes face with the rest, hits with orbital, then it's still not going to
Then
be
he's
enough.
what's he have? Because that would be 15. That makes 16 if he hits with that. 17.
He's played the
He's
slinger
so
there.
close.
He played the slinger there when the
He's gonna
Mirror
hit the
Smancer was played.
Ming Spencer. Oh,
Yeah.
dang it! Yeah, because they use that on the Mirror Smancer, but you can't because
Yeah, it was
you're not getting
cancelled
that.
from the muster.
Dang it, dang it! But it's gonna be close here. He's gonna have to.
Yeah, I think he needs. Yeah, this is
There
smart.
you
He
go.
doesn't have enough for
Yep.
lethal. He's close to, but now he has a way to
He's gotta
basically
protect
clear this
himself.
board. This is the way to do it. Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's the first orbital from him we've seen, correct?
Yes, that is.
So he has
Yeah.
2 more.
Yeah, this was really good
And
play. I like this here.
and he still has 12,
That's
so
one of
that's
the
a good chance of drawing one.
Yeah. I guess
I
he's
like those
gonna
odds.
leave the Lemieux one and then just go face and then try to. He's not
Just
gonna
in the nick of
draw.
time.
Okay.
If he
I thought you might have
gets
actually
a
played an. Yeah, after you go for it.
Oh, I was gonna say if he gets okay, so he does have a way to draw extra next turn. If he does get that another orbital next turn, I think Sarah's got it. But I don't think Sora can end it this turn. But it's to the point where either of them can get pretty close,
Yeah.
depending
I'm
on
just. I'm wondering
draw.
why did Zaratustraa not play like another Rumjing on the last turn? Because he could
I
have then
was
got like a. Maybe he doesn't want to draw too much actually at this point, but he could have got like some good double draw there. He wins it anyway. He wins it. Sarah looks at his hand and says, "You know what? Like I'm not going to be able to defeat that." He wins it. Okay, so there you go, Zaratustraa. Wow, wow, wow. Zaratustraa
Wow.
through to the final. Incredible stuff. I thought Sarah might have kept going there, but when he used the Scimitar Captain to kind of like just peek at his hand, and he knew it was at a card disadvantage, he just thought, yeah, there's no way I can kind of like turn this around now. Really unfortunate for Sarah, but what a fantastic game from both players, eh? Excelsior and Carpenter.
Yeah, fantastic, man. Like it was amazing. Like I was seeing the back and forth when you go with the Lemieux. It's kind of it's kind of difficult to get your head wrapped around it because like, oh, okay, he can bring back another effect. Oh, okay, he can like use maybe a saboteur so I can bring out my fleet support. So like it's like those kinds of
Yeah,
mind games. Look, there are many questions that are popping up in your head when you're making those decisions. So
yeah,
I'm kind of feeling the kind of difficulty that they're also doing with this
yeah,
game. And man, amazing win for Zaratustraa. And when Sora was able to like peak with the guerrilla
yeah.
warfare, yeah, that's when you see like, okay, I'm not winning with what I have right now compared to
Yeah,
what you have, right?
yeah,
So yeah, and he has a lot more options, right?
yeah.
A lot more
Yeah.
options on
He had
his
a lot more
hand.
options. He was ahead as well,
Mhm.
massively on like health, right? Because
Yes, that's
Zarathustra
right.
started to like really ping him
Hmm.
with the orbitals. The fact that like Zarathustra was able to kind of basically
Hmm.
clear Siraj's last ditch effort to throw the board, get another board going, right?
Yeah.
With Lemieux and then kind of like with the rummaging, he just cleared it, right? And
Yes.
what was crazy is that he even left Lemieux. It was like, I'm not even bothered about that now. I just need to hit face because then the
Hmm.
next turn I can possibly kill you. And then Syrah looking at the hand was like, oh, like his heart must have dropped when he went in there. He must have thought like, oh no,
Oh
like
man.
it's over. But he done so
Right.
well. He's always doing so well at these tournaments now, isn't he, Syrah?
Yeah.
Strong player, super strong. So he's going to be
Y-
back again very
Yes,
soon.
and yeah, and we have to say goodbye for now to Carpenter, and we're gonna be bringing back, of course, the bracket by Carpenter. Thank you for that cast as well, and we are gonna be having Perp versus Zaratustra for this matchup. It's gonna be the finals of the Open 7. And man, amazing, amazing matches right there. I think the only 2-0 that we have had for the broadcast is the one that Zaratustraa brought to us in the semifinals. And Perp, after defeating Bullbens, will be facing him as well. And welcoming back to the caster seat, we're going to be welcoming our caster here, Kinto. Kinto, man, that was an amazing match. And again, I was looking at the lockdown portion right there. It was double fleet support plus the triple guerrilla warfare. That was like the moment, like I said, like, bro, it's over for Sora. He's like gonna be grasping of straws as to what he's gonna be bringing. But it brought us Zaratustraa and Perp here at the finals. Any thoughts? Which decks are gonna be banned before we see them? Let's start with Kinto.
Well, what can I say? We're probably most likely watching a CP ban again. So it's left to Perps, Augencore, Unishop, and his Lemmy versus Sarah's Augencore only and another Lemmy. I mean,
Okay.
it's basically the same
Mm-hmm.
matches
Mm-hmm.
in this case. So I would say double Augencore. Augencore mirror again.
Double girl, let's go. Man, I
Or
want to
maybe,
see it too. Yeah,
yeah, or maybe a Lemmy mirror.
let me mirror.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, bro. Like these decks that are going to be brought to the table are Ogan Cores, of course. We can see Ogan Core Workshop. That's the one is the classic, one is the universal, and we have ATO and we have Lemuse, and of course Asclepius as well. So looking at the decks that they brought here, it's kind of a toss up between what they're gonna be banning. The previous ones that we saw was Qatari being banned. Does that make sense to you
Mm.
guys? That's the factor.
Y- Yeah, I'm thinking of the bands now. It's like if I'm Zaratustra, I probably don't want to deal with the
Mm-hmm.
Acio, to be
Mm-hmm.
honest with you, because again, like Acio is just one of those decks where, as I said before, if you can't win quickly, then it's
Yeah.
just an eventuality that you're going to lose, right? Because they're just going to
Yeah.
get that. She's going to get that monster out. So I would just take that out of the equation, and then I would just
Mm-hmm.
deal with like Perp's like uni deck
Mm-hmm.
and then his Lemieux deck, right? I would just deal with
Yeah.
those. So I think they're like much safer options rather than the wild card A show where you hope that you can get. 'Cause
Mm-hmm.
especially with bombardment, right? I feel like bombardment's changed the game with that because before against A show with a lot of decks, you could just spam the board really quickly and know that they wouldn't have a way to deal with your board, right? So then you've
Mm-hmm.
got all that damage on the board that you can just keep chipping away turn after turn. But they can
Yeah.
always just like clear you with bombardment or whatnot, and then you're no closer to finishing that to killing them. You're actually
Mm-hmm.
just then getting delayed, and they're delaying you so they can then get the Asio's monster out. So for me, if I was in Zaratustra's position, I'd be just like banning the Asio deck from Perp. And then probably for Perp, I'd be like banning the Sippy again, because again, Sippy is just like the most powerful deck right now in the game. It's like really strong.
Yeah, man. It's the both of those decks are really strong, hard to counter as well. So we might see another again, another workshop mirror and another Lemieux mirror, which may be a bit challenging as well for both of the players. But let's see how well they're gonna be doing. But in your previous matchups or previous like observations, guys, in terms of the Universal Workshop versus the Ogan Core Classic Workshop, does the upgrade workshop have the usual advantage? What do you think, Kinto?
I mean, now with bombardment, you never know. Like a stealth mailings can be countered in that way. Also, with all the right of redemption, you can deal with these units that are like super buffed and
Mm-hmm.
just that can just stick to the board.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Unishop always has had a lot of answers also for anything that it's dropped by your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't actually say that Unishop, like Augencore, normal Augencore, has an advantage.
Hmm.
I think it's a coin flip essentially of who
Mm.
high rolls better
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
any case.
Yeah, I want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to jump in on that. I think Quinto's like spot on there. I think like it's really difficult to call that one because like if you are playing just pure classic Algoncore and you get like the absolute nuts in your hand, you get that really nice early start where you kind of like say Sentry down, you get Pulverizer down, you start to get that nice early board going, and
Hmm.
then you're able to bring stuff on like say the repeater cannon and like the pulverizer. If you can just get that going and almost ignore what's happening on the other side, because you
Hmm.
know that like they're going to try and set up for like a Freydis or an Ingrid, right? You know
Hmm.
that's going to happen, so just ignore it, go for it, go face as much as you can, and if you hit things like Keth or Spine, you can do so much damage in one turn that you almost
Hmm.
take them to the point where they're nearly dead, right? The problem
Yeah.
is that if you don't quite get that kind of establishment early, then they can start to in their mid game really get into that momentum, and then it becomes really difficult to then like deal with their board, because then you have to
Hmm.
start thinking about the board, because you have to
Hmm.
start thinking about I need to like reduce the damage from the like an Ingrid or Freydis. So you then start not focusing on your win con, you then start focusing on like stopping them from their win con. And in
Yeah.
the Algoncore at the moment, it's just very much like go for your win con, which is kill them quickly.
Yeah.
So it's really tough. Yeah, it's tough.
You know what's tough? Having to listen to the Factor explain that and having that deck banned. Oh, bro, it has been
Oh
banned.
no.
Oh,
Oh no. All that
the,
effort for nothing.
yeah, bro.
Wow.
The Universal
Okay.
Zarathustra.
Workshop of PURP has been banned, and Scipius of Zaratustraa has been banned. So we're gonna be seeing an ATO and Marco and Lemieux for PURP, Lemieux and Classic Ogan Core for Zaratustra, bro. What do you think about this?
Okay.
The Factor again.
Okay, so like Zarathustra's basically saying, you know what, my decks are quick enough that I can just beat you in a race. Like my
Yeah.
Lemming's gonna beat you quickly, and my Algoncore's gonna beat you. Even if it's ACO, his game plan is then just gonna be, I need to upgrade as quick as I can, get repeater cannon, spine going, and just try an OTK as quick as I can. I mean, if you don't get that start, then you're gonna lose that matchup. But he must feel confident he can do it. Yeah, I would
Yeah.
have just taken out the equation, but Zarathustra's in the open final and I'm not, so it's gonna be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting indeed. Like, what do you think about these bands, Kinto, man? Like the first, the usual thing that we're expecting is, of course, gonna be seeing the Scipius or the ATO gonna be banned. What do you think is going through Zarathustra's head by just banning the workshop instead?
I do have noticed that the Unishop deck tends to like be able to populate the board like really quick with those sentries.
Hmm.
With that Desmond Walker, you can high roll the ladies, for example.
Hmm.
Um, in this case, I think with the strategy that Zarathustra is running, for example, with basic Core, he's just trying to keep up tempo. We even haven't seen him play like an early workshop assembly foreman, for example,
Mm.
that creates like huge tempo. He has
Hmm.
been able to win even without that. And on
Hmm.
the other hand, it's Lemmy where he can just like um, be more aggressive rather than trying to control the board and just get that kill early on.
Yeah.
So definitely, I mean, I'm sure there's more to this story about why he decided to ban Unishop, but
Yeah.
I, my thoughts are on that place where it's like Unishop is more of a threat than Acio in this case for
Yeah.
his specific way of playing.
Yeah.
I mean, what
Definitely.
do you think,
Yeah.
Excel Store? Why do you?
Yeah.
I want to get your insight because we hardly ever ask you any questions. So I'm going to
Yeah.
put the question to you now. I want to
Yeah.
get your
You know
your
why?
insight. Why do you think?
You know why? I think there's a lot of
Right.
counters, especially with this kind of deck, and there's also what we're seeing in drone printer. You can cycle more towards this deck, and the presence of the Raven with the deck of Perp actually makes it more
Mm-hmm.
easier for him to ramp up, right?
That's
So
true. Yep.
it's kind of difficult in the sense that that you have already bombardment, and he can that it's that you are able to remove some of the how do you say this, the stealth units, and since he can also go into a like a higher energy cap or higher energy at a faster pace with
Hmm.
wanted with stabilized shard. Reckless abandon can also be a tool. So for example, if you
Yeah.
have a Malix right there, it can actually be easily removed with reckless abandon, and then you have that kind of a slower pace. You will be able to build up more units with universal, and as Kinto has said, it's much easier for him to beat the other two decks with Zaratustra's two decks. So if Zaratustra is going to be playing with Lemieux, he can beat any of the two decks as he has practiced a while ago with his previous opponent with Lemieux as well. And then if he's going to be playing the upgrade Ogan Core, he can actually outpace possibly any of the two, right? So it depends on what he's going to be drawing, and ATO being the deck that he's going to be showing he's going to be playing, it's going to be kind of difficult. And we have the final match, Perp and Zaratustra. We have, of course, the classic Ogan Core deck and ATO game being loaded up. It's going to be an amazing match. Let's start it right now. And man, what do you think about these mulligans, Kinto?
Well, what can I say? We have Perp with an early striker there, really good. Gets those Ravens, has the Hydraulics Chamber to start ramping up. This is a really good hand for Perp. On the other hand, Zaratustra with a Reclamator and Workshop
Oh,
Assembly Foreman.
yeah.
Really
And
nice.
I like this that he Zarathustra already has a kind of a line, right? Reclamator and for the assembly mechanic. And it's kind of a surprise for me that sometimes in 3 energy you can already do like the combo, and you already have like a big juggernaut. So like I had to search how it was done, and like, oh, okay, there were changes and they made this, and look at this. The classic turn one play uh is having a hydraulic chamber already out on the board, and it's looking good for Perp with this kind of setup.
Okay. Zaratustra decided to bank the Forlom so he can essentially just go Black Market Sentry and then Workshop Assembly Foreman into probably
Hmm.
Workshop Assembly Foreman the turn after.
Hmm.
This is really powerful, and this is what I was talking before, just right before this match. The fact that the Workshop Assembly Foreman, we haven't seen them before with Zaratustra, and they provide like super huge tempo.
Yeah.
On the other hand, we see Perp here with nothing to do, actually, probably forced to bang these Otius, drop the striker, start. Nope. He, he's going with a Raven, most likely.
Yeah.
No,
Oh
he didn't
wow.
play anything.
Wow, he didn't play anything, man. I wonder. I think he wants to have like one more unit there before he can use the
Yeah.
Raven, so he will be able to bank. But yeah, this is looking quite good for either players. We're gonna be looking at a big play for the assembly mechanic, and look at that, Raven is gonna be putting down, and we're gonna be having some wanted right there over at the black market sentry, and it's gonna be removed by the hydrolist chamber, and that's gonna be a big ramp for perp. And man, usually what do you choose with the forward assembly mechanic for turn three, Kinto?
I mean, I would say whatever gives you the most stats. In this case, people tend to use the defender juggernaut or the attack juggernaut, as we were discussing before. These are essentially the hottest tokens from Core.
Hmm.
Perp decided to bank, yeah, decided to bank the Reclamator. He managed to get that overclock, and now
Nice.
he's getting also a token, a big token.
Yeah, big token indeed. And I think it's gonna be he's gonna go with the arm 5-5. Yeah, they usually when they're ahead, they usually pick the 5-5 arm. And there we go. 4-4 goes into the
Correct.
5-5. and he's gonna be an advantage. And the question now here is, which one do you target uh, for the Raven, right? Would you want to do use a Raven, or would you go with outnumbered? That's that kind of question actually is coming out here, and here we go. He's gonna
Definitely Raven.
use Raven, and he's gonna go outnumbered. I think, right?
No, Alicia. He went Alicia. Um,
I mean, after right, he's gonna like he can bring back one card.
oh yeah,
Yee-hoo! Nice.
really nice play here by Perp, setting up a big board of tokens,
Hmm.
um, burning through his deck. Definitely still a lot to burn here. Zaratustraa with a big hand has another workshop assembly foreman where he can just go defender and essentially nullify all these tokens. Has the Ruthless Juggernaut, has the Voxtec Spine in hand. I mean, Zarathustra just needs to set up a board big enough to then play his uh, upgrades in this case.
Yeah.
Has the Saboteur here to just deal with this Hydroless Chamber in case something happens. Definitely Perp with his hand right now, no resources. He's just gonna be playing one card by one card.
Hmm.
That's super bad, actually.
Yeah.
But let's see if he gets something like a Wong that can actually recover him from this. He
Yeah.
committed so many resources to dealing with this workshop assembly foreman and the attack juggernaut.
Yes. Yeah. And I'm looking at like what else he can bring out to get some more draws. And I'm not. I'm seeing Leviathan and yeah, a
Oof.
lot of Leviathan. Let's see what he
The
gets.
oh,
Oh,
striker.
Valerusi
But
Striker.
but he can actually play the Edian hammer here,
Yeah.
back the striker, and kill the workshop assembly foreman with the Edian hammer.
Yes,
This
that's right.
is actually his only out because the workshop assembly foreman with Kethrexamine and Voxtec Spine is already a lot of damage.
I agree, man. Like, and the weakness of Keth right now is, of course, it can be pinged by the those two tokens. And right now, it looks like the good play would be to put down the Reckless Juggernaut, but it can be traded up with
This is a
the
bombardment
Ideal
play for
Hammer.
sure.
Yeah, for
Bombardment
bombardment play. Yeah.
into artillery juggernaut here to clear that Edian hammer. We see Perp with the Leviathan top deck here just to
Yes.
replenish his hand. This is super good for Perp. In this case, also start cycling his deck.
That's right.
Zaratustra, on the other hand, needs to set up a board.
Mhm.
Anything works actually for Zaratustra, and that's the good thing about this deck. He can, um, if he manages to set up just a little board, he
Mhm.
will be able to win this match. Goes ahead, banking a Voxtec Spine.
Mhm.
Nope, thinking about it. What
Yeah,
else?
thinking. What else can you bank? Do you bank a Growl or uh yeah, this is a good choice. There you go. He banks a Growl. He has two of them, and he uses the artillery juggernaut to just kill off that Idean hammer. And yeah, as
Oof,
you said, man. Oh, the
third.
double Leviathan.
Gets a Zarathustra gets a third workshop assembly foreman. However, Perp now has a lot of control in his hand. He's getting the ball rolling with his Leviathan, has the
Mhm.
other one in hand. Super important, especially in an HO deck. Can actually clear this artillery juggernaut.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, it seems that Perp recovered pretty well from the early Zarathustra tempo, effectively dealing with two workshop assembly formans in a
Mhm.
row, which is
That's right.
really good. Really good.
It's looking like Purv is getting all the tools needed, and even getting the deck draws with the Leviathan. And the question right now is, what will he play? He will most likely play, of course, that relic that we were talking about a while ago. It's so good in terms of getting some more draws,
The bounty
right?
hunter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bounty Hunter
perfect.
Network. Yeah, giving wanted and
At the
also
start of the turn. Yeah.
at the start of turn, and when it is taken out at the end of turn, you can draw. But he instead chooses to remove Gaius and Dilius with that play, and man, it's I think it's okay. But yeah, one more card back into the fold or into the waste. What will Zarathustra play?
I think there is a chance to actually go Ruthless Journal here for Zaratustra because that will mean Perp essentially wasting stuff. Definitely, Perp has the same
Mhm,
combo CP has with
mhm,
Maritus, and he already has what he needs. Essentially, he can actually sacrifice that Leviac when he has in his hand, or
mhm.
the outnumbered can also work to deal with the Reckless Juggernaut. He decides to go with the Black Market Sentry
Oh, oh,
and a Growl.
I think it's a forward assembly mechanic, man. What do you think?
Well, we'll
He's
see.
thinking. He's thinking.
I think
Oh, girl.
Growl for more
Yeah.
stats, definitely.
Yeah.
He passes on the upgrade. He doesn't want an
Yes.
upgrade here.
Mm-hmm.
Verb draws a bombardment and just go right ahead and play his other Leviathan
Yeah.
for more draw. Really perfect situation to get the Leviathans in this place with a small hand.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially perfect, not sacrificing anything from overdraw. Gets two powerful units now buffed. Gets closer to his Maritus to cycling his whole deck for that Asio
Mm-hmm.
play. I
Yeah.
mean, this is looking good for Perp actually. If Zaratustra doesn't manage to stick something here, um, Perp
Yeah.
might be super close to winning this if he gets a Maritus.
That's right. Like, and he also has a way to remove one of those other units, the Black Market Sentry, by just discarding one of the cards here. He may proc it right now, and he's looking for, of course, the cost of the card that can actually remove that, and he goes for it. Man, he's down to 15 cards and a lot of units on the board. Two units with scaling attack depending on the number of cards you have on hand. That's the Leviathan. I think he's gonna be putting the striker. Oh wow, wow! Two of those cards are gonna get removed, right? With the bombardment, and of course the play is gonna be bombardment plus maybe forward assembly mechanic.
Yep. And there it is, another Alicia. Fractured Shapeshifter per Perp. Really good card here when you have a board. Zaratustra thinking about playing Bombardment here to clear one of the Leviathans
Nice.
and drop a mechanic. There he goes. Ooh,
Ooh,
Pulverizer.
pulverizer, high
Right.
roll.
And a Defender
Ooh,
Journal. Okay, that's good.
yeah,
Um,
that is good indeed, man.
Leviathan's still there. Can deal with this mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Leviathan is so powerful, man. Like the
Yeah.
fact that it can do so much stuff, draw cards,
Mm-hmm.
every turn can trade stuff,
Mm-hmm.
benefits from actually discarding cards. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a full synergetic card. It's
Yeah.
the Levia King.
Level King. I understand, man. Like, and you know, there is one play here which is kind of weird, right? You can actually do outnumbered, and you can just trade with the, uh, or you can put down an Alicia just to pump up the damage of that card, or use the skill of Leviathan to deal that. Oh my gosh, bro! He didn't remove it, or yeah, okay,
No, yeah.
okay,
He's gonna do it. Deals
yeah,
four
okay,
damage to the
bro.
PSA. I mean, this is
Oh,
great here
that's
for
great.
Perp.
I thought he was like he was gonna forego it, like, but man, that's a better play.
Yeah, he needed to attack first, so the attack of the Leviathan was highest at 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Zaratustraa with no bombardment for this board. Leviathan still in play for Perp. Definitely not what Zaratustraa wants to see.
Mm-hmm.
Already played his mechanics. Needs to find a way to make something stick here. Defender Juggernaut in hand might be able to help. Rite of Redemption just in time to deal with this Leviathan.
Yeah.
Possible opportunity to drop Ruthless Juggernaut here.
Mm-hmm. I agree, man. I agree. Like that ruthless juggernaut is going to be dangerous, man. And right of redemption, nice target for that Leviathan, man. And yeah, ruthless juggernaut is gonna be the player because it cannot be damaged by any tokens. Plus, there's
Ooh,
a chance for you to for the next turn. Once it survives, you can actually start removing or start getting some upgrades. And
okay.
man, and from what it looks
The
like,
thing
there
is
is
that
lethal already, right? If
yeah,
he
if
does keep
Perp,
it.
the thing is that if Perp draws Maritus here, it's over, right?
Oh, he still needs.
Oh well, Cerulean
Oh
Surge, yeah. Okay, he
no,
didn't get it. Now he
didn't get
can't
it.
deal with the Ruthless Juggernaut. Can actually deal with Saboteur and attack phase through
Hmm.
Alicia.
Yeah, yeah.
He can use Maya Mancer to remove the description from Ruthless Juggernaut and clear it, actually. So that's
Yes,
good.
that's right. Oh yeah.
So
Wait,
he can
does
actually deal with it with Ruthless Juggernaut.
Ruthless Juggernaut plus Alicia, right? He has to do that. He has to do the buff
Maya
from Alicia.
Mancer, yeah, Maya Mancer and Alicia.
He has to make those possible right now. Oh, instead removes it. Okay, here we go. I think he's gonna go for defender mode. Oh, he went for defender mode right now. Yep.
Ooh,
Oh, let's see. Let's see. There you go. And this is gonna be preventing any shenanigans that will be coming out from this play. But
yeah, but
man,
there's none. Like, there's not many monsters from this deck, this
yeah,
Zaratustraa deck.
yeah.
He's just watching his bank, thinking what he can do. Gets that backside
Oh,
reclamator for
oh
a bit of
man.
reduction cost. 15. Get the repeater cannon.
Yeah,
25.
getting upgrades again. Wait, can you do
Okay,
double? Can you do double repeater cannon for like 3 attacks? Is it possible?
and there it is. Lethal.
Lethal, man, bro.
He needed to clear it.
Oh,
Had the chance to do it.
oh.
Per what happened? He didn't see it.
Bro, that was an amazing match. I mean, I think the factor was happy to see that, man. Getting
Yeah,
OTK,
yeah.
Oh,
bro, that
but
was
you
a
know
good
what?
setup.
You know what? The Maya Mancer also removes the keywords from Alicia, right?
Yeah,
So he couldn't actually do it.
Yeah, but the Miasmancer also wouldn't help the tokens deal with the Ruthless because the Ruthless just doesn't get
yeah,
damaged by
yeah.
tokens
It
at
still
all,
doesn't get
Yeah,
damaged,
even
but
if
right?
a Miasmancer's in play.
okay.
It doesn't.
So it
Yeah,
so it
It
just
all
it's not
removes
a keyword.
keywords and that's it.
It's not a keyword. It's
yeah,
just part.
Yeah,
It's
it's
just
not a
part of
keyword.
the description.
True,
Yeah,
true, true. My bad there. My bad there. I thought
yeah.
I thought he could cook, but no, but no.
Not yet, man. The
but
tokens would
Yeah,
still be
didn't
like
happen.
would still be unable to do damage. Yeah,
yeah, that's
so
right. Like,
yeah,
just can't
so
be damaged at all by tokens, no matter what.
So
That's why I love Ruthless.
yeah,
this
ruthless.
this proved your point before this match. The point that Zaratustra can be quicker against HO
Mm,
with both of
Hmm.
these decks,
Hmm.
mm,
and he can end the game before even like seeing a monster.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we saw that here. We saw that here.
Yeah, what was interesting when I was watching that is that I actually think that Zarathustra was struggling there. I think he was struggling to get on the board because
Hmm.
if you think about it, he basically had to do 30 damage there essentially in one turn.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he hadn't really done any damage at all. So the Ruthless basically won him that. If he doesn't have Ruthless, I think it's difficult
Yeah.
for a unit to stick, you know?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Like
Even
it's
mailing could have been cooked by a bombardment or something.
yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Reckless
Crazy game.
Reckless Abandon can even remove a Reckless Juggernaut because it's a vehicle. Oh,
It's a
and here
vehicle,
we
right?
go. Second match, guys. ATO versus Lemieux, guys. So we're gonna be having
Ooh,
the Factor and Kinto. Take it away.
Let's
nice.
do it. God, we're getting treated with Asia at the moment today. It's great. I love it. I do love seeing
Yeah.
this deck, Asia, you know? And I
Yeah,
hope that
HU in the final. That's wild.
yeah, right. Asia in a final, and imagine, can you imagine a few months back we were saying Asia in a final, and then like classic Algencore in a final? It would have been like, no, I don't think so. You would have been like, no, it's Uni, or it's like Sippy, or it's Kathy. It's so great actually to see this, refreshing. All right.
Okay. So what do you think about this match? Will it be the same where it's like Lemmy just kind of deals lethal damage before anything important happens from Asia? Or will
Yeah, it's
be
interesting.
Perp able to sustain?
Yeah, yeah, I think it's interesting because like, when I look at when I look at Perp's Acio deck, his deck kind of feels to me a little bit more like there requires a bit more setup. So he's trying to do more setup rather than kind of like spamming the board with like clones. So I actually think that Zaratustra can outrace him here and um, get his health down. That being said, I'm saying that we can clearly see that Perp has a bombardment in his hand, which is ideal, isn't it, when you're going up against Lemieux? So if Zaratustra commits a lot of soldiers or units, if we want to say, down on the board, and then Perp's just able to clear them all, then it's just going to delay things for Zaratustra and just be in more favor of Perp. So yeah, I think Perp maybe has the advantage here, just because of that bombardment.
Okay.
So yeah,
So
here
Zaratustra
we
right
go.
away going with the full board here, dropping that slinger. Is trying to fish.
He's trying it. He's trying to see if
Obviously.
Perp's awake in a final.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. If he can get it done. But he's gonna ping it right either way.
Yeah.
Okay, that's nice.
Pretty much
Another
what we'd
stinger.
expect, right? From Zaratustra's Lemieux, just like loads of nice low cost units. So getting the board nice and wide. For Perp, I don't think he's too fussed at the moment. He's got a way to trade in, of course, with the striker. And then, of course, he's got PSA8s. He's got some good options, actually. Very good options. Zaratustra's next turn could be interesting as well because he could, of course, at the moment play like a Lemieux's Rain and then a Slinger to finish. If Perp decides not to trade the striker into anything, then he can always use the Slinger as well and keep going wide. I mean, I'm just really interested to see, like, when we get to turn 4, if Zaratustra has committed wide on the board, then what's his recovery? I mean, a rummaging's actually not bad here, to be honest. It's pretty good. It's ideal.
Okay. So big board here for Zaratustra. Start dealing some damage. He even has the opportunity to go like I know Zaratustra wants to just cycle the deck, so he's just gonna
Mm.
go right ahead and probably most likely play Romanian Researcher here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would be doing the same because then you get that nice synergy as well, right? With the Red Sand Scout that's already on the board. So it just makes sense.
He has the opportunity to just go Lemmy Rain here, buff the units, deal some damage. But we all know he's not gonna do
Yeah.
that.
That would have been an
I mean,
interesting play. It would have been, creative, different. But yeah,
he has
this
the
was
opportunity to draw a
really
lot of
nice.
cards, so why do that?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and he gets the Sabo back as well. Okay, interesting.
Okay, Perp still
Oh,
one
look at
turn
that.
away from bombardment though. This gives a huge advantage for Zaratustra to keep on
Yeah,
chipping on damage.
yeah.
Perp not
This is
being
kind
able
of
to
what we.
sustain any sort of tempo.
Yeah, this is kind of what we were talking about before the finals, wasn't it? It's like Zaratustra just feels like he can outrace Perp to the end goal of beating him, of getting him down to 0, and it kind of seems like that's what's happening. Like the Raven coming down's okay. Um, he can
I
of
mean, but
course
you see that
use
like
the
with Raven, he has like to discard a card if he wants to clear that Roma. I mean, discard a card, use a PS8 on the Raven,
yeah.
like all of that to just clear one unit. I mean,
Exactly.
that's a
Yeah, and
lot.
you don't even have a unit on the board at the end of it, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
it's actually, a little bit
Well, he
awkward,
has the
but
opportunity to do this with High Release Chamber because he's playing Cathari and drops that striker.
that's
Okay,
that's actually
that's
really nice.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
nice.
that's really
That's
nice to
nice.
be fair.
But I mean,
This is
Zarathustra
what I
has
love
so
about Perp.
many weapons though. Has the
Yeah.
has a Saboteur also to deal with his High Release Chamber and a
Yes.
Slinger to deal with the striker cleanly.
Yeah. It's really interesting watching Perp play because he really like plays those lines that sometimes aren't very obvious to see, and this is what makes him such a great player. Just like doesn't just sees the big picture all the time.
Yep. Okay.
Um,
What's
yeah,
next for Zarathustra after getting bombarded?
that's a good question. Probably just you just set up fleet support. No, I feel like that's what you do. I mean, I don't think you'd probably want to play Lemieux. So you probably just set fleet support up so that you can then go double Lemieux's reign. That's what I'd be thinking anyway. Because we all know that bombardment's coming the next turn.
Yeah. Yeah,
He says
double
that the commentator's curse.
double Lemius ring is actually super nice here.
Ooh,
Ooh, Perp with
Maritus
Maritus.
coming in. Yeah.
But I mean, Zarathustra is running like 3 copies of Scimitar Captain, which can actually wreck this HO deck. Maybe one of the reasons he decided to go against HO because he can do that with Lemmy.
Mm-hmm.
Like he forces Perp to just go to the end of it, and Lemieux has like obviously you're at the disadvantage if you need to go to the end game against
Yeah,
Lemmy.
big time, aren't you? Yeah, exactly. This is an interesting one for Perp because I mean, what you've got here is you've got a couple of units that aren't super threatening. So look, he's actually opting to kind of do Bounty Hunter Network and then probably a Raven or not. Wow. Okay. Okay.
Oof, no
I
bombardment.
think you want. Yeah, I think he's thinking. You know what? I don't want to bombard 3. I want you to commit more, so I get more value out of it.
Yeah, but this is even more value and more damage from Zarathustra. He's gonna get a big draw here if he goes also Recon Specialist, another Resident Scout, bank it right
I mean,
away, go Recon
I mean,
Specialist for even more draw, cycling his deck like a
yeah,
maniac. I mean, he's
like a
winning the
maniac.
cycling
Yeah,
against HO. That tells you a lot.
yeah. That was a little bit risky, to be fair. Actually, not using the bombardment because he could have easily had like a scimitar captain, couldn't he? And then he could have
Yeah,
like triggered that captain, and then just removed the bombardment entirely. But he's actually drawn another one anyway. Surely has to use it now. Even if he does, the rummaging researcher still survives.
yep.
But yeah, definitely can't take any more damage, I don't think, with this board.
There he goes,
I just
bombardment. He will probably be forced to bank the striker here, not leaving anything on board.
yeah, gonna play it.
Okay. Well, banking the other
Gonna play it.
bombardment is fine since he can play it from withdraw.
Can
Okay.
he delay? This is the question. Can he delay Zaratustra enough to be able to get the monster out? At the moment, there's 22 cards in Perp's deck.
Yeah, that was
We know that he also has ways to win without triggering Acio. So
Yeah,
that's
but
also something, but slow start for him.
the thing is that, I mean, Zaratustra is about to find his scimitar captain, and he will be able to use it. Like, for example, he finds it here, he just uses it,
Yeah.
deals with Maritus, and then forces Perp to just uh, go till the end.
Yep. Like he can easily deal with the striker here and get a Lemieux's Reign. This is such a powerful deck, the Lemieux.
Yep.
Everything just synergizes so well for such little cost as well, right? I mean, destroying a
Yep.
unit for 2
Look at
costs is
this.
great, and getting a unit after it is just brilliant.
I mean,
It's almost too good.
Perp is in a pickle here, a real pickle.
Yep. Yeah, he is. Yeah. He doesn't. He actually doesn't have a way to deal with this at the moment, does he? Cleanly, the whole board, because he already banked the bombardment.
Actually, Zaratustra is one of lethal right now. Next turn.
Yep.
And there doesn't
Yep.
seem to be a way for Perp to actually deal with any of this, aside from playing Maritus out of desperation and getting what.
Mhm.
Well, maybe what's in his ways though, because since he's milling cards from the passive of HO, he might have something.
Yeah, he hasn't really looked at it, has he? We haven't really been able to see because we're seeing it from like
He
Zarathustra's
gets
point of
one
view.
more.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, there
So
is an
Zarathustra's giving us a
Otius.
look. Yeah.
I mean, man, that's
Is
not gonna
this-
be like that's not gonna save him.
No.
That's
It
not
also
gonna
might be a
save
little
him.
bit too late.
He doesn't have the hireless chamber neither,
No,
which is key in any case.
he's going to discard here, so he's going to basically use what the Leviathan's ability to then kill that. Okay, draw. Limits some of the damage, but because we can see double fleet support and an orbital and a quartermaster. That's the thing here, Quinto. The quartermaster as well can just bring it straight back.
Yep. Yep. I mean, Zaratustra is free right now to just go face and then
Yep.
it. I mean, the hireless chamber. I don't know. Like, he didn't copy the Otius description.
No,
He went
he
with
didn't.
the
He went with
Leviathan,
the
I think.
Leviathan. Yeah, he
Yeah.
did. Yeah.
So, I mean, I can safely say Perp is cooked.
I can safely say purpose cooked. Love it. I mean, yeah, I don't really see a way. He's so far away as well from like any win condition. Like,
Yep.
Maritus, of course, is a nice win condition, but it's already on the board, and it's not there anymore. And
Yep.
his Asian monster is too far away. And Zaratustra, as you say, plonk the fleet support, get going, hit in face here with an orbital. Is he gonna? Okay,
He's gonna remove it.
playing
go
safe
see
here. Playing safe.
Lemieux.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Doesn't want to take
Sarah
any
loved
chance.
this. Just playing
Yeah.
it safe.
Yeah.
Just making sure nothing happens and he can get the win safely.
Yep. He didn't want to risk, did he, leaving a Leviathan ability on the board to kind of like clear some of his units just in case, Very interesting. He can even throw. Is he going to throw the slinger down for the extra one?
Nah.
No, he's not.
He's like, nah, I don't need to.
Nah.
Right of
He's not.
redemption, and that's gonna be
Wow.
it. It's
Yeah.
over for Perp. Nothing to do here.
Oh man.
He committed to
Such
Acio,
a
and
cool deck.
Acio is. I mean, Zaratustra wasn't scared about Acio, definitely. And we see now why. Definitely,
slow.
both of Zaratustra's deck could handle it pretty well.
Yeah.
Knew that the
Yeah, it's really
actual bigger threat was Unishop in this case. So yeah, I mean,
I really like that you identified that. I was talking how I would probably just have removed this. But like when you see this deck, I love this deck. I think this Asia deck's super cool the way it's been put together. But we have to be honest, it is a little bit slow at the moment, isn't it? Especially when you compare it to, like this Lemmy deck, and then the OTK explosiveness from like Algoncore. As I said, it takes a bit. It's like this deck reminds me that it's trying to do like a bit of a setup for some combos, but you're not really putting anything on the board. You're not really doing any damage to your opponent. It's just a bit slow at the moment. There's Leviathan, but yeah, he does 3, and it's game over. You can finish
Yep.
it with the orbital and the fleet support, and that is going to be Zaratustraa taking this open, ending it with the
Wow.
burn. Perp came with a different creative deck as he always does. He played fantastic, but Zaratustraa, as we say so often in these tournaments, is turning up, taking another title, and going home with the prize pool and the glory of becoming the Open 7 winner.
How many
Congratulations.
titles does he have already?
He's going to need a new cabinet at this rate, isn't he? He's going to need like, a new trophy cabinet. He's cleaning up. Do you know what? Like I said it, I think a few tournaments back, that at the start of this season, we did not see Zaratustraa anywhere. Like he was not turning up at tournaments. He was not winning anything, and we were all kind of like, "Where's Zaratustraa, man?" You know, because he was like the first major champion. He's such a great player. And then midway through this season, Zaratustraa all of a sudden just like got into his stride and thought, "This is the time now where I need to start pushing and hitting peak." And like every tournament now, it's like Zaratustraa, like either winning it or getting to a final. Like the guy is just hitting the right peak at the right time, in line for kind of where we get to Worlds. Congratulations to him. And commiserations to Perp, because Perp's so cool. He's a cool guy. He turns up always with like different decks. He's not afraid to kind of like, he doesn't play it safe at all. He's always like putting something else on the line. And it nearly paid off for him. It actually nearly paid off for him, but unfortunately, his Asia deck just was a little bit too slow in both cases. So there you go.
Yeah, and like I was about to say like Carpenter was actually lucky, but he was able to see the monster, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
because
was. Well, for like a split second, yeah.
yeah, he was able to see it like but Kinto wasn't able to see the monster like in both matches that it was played. And
Yeah.
bro, like it's yeah, go.
Because do you
I
know what we
mean,
need to do? We almost need to create a clip, right? That's
Yeah.
then like slowed down so that then when we see the monster, it's in slow mo. You see it when it was played, and you can see it for like 5-10 seconds or whatever, because it's really slowed down. That'd be so
Mm,
cool. Because it
Yeah.
like, we saw it, but we saw it for a split second. You know,
hmm
that's go fast patch definitely went fast. Too
Yeah.
fast.
Go fast. It's like too fast and too furious right now. But still,
Yeah, it was, yeah.
congratulations to Zaratustra for winning the Open 7, getting that 2-0 against Perp in the finals, guys. And man, well, I want to see, of course, how it went with his journey before we go on to the post show and discuss more about what happened today. So let's look at the brackets right now. And so here we go. Zaratustra is again our champion, but how did he get there? Okay, so we saw him over at the round one. He was able to beat XC Win with a 2-1. The match was broadcasted was against imcute, and it was a kind of a hard match for him, getting that 2-1 as well. Sora, on the other hand, over at the semifinals, was beaten with a straight up 2-0, and he did the same thing against his opponent Perp with the 2-0, and Perp just loading up with both ATO decks in those two matchups and getting defeated, making Zaratustra the champion for the Open 7. And with that, guys, let's welcome back our casters to the table. Carpenter, the Factor, and Kinto. Guys, welcome back to the stream, man. Like, looking at the bracket, looking at the matches today, right? Like we've seen Lemieux, we've seen less and less of Gafar. No Gafar.
No Gafar,
We have
yeah.
seen Nehemiah. We've seen Scipius. Like kind of, is this already the snapshot of the decks that we're gonna be seeing moving forward with Deception? What do you think, Kinto?
well, definitely we are seeing that the meta is establishing more and more every day. These Lemieux decks are really fine tuned. I think Sarah's Lemmy deck is amazing. We were talking about it, how synergetic it is for such a low cost, so much value for
Mm-hmm.
uh, such low cost cards. We're seeing this workshop deck, Augencore Workshop and Uni Workshop are both staples,
Yeah.
and the CPU's Cathari deck. It's also a deck that's just super strong. And
Yeah.
yeah, as we see the same decks over and over again,
Mhm.
definitely we could safely say that this is what we'll see moving forward.
Yeah, amazing, amazing predictions right there from Kinto. And the factor I like a question with you, man. Like you've seen only Neve during this tournament, man. Like the question I ask you is Shroud dead? Like what does that confirm, or does that sway you in a different direction?
No, yeah, it pretty much confirms our suspicions. I mean, yeah, no real. I mean, Shroud, of course, is super fun, really mysterious. I think I'm really sad, actually. I'll be honest, I'm really sad. I was
Hmm.
really hyped coming into Deception, thinking that like it was going to transform Shroud, and we were going to see some like crazy good stuff with Shroud in stealth, and maybe like some insane combo plays. We haven't really seen it at all. What we've actually seen is that like New Dawn now
Hmm.
kind of can really struggle. Brand's basically non-existent, which
Hmm.
is a big shame because it's a very cool one. And then like
Hmm.
Neve is kind of okay, but like with so much, we saw it today actually. Great
Yeah.
Neve board from BlizzCon that then just kind of gets like wiped quite easy from like bombardment,
Yeah.
and then there's other board
Yeah.
clears as well. So you have to say like the viability of Shroud is less and less at the moment,
Yeah.
especially when other decks have got so much more powerful, like Sippy, Lemieux, as we've seen so much throughout the tournament, Algencore, like with that
Hmm.
explosiveness to just kind of kill you out of nowhere. Like there's so many decks that do that, and Shroud at the moment just doesn't really have a way to do that. And sometimes because they play so many effects, they can struggle to get on the board as well. So they just play the answer game. So
Hmm.
overall, a message to the team: please buff Shroud. And I know I'm going to get absolutely hammered in the chat now. They're going, no, don't buff Shroud. Like nerf Shroud more. Just give Shroud a little love because I think that they need it. They're a little bit underpowered at the moment, I think, in the meta. But super cool to see other paragons and parallels do well. Bit of a shame that we haven't really seen much Earthen today.
Yeah.
I'll say that,
Yeah.
especially when we saw like Gafar for I'm Cute, right?
Yeah.
When I'm Cute won the last tournament, his Gafar deck was great and it was really
Yeah.
clicking. As you say, we haven't seen Gafar. We've really not seen much Nehemiah. We've seen no
Hmm.
Shoshana at
No
all.
Shoshana.
I mean, that Shosh burn was absolutely insane. I was expecting to see a Shosh burn
Hmm.
today, but we didn't even see that. So the meta's evolving, but I'd like to see some other things, especially like see Shroud do better.
Yeah. Yeah. We
I know
saw we
people don't
saw
agree.
actually we saw actually Shoshana Burn brought about by Bullbens, right? Like
Ball bents, yeah.
over the previous tournament. And man, it was good up to a point, but it was not enough to get him the win. So probably
Mm.
he tweaked it a bit. Like, oh no, we don't. I don't need this. I don't need to bring Shoshana in a BO3 match. Maybe in a BO5 it's viable, but in a
Yeah,
BO3 it doesn't make sense. But
yeah.
looking at the matches that we saw today, right? I have a question for Carpenter. Like, there's a lot of decks you saw in the tournament, right? Being played by pros. Which ones do you think you would be able to play moving forward, like in ladder, in possible tournaments? What are your thoughts?
Definitely picked up some new tricks that I'm gonna be using on Lemmy when I go back to Lemmy. But I feel like I play Lemmy pretty well, so I'm definitely going. Uh, been trying to like force myself to play other decks. I really like the Universal Juggernaut as well
Hmm.
as the traditional. That gave me some tricks. I really want to play like the. I've been playing like the stealth shop
Hmm.
version of it, and
Yeah.
just really gave me some cool like just seeing how they play it, the more
Hmm.
control side of it. It
Hmm.
it definitely just seeing the way the pros play. Really, just like the whole time I'm like, as soon as it's over, I'm playing for like 3 hours. Like exactly what I'm doing after this, just locking in and starting to play.
Yeah, man. Like that Ogre workshop with the classic upgrades actually really is good. I play myself a Universal. It's it's up to my speed, not necessarily the upgrade version. So Universal is more up to my speed, so I am more biased towards that. But yeah, you can
Mm.
actually play it. You can actually see how well they do, and even if you want to have like bursty plays, Workshop is actually, or Ogencore is actually a good paragon or parallel to start with. So man, amazing. And with that, of course, we have another announcement of our next tournament that will be coming soon. Let's look at it right now. And it is going to be the Minor 8, Parallel Prime League Minor 8. Top 64 is going to be November 29 with a single limb. Final 4 is going to be November 30, live on stream with the Prime League points up for grabs as well as a $10,000 prize pool. And let's not forget, there is going to be a tournament over at the YGG Play Summit. It's going to be the top 16, and it's going to be in November 21, I think, for the tournament. It's going to be next week, guys, over at the weekend here at the Philippines. Top 16 players that have qualified over at the 2 qualifiers in the previous weeks. And with that, guys, any last words from our casters before we go on and close the tournament session for today? Let's start with the Factor.
No, yeah, as always, just thanks to the production. Thank you so much to everyone that tuned in as well in the chat. That's really cool. The support's amazing. Yeah, congrats to Carpenter for making his making his debut here. I think he done really good, man. So it's tough coming in, but like he's done good and he's smiling, like enjoyed it, learnt a lot. So yeah, thank you to everyone that just tuned in. And well done to all the players as well, because honestly, there's so much that goes into getting into these tournaments. I've spoken to so many of the guys that compete, and they always tell me that like this, like parallel tournaments, there's so much prep that you almost need to do, because there's so much nuance to the game, right? And we see it so often in these tournaments. There's always like a play that you don't necessarily see immediately, or you learn for the first time. So congratulations to everyone that's putting the time and effort in, and can't wait for the next one. Should be good. Should be really good.
Yeah, like thank you for that closing remarks right there. The Factor. How about you, Carpenter? Any last words?
Yeah, yeah, it was super fun. Learned a lot. Thank you to production. You guys killed it. Like super. Like it was really awesome to see how the inner workings go. Thank you guys for being so just awesome and welcoming and helping me in certain parts when I needed it. But thank you guys so much.
Helping you to unmute.
Yeah.
Yes,
Unmute.
that's like I'm gonna unclick this button so I can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah, it was super awesome. And congrats to all the players. They're like all 16 of them are just amazing players. It was awesome to see how they craft their decks and just play borderline flawlessly. So thank you guys.
Yes. Thank you also, Carpenter, for gracing us for this tournament with your casting. And let's last words for Kinto.
Yeah, as always, thanks everyone for watching the tournament today. Thank the productions team, my co-casters also, and yeah, keep cooking the meta. Congratulations to Zaratustraa today.
Yeah,
Oh.
Zaratustra, the cook, is right
Yep.
here to stay, guys. Thank you for that. And let's not forget to thank our sponsors for making this tournament happen. Wolves Now, OpenSea, AVAX, and Echelon Prime Foundation, and our to production 983 Media for making this tournament happen. And with that, guys, it has been an amazing day. Lots of amazing plays from our players. Congratulations to Zaratustraa for making this Open 7 like very exciting, and for getting another title under his belt. It has been an amazing tournament for Deception. The meta has always been cooking, and you guys are always a part of it. And don't forget, guys, to always stay competitive, stay kind, and stay prime. And see you on the next Parallel Prime League tournament. Bye, guys.
Zelly winning game 1. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Yarla is your first parallel prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.